This young man is the hero of the world. Yet he took the holy sword, passed down from one hero generation to the next, just to chop wood, simply because he wanted to avoid conflict with the world. He chose to live in seclusion as a farmer, plowing fields for over 500 years. Plowing, hunting, or crafting, each activity would help him gain experience. Casually crafting an axe, it would instantly be imbued with a soul. Unable to find a real dog around to keep at home, he created a mechanical dog. Even playing a single game for fun, he could summon the supreme demon god. Then one day, the demon lord came looking for him. Upon their first encounter, the demon lord planned to send him to his grave. But his loyal companion, the Vong Thai, was not one to be underestimated. They fought an intense battle of 500 rounds, forcing the demon lord to unleash his ultimate move to merely match his strength. But upon seeing that he had 100 more Vong Thais stored in his chest, the demon lord admitted defeat. The only way to defeat him would be in bed. And oh, enough with the long talk. Let's begin. This is a world ruled by sword and magic. The 6 brave warriors have risen. At this moment, a large-scale war is taking place. This is because the Demon Queen has launched an all-out assault against all races. With her overwhelming power, the army of darkness has conquered cities, and royal armies from various races have been defeated one by one. Before long, only humankind remained resilient in their resistance. However, with human infighting and internal revolts, the final line of defense around the royal capital completely collapsed, declaring humanity's total defeat. The Demon Queen, Elizabeth, hailed as the most powerful in history, officially rose to the pinnacle of this world, becoming the sole ruler here, holding absolute control over the throne. A 3-bearded man of humanity is currently dueling with a young man dressed in pitch black. The man yells, "Elizabeth, don't think this is a true victory. The future still stands with us. The legendary hero will utterly defeat you." Suddenly, the young man rushes forward, knocking the 3-bearded man to the ground. Coughing up blood, he tilts his face down with a slight smile, saying, "Mr. 3-Beard, please understand the current situation. Her Majesty isn't asking for your opinion. She is commanding you. Do you understand?" The young man in black is YCO, the prince of humankind. Enraged, the 3-bearded man shouts, "You filthy traitor of humankind, killing your father to welcome the enemy. I wasted my efforts training you into a legendary hero." YCO, with monstrous hands sprouting, replies, "Enough with the nonsense. If you miss that useless father of mine so much, I'll send you to meet him now." He prepares to strike, but just then, Elizabeth commands him to halt. YCO stops, his hand mere inches from the 3-bearded man's face. Elizabeth says, "You said the future will stand with you. That I will ultimately be defeated?" Standing high above, she looks down haughtily at the 3-bearded man and declares, "Pathetic human, you'd better explain this clearly to me. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make you suffer. A life worse than death." The 3-bearded man, trembling, says, "The vision of the future I saw was when the legendary hero draws the holy sword. That will be the end of the demon clan's reign." He continued, "The holy sword is exactly what's lodged in the stone pedestal of the hall. I will absolutely not tell you. I will absolutely not betray humanity. I. Elizabeth lowered her eyes to look at the holy sword. "A finely crafted weapon," she said. "Once the legendary hero pulls out this sword, he will earn the right to challenge me. Will he?" She gently touched the sword's hilt, then turned around and said sharply to the 3 elders, "Very well, I will wait here for him." In the first year of Elizabeth's reign, monsters coexisted peacefully with human society. In the second year of her reign, everything continued as usual. The third year was the same. The fourth year, too. By the 5th year, nothing had changed. In the 15th year of Elizabeth's reign, a festival was being held on the streets. Humans and monsters had become deeply harmonious with one another. They talked to each other warmly. "Good morning, Mr. Bet. The beef quality at the store is great today. Please continue taking good care of my business." Bet responded, "Of course. Customers are always praising your products." A monster remarked, "Oh dear, it's almost late. I can't miss today's fashion show," said another. Under the complete rule of the Demon Queen, all outdated and unequal laws between races were abolished. Everyone was able to live together in equality. There was no more conflict. People lived and worked in peace and contentment. Not long after, the 6 hero domains entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. Some even feared that this rare peace would be disrupted. Anti-hero movements emerge, firmly opposing the appearance of the so-called legendary hero. In the Demon King's castle, formerly the capital of humanity, Elizabeth sat on her throne, with ministers from each clan below her. Elizabeth spoke. So, still no news of the legendary hero? The elf clan minister, Toi Lao, reported, Your Majesty, the elves have mobilized all the insects on the trees to search. However, we still haven't found any sign of the legendary hero. The dwarf clan minister, reported, We're not very good at gathering intelligence, but based on feedback from various weapon shops, no suspicious figures have been spotted. The human clan minister, Alicitotli, also spoke. I believe that even if the hero does appear, he would only be fantasizing if he thinks he could single-handedly stand against all of us. We have nothing to fear. The demon clan minister, Jin, whispered to Aristotle, You're new, so you wouldn't know? Her Majesty is not afraid of this so-called legendary hero. On the contrary, she eagerly awaits his arrival. To counter this prophecy, Her Majesty has meticulously studied all forms of ancient magic and battle techniques. The Beast Clan minister, Makhan, whispered, As long as Her Majesty is willing, these 6 brave warriors could be wiped out in an instant. Judo said it's all because of that fool with the 3 beards. The vision of the future is meaningless. His Majesty's reign is truly a blessing for all of us. Let the legendary hero perish. Suddenly, outside, a person holding a sign walks in, chanting, Anti-hero, anti-hero. The person, wearing crude sandals, steps inside, 2M size, just as we mentioned 3 beards. Here he comes. The one holding the anti-hero sign, wearing those rough sandals, is indeed 3 beards. He strides into the grand hall, babbling, Anti-hero, anti-hero, support the Demon King's reign. Oppose the appearance of the legendary hero. Elizabeth casts a spell from her fingertips. A gigantic claw of magic swooping towards 3 beards. He is snatched up by the enormous claw. Elizabeth steps forward with a sinister smile, saying, Now, tell me clearly, where is the hero mentioned in the prophecy? Frightened, 3 beards replies, In truth, the vision of the future is not always accurate, especially if the target is an existence beyond the scope of prophecy. Someone like Your Majesty. Standing behind, Elizabeth bows respectfully, saying, Indeed, it would be a great insult to apply such a trivial prophecy to Your Majesty. There is no need for you to worry about that, for I have recently conducted some research. Before she could finish, Elizabeth lashes Wire across the face with her tail. She coldly commands, Get out of my way. Wygar, now defeated, touches his wound and mutters, Yes. Elizabeth then throws 3 beards aside in anger. You worthless bunch. 3 beards, flung with force, get stuck in the wall. Elizabeth, solemnly, declares, I have ascended to the peak of this world and am the ruler of all. I won't wait for this so-called legendary hero to come challenge me and then use me as a stepping stone to fame. Saying this, she steps closer to the holy sword. Elizabeth stares at it, the holy sword standing firm all this time. She approaches, grasps the sword, and says, Very well, if you won't come to me. Bolin gasps in shock, Your Majesty, could it be that you intend? Rulu shouts in alarm, Please, no, Your Majesty. Elizabeth replies, Then I shall come to you. She exerts her strength, lifting the holy sword, an intense aura radiating from her. Elizabeth frowns, mustering more power, holding the sword with both hands. The overwhelming force surges out, terrifying all. The ministers struggle to protect themselves with magic. As Rulu exclaims in astonishment, Could it be that the demon lord truly intends to draw the sword? 3 beards, trapped in a rock, cries out for help. Shield me, I beg you. The powerful aura from Elizabeth bursts into the sky. And finally, she succeeds in lifting the holy sword. Holding the holy sword aloft, Elizabeth examines it and laughs. Haha, who said only the legendary hero could pull it out? Suddenly, her eyes widen. Elizabeth's vision expands, piercing through mountain ranges. Her gaze stretched across the vast, green meadows, finally stopping at a small, simple house. Elizabeth cheerfully said, Oh, so this is where you're hiding. Aha, she said, then immediately used her magic acupuncture technique, enforcing a forced teleportation spell. Magical symbols appeared around Elizabeth. Whiter panicked, saying, Lord Demon King. He ran toward Elizabeth, pleading, Please, let me stay by your side to serve you. His hand was about to touch Elizabeth, but she teleported just as Wielder tried to grab her. 7 gods spoke. Master, my master. Elizabeth, in the newcomer's village, there's a small house with a fertile field, sitting in the midst of a vast meadow. There, a young man was wiping away sweat. He was the legendary hero. Holding a hoe as he tilled the land, he said farming was a joy. Let me tell you a bit about him. My name is Lac Ben. In reality, I'm just an ordinary office worker, leading an ordinary life. I'm not fond of playing games or watching anime. My only hobby, if you could call it that, is watching short videos on my way to work. Lac Ben was watching a video of a farmer demonstrating how to work the fields. He scrolled down and found a video showing the process of making snail noodles. Then scrolled again to see another video. This time, it was about a rabbit that seemed to have heatstroke, and someone in the video decided to take it to the riverside. Admiringly, Lac Ben muttered, "How wonderful it would be if I could live like this." Just as he finished speaking, he was transported to a strange world. Dragons flew through the skies above. Surrounding Lac Ben was a vast, boundless landscape. After that, I found myself in this world. He looked around, startled. Under the guidance of the newcomer system, I gradually learned basic survival skills here. In reality, I knew nothing about this otherworldly place. But it didn't matter. Wasn't this rural life exactly what I desired? Why did I feel so much healthier than when I was working? At that moment, a message popped up on the system board. "Hello, player. After completing this newcomer training period, you have met the conditions to leave the newcomer village. Begin your adventure." Lac Ben said, "Isn't it fine here? Why should I leave?" The system responded to him. "After leaving the newcomer village, you'll meet all kinds of people in this world. You can become their disciple, learn swordsmanship and various magic skills, become a legendary hero, and defeat the Demon King. Begin your adventure." But Lac Ben replied, "But I have no interest in killing any Demon King. I just want to live here. Can't I?" The system was taken aback by his response, answering him, "Of course not. The player's mission is to defeat the Demon King. Begin your adventure." The system repeatedly urged Lac Ben to start his journey, but he ignored it. The system continuously urges me to leave the newcomer village and embark on an adventure. Yet it seems unable to do anything but display pop-up windows. No matter what kind of Demon King he is, I'll just keep living like this. Because here, there's a special time barrier that completely conceals the novice village, ensuring safety. Moreover, within the barrier, time seems to extend beyond the usual 24 hours a day. This allows me to do more of the things I enjoy. Every day, Lac Ben plows the fields. Sometimes he goes hunting. Lac Ben might even create things in his free time, or meditate on occasion, even though I still don't know anything about swords or magic. For someone like me who doesn't enjoy adventuring, those things aren't important at all. By exchanging points from new quests, I am gradually building my ideal countryside home from scratch. Until one day, the system suddenly encountered an error. Before it disappeared, the system even wished for Lac Ben to be defeated by the Demon King soon. And just like that, one day the system malfunctioned and vanished. Lac Ben only laughed and said, "Well, good riddance." He took off his hat as his stomach growled, saying, "Busy all day, and now even my stomach is protesting." He moved over to the logs and muttered, "It seems like we're running low on firewood. Better gather some stones as well." Then he added, "Oh right, I left Dyed Track in the forest this morning while chopping wood." Dyed Track is his axe. Suddenly, a thunderstorm rolled across the sky. Lac Ben looked up in bewilderment and sighed. "Oh, come on." At that moment, Elizabeth began emerging from the eye of the storm. She arrogantly announced, "I have found you, legendary hero." Elizabeth froze when she saw Lac Ben hurriedly running away, shouting, "Why is it raining all of a sudden? My clothes, and my dried fish." Ah! Elizabeth was left speechless. With one hand, Lac Ben grabbed the string of dried fish hanging on the rack. The sky had grown dark, as if a heavy rain was about to pour down. He clutched a pile of dried clothes in one hand, and the string of dried fish and sausages in the other. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Phew, thank goodness I got them in time, otherwise, I'd have to throw them all away." From afar, a continuous barking sound echoed. Woof 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 woof. A robotic dog came racing towards its owner. It was Vong Thai, Lac Ben's robotic companion in this desolate place. Vong Thai, thrilled to see his owner, leapt up in joy, circling around his feet, his face brimming with happiness. Seeing him approach, Lac Ben looked down and said, "Vong Thai, Don't play around now. It's about to rain. Let's get home. The two of them played together under the sky, with Vong Thai barking loudly, making his owner feel slightly overwhelmed by the scene. Lac Bin, holding his belongings in one hand and a bucket of fish in the other, struggled to keep up with Vong Thai. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching Lac Bin's attention. He lifted his head and saw something descending from the misty sky. Six Ding looked puzzled and spoke up. Fortune, what is that thing in the sky? On Fortune's side, the little dog was in constant panic, its body trembling and reacting sluggishly. How dare you call me a thing up in the sky? A voice thundered. A woman appeared, with wings that seemed to span across the entire sky. She looked down with an arrogant expression, arms crossed, revealing a perfectly toned body dressed in attire befitting a demon king. Seeing this, Six Ding below immediately fell into fear, stammering, sorry, I couldn't see clearly just now," waving his hands nervously to dismiss any misunderstanding, his face betraying evident fear of the stranger. At this moment, a stream of golden magic appeared in Elizabeth's hand, her face showing a hint of pride as she spoke. First, I must confirm something. Then, with her finger pointed downward, loud explosive sounds roared as her attack shot toward Six Ding at lightning speed. Seeing this, he was instantly terrified, dropping everything he held in his hands and exclaiming in panic, "Wait a minute, what on earth are you talking about?" Six Ding immediately raised his hands to shield himself, his face full of fear. Suddenly, Elizabeth muttered in confusion, "Huh?" while her eyes fixed on him. At that moment, a powerful aura enveloped Six Ding's entire body, a terrifying force that even deflected Elizabeth's powerful attack. Standing in the center of this energy, a massive whirlwind formed, and a sword suddenly appeared within Six Ding's reach. Seeing it, he stretched out his hand to grab it tightly. Holding the sword, he steadied himself, now exuding a menacing aura. With a solemn expression, he swung the sword downward, its tip pointing toward the ground as golden light radiated from it, making the scene increasingly stifling. Out of nowhere, something flew into his hand. He shook his hand vigorously, his face puzzled as he swung the sword up and down, muttering, "What's going on?" His face filled with confusion. He glanced towards Elizabeth, whose face was now twisted in irritation. Clenching her teeth, she thought to herself, the holy sword outer recognized him, so there can't be a mistake. But his magic sensing ability is even lower than that of ordinary soldiers. Could he be hiding his true power? She spoke coldly, "I am the strongest demon king in history. Elizabeth, today, I'm here to destroy you completely." As she said this, a deep red magic circle appeared in her hand, adorned with large rings and various symbols surrounding it. Her expression turned icy as she glared towards him. Hearing this, Six Ding's face showed outright terror, and he immediately clasped his head in his hands, stammering in fear, Demon King, why have you come to my home? I've never even left this place." At this moment, Fortune stepped bravely forward. The little dog barked loudly, "Woof woof," towards her. Seeing this, Six Ding's face grew tense, and he shouted, "Be quiet, you stupid dog, stop provoking her." In the sky, numerous magic circles appeared, and Elizabeth unleashed the spell, Abyss Magic, with the circles crashing into one another, creating massive sound waves. Whirlwinds began to emerge, sweeping up everything with a terrifying power. Elizabeth's attack came swiftly. A giant rock she summoned appeared behind her. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Six Ding's expression turned to one of pure fear. "I understand now," he muttered. As the system predicted, the meeting between the hero and the demon queen was inevitable. Even though he had never left the beginner's village, this thought crossed his mind, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Vong Thai barked loudly and continuously, while on the other side, Luke Den immediately dropped his sword, throwing it to the ground, saying, "Then there's nothing left to say." He turned his body back towards the house with a frightened expression, his entire body trembling as he took slow steps. Vong Thai kept looking up at the sky and barking loudly. Behind him, Elizabeth's magic kept growing stronger, and Luke Bin hurried inside, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Dolan thought in fear, "Up to now, I'm still a novice, but the boss has come knocking. So, aside from accepting fate, what else can I do?" As he reached the door, he grabbed the handle, looked back, and thought, perhaps it's time to be content. He started to push the door open and stepped inside, his face devoid of vitality, his head filled with the thought, "I have no regrets, for I lived happily here." He took one last look, thinking, let this place return to nothing with me. Bang! The door closed loudly as Luke Din shut it firmly. On Elizabeth's side, seeing this, she grew frustrated and thought angrily. No, what was the meaning behind that smirk he just gave me? From her perspective, Luke Bin had looked at her with a disdainful smile, throwing her a glance as if to say, just bring it on. She was incensed, shouting with a tone that sounded ready for battle. Wondering, is he really this arrogant? Pointing her finger forward, she screamed, die already. At that moment, countless attacks surged towards Luke Din's house, carrying immense power and closing in on their target. Feeling the impending danger, Vong Thai's eyes began to glow as rows of mathematical formulas appeared in its vision. With countless characters materializing, the attack rushed forward at high speed, many times larger than Luke Din's home, sending earth and stones flying high into the sky. Once calculations were complete, Vong Thai's brain finished the computation, and its eyes glowed red. A series of clicks and clacks resounded as compartments on Vong Thai's side opened, revealing what looked like a large jet-powered weapon. The massive engine activated in combat mode, and a missile emerged from Vong Thai's back. A barrage of jet-powered weapons launched as the missile took off immediately. The sky lit up brightly from the explosion. The rumbling sounds echoed continuously. A massive explosion occurred, blocking Elizabeth's attack. Wong Kai stood below, his eyes fixed upwards, barking non-stop. Seeing this, Elizabeth let out a smug smile and spoke with a disdainful tone. So, I was wondering why a legendary hero could be so arrogant. It turns out you have a magical artifact capable of releasing spiritual energy. But in front of me, everything is inferior. As she finished speaking, she channeled her magical energy into both hands. Her face showed a hint of contempt. Her gaze sharpened as she looked downward. Dark wind and energy swirled around her, engulfing her entire body. Boom, boom, the waves of attacks rang out fiercely. The pressure from her magic forcefully pressed down on the ground, with dust and debris flying everywhere. A large orb created by Elizabeth's magic appeared in the sky. She was gradually charging her devastating magic spell, forming a powerful attack. Dust and violent winds whirled around. At this moment, Elizabeth declared, I'm done experimenting with you. So, let it end here. With those words, her gaze turned disdainfully downward. She raised one hand, preparing to unleash her attack toward Wong Kai below. A powerful spell was cast. Blasting through the sky, the purple light enveloped the orb, drawing it closer to the ground. On Wong Kai's side, the little dog displayed countless characters in his mind. Thousands of numerical sequences appeared. As he completed his calculations with a slightly dazed expression, Wong Kai immediately generated an energy field surrounding his area. His eyes turned a blood-red color as he opened his mouth, a dark light forming within. Gradually, it condensed into a small orb. Wong Kai was building up an attack, his gaze fixed directly at Elizabeth, his expression slightly fearsome. A sound of attack resounded as the small dog unleashed a strike toward the approaching force. The dark-colored attack shot up, colliding with her spell, but compared to Elizabeth's high-level magical power, Wong Kai's attack was insignificant. Seeing this, she spoke with a cold tone. Worthless. Wong Kai's attack clashed with the seismic force, emitting a fading sound. Disappear quietly along with this quake, Elizabeth said smugly, a disdainful smile on her face. The seismic orb continued to grow larger over time, resembling a cosmic black hole, a spell of enormous size heading straight downward. Its destructive force generated lightning. The sky around it was covered by this attack. Blue light radiated from it, spreading everywhere. A black energy stream shot directly toward the core of the attack, carrying immense destructive power. Suddenly, Elizabeth's attack dissipated into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The clear blue sky, with wisps of white clouds, reappeared. For a moment, the attack vanished into the air. Witnessing what was unfolding before her, Elizabeth became alarmed, unable to believe what she was seeing, her eyes wide with astonishment. The world-ending magic of mine, it has been broken? As this thought raced through her mind, her face turned rigid, beads of sweat trickling down. Her eyes, wide open, wondered, what exactly is he doing in there? Her gaze fixed on the small, modest house of Six Ding and his dog, Fortune. The window of his house glowed with a golden hue, its simplicity adding to the cozy feel of everything around. Inside the house, Six Ding stared blankly forward, hands gripping his blanket tightly, and murmured, So, It's finally here? I've come to terms with it. Outside, a pair of red shoes gradually approached the lush green grass. She landed gently. Fortune, the dog, immediately rushed forward, barking loudly at the woman standing before him. A series of woof, woof, woof echoed through the air. Elizabeth was hovering opposite this small dog, gazing at it for a long time. Fortune continued to bark and snarl. Arf, arf, stop, stop, arf, stop. His eyes were filled with anger. Then he let out a resounding woof in her direction. Seeing this, Elizabeth placed her hand on her forehead. With a slight smirk, she chuckled softly. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. She laughed. To think that I instead am the one being looked down upon. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with a dangerous aura. Her pupils, red as blood, radiating an eerie sense. Her hand clenched tightly. A crack, crack sound reverberating as her wings slightly trembled. With a sudden thrust, the two wings on Elizabeth's back unfolded widely. Smoke billowed, obscuring the entire view around. As whirlwinds began to arise, her entire body shrouded in the haze. At that moment, she spoke in a cold tone. Don't get so cocky just yet. After all, up to now, I haven't even used more than 30% of my power. Ah, she growled. You insolent creature, daring to make me tremble. Elizabeth let out a furious scream, her body transforming into a demonic form, her face contorting, becoming the visage of a true demon. Her eyes blazed with fury, her mouth opening wide to reveal sharp fangs within. Magic radiated wildly in all directions, the sheer force of the wind slashing through the air below. Fortune, in battle mode, equipped with jet engines, was rooted to the spot, staring at the scene unfolding before him. Elizabeth's entire being was enveloped in deadly bloodlust. Her two mighty wings fully spread. An intense wind began to stir, followed by a loud boom, as if the sky itself had endured a massive quake. Thick smoke billowed uncontrollably, and purple light from her attack flared out in every direction. Time passed, and an hour later, inside the house, on a soft bed, Din was enjoying a deep sleep. Suddenly, he jolted awake from a broken dream. His eyes slowly opened, and he mumbled to himself. Am I dead? He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and pinched himself hard, murmuring with a soft chuckle. Ha ha. The scene shifted to the living room, where everything was neatly arranged in an orderly manner. Isn't this my house? He muttered, his tone tinged with surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His feet touched the floor with a soft thud, and he gulped nervously, thinking, there doesn't seem to be any noise outside. He reached for the door handle with trembling hands, thinking to himself, but that demon king must still be out there, waiting for me in that creepy form. Fear washed over his face as he cautiously cracked open the door and peeked outside. Outside, the scene was in a state of chaos. Thick clouds of smoke filled the air. Amidst the center of it all was a vague, blurry figure, Elizabeth, appearing with a furious expression, her body covered in injuries. Her eyes burned with rage, and her face showed sheer brutality. In her hand, she was gripping Vong Thai's head, and his body trembled violently. Sparks crackled in the air, powerful currents of electricity surging outward. The Demon King's hand gripped Vong Thai's head tightly, causing the protective glass layer to crack instantly. Witnessing the situation unfolding before him, Din yelled out, Vong Thai. Elizabeth's strength was immense. With a loud crack, she caused the robot dog to burst and collapse completely. She tossed the robot dog aside, then took determined steps toward her opponent. Her face twisted in anger as she said, I'm sorry, but I've destroyed the magical artifact you possessed. With her body covered in injuries and dark energy radiating thickly around her. Elizabeth's words sent Din into a panic. He stammered, no. See, can we just sit down and talk calmly? Demon King? Elizabeth, clad in battle armor with a pair of sharp horns on her head, spread her wings. Her entire body exuded a terrifying power. She spoke, sure, we can, after I've killed you. She thought to herself, how absurd. He forced me to fight with all my might. Is this the end foretold in the prophecy? Worry creased Elizabeth's sweat-dotted face. Suddenly, the Demon King collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, dust scattering in all directions. Lac Bin, startled by the sight, gasped and hurriedly rushed to support her, carefully helping her sit up in his arms. He asked tenderly, are you okay? The long horns on her head were slowly vanishing, as was her battle armor. Lac Bin was thrown into a panic as he noticed each layer of clothing disappearing. He looked around, flustered, exclaiming, Wait, what are you doing? Meanwhile, the Demon King remained motionless, eyes closed, as her clothing fully vanished, leaving her chest exposed in the smoky haze. The sight was enough to make Lac Bin's nose bleed. Before long, night had fallen. The golden moonlight shone high in the sky, and the owls on the branches began their nocturnal activities. It was now 9:30 p.m. The Demon King, Elizabeth, lay on a bed, her red hair spilled around her, and she was wearing a white t-shirt that reached down to her thighs. With her hands tied behind her, suddenly, she opened her eyes, turned over, tried to move, and thought to herself, so, I lost, and in such a disgraceful way. The Demon King managed to sit up and look behind her. Realizing that she had been bound, she thought, he didn't take the chance to kill me but chose to imprison me instead. Does he want to flaunt his power and prestige to the world? She tried to use her magic to unlock the iron cuffs on her wrists, but her spells couldn't break them. Feeling frustrated, Elizabeth muttered, another magic item I've never seen before. She looked around the room, wondering how much more strength he was hiding. On the table were chess pieces from a chess set and tarot cards. Elizabeth gazed at them, feeling puzzled. These strange things, they don't seem simple at all. He's far more sinister than I imagined. I've underestimated my enemy. Just then, Lac Bin opened the door and entered, holding some freshly cooked, steaming food. He spoke. Ah, you're awake. The Demon King immediately raised her voice, saying, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't think that I, a king, will ever bow down and beg for mercy. Those words made Lac Bin think. The Demon King is truly terrifying, but this is my one chance at survival, and I must seize it. Slightly sweating, he cautiously replied, well, maybe we could have a nice chat? Her hands, cuffed behind her, moved a little as he approached the table and set the food down, saying, oh, by the way, I only put the bracelet on you as a precaution. You know how terrifying you are. Then, nervously waving his hands, Lac Bin added, no, I mean, you know you're very strong. This left the Demon King utterly confused. Lac Bin continued, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I'll remove the cuffs now so we can talk properly. All right? But in Elizabeth's eyes, Lac Bin appeared to be the villain. His previous words seemed like an apology, and she wondered, did I really think I was strong enough to challenge this man of such courage? Lac Bin's face twisted into an evil grin, his smile stretching near his ears, his eyes wide as he said, big mistake. If you want to live, you'll comply with my demands. All of this led the Demon King to believe that Lac Bin was threatening her. He unlocked her handcuffs and said, all right, I'll remove the cuffs to prove I truly have no ill intentions. As promised, let's have a pleasant conversation, shall we? Meanwhile, the Demon King rubbed her wrists, which had been tightly bound, and thought, the outside world is very unfavorable to me right now, with powerful opponents everywhere, so, I'll endure this for now. But one day, I'll make him regret his arrogance. Contrary to what the Demon King believed, Lac Bin was trembling with fear and said, maybe you should rest first? He murmured to himself, surely, everyone must be curious why I didn't kill the Demon King while she was unconscious. Rubbing his head anxiously, his face showing fear and panic, he said, this is a world of swords and magic. It's normal for a Demon King to possess resurrection abilities. As for killing chickens or ducks to make soup, I can handle that, but killing people or the Demon King, I just can't. He drew a conclusion that seemed like a fundamental truth. Realizing that resolving conflicts between hero and demon didn't necessarily require a battle. Lac Bin, holding a rose in his mouth, said, if I can prove that I'm not a threat to her and become friends, then I can keep on living. Laughing at his own thoughts, Lac Bin grinned, but the Demon King cursed internally. Damn it, he's still mocking me. He reached out to pat Fortune, his loyal dog, which was now battered and bruised, and said, wealth has all turned rotten like this. Meanwhile, Elizabeth sat on a grand bed, her face tense as she looked at Lac Bin, then spoke, so, this is the most powerful magical artifact you have? She sounded doubtful, her gaze fixed on him. Hearing this, Lac Bin felt a bit confused, thinking, what magical artifact? I just live here doing some simple, boring stuff. Embarrassed, he replied, yeah, you could say that. Fortune here is something I created. Elizabeth then gave a smug smile, her eyes widening in disbelief, her face twisted with a fierce expression. eyebrows furrowing in clear anger. In her mind, she thought, "This time, you've underestimated me." Once the handcuffs were unlocked, she realized she could quietly utilize her dark magic, a limitless power source, to recover quickly. With his most powerful magical artifact now unprotected, Lac Bin was like someone who had lost both his left and right hands. The balance of power had shifted to her side. The Queen, Elizabeth, then stood up, her body moving deliberately with focused intent, and her face now reflected a hidden danger. She spoke with a chilling voice. "Sorry for ruining your toy." At this moment, the toy Lac Bin held in his hand had become visibly dirtied on the outside. Inside, there was an object he'd placed within the toy. Lac Bin replied, "It's okay, the memory card is still here." Meanwhile, Elizabeth continued to radiate a dense aura of murderous intent, red light emanating from her body, her gaze growing increasingly menacing, a savage smile forming on her lips. "Now," she sneered, "is the perfect moment for me to kill the so-called hero." You, Lac Bin, unaware of what was about to happen, looked down, his face sad, and murmured, "I guess this framework can't be fixed anymore." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the handle of a cupboard door, and with a creak, it opened. Inside, there were many toys neatly displayed on each shelf. Lac Bin, in a cheerful tone, exclaimed, "Look at all these toys. But I had prepared thoroughly long ago, so there's no need to worry." Elizabeth, seeing this, immediately froze in shock. She couldn't believe he had been prepared all along. A voice echoed, sounding hesitant, and Lac Bin's hand rested on the toy, which emitted a beep. He quickly inserted a memory card into the back of its head. The toy he held suddenly seemed to come to life. As soon as he pressed the power button, it sprang to life like a little puppy, hopping around in joy. Seeing this, Lac Bin remarked, "Having it around is fun, but sometimes it gets too mischievous. That's why I usually only turn on one to keep in the house." He chuckled, his expression turning slightly wild, a smile spreading that exuded a sense of fear in others. His eyes widened, filled with a sharp gaze. The little dog, meanwhile, was growling, baring its fangs, with eyes gleaming in a way that showed excitement, glowing red like blood. Elizabeth, witnessing the scene, grew terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed onto the bed, her gaze going blank at the sight. Suddenly, a white mist drifted in from somewhere. Elizabeth caught the scent, taking a deep breath to savor it, and asked, "What's that smell?" Glancing beside her, she saw Lac Bin, who replied, "Oh, I saw you fainted, so I made some food to warm you up." On the round table, 2 dishes were set, steaming hot, a simple beef porridge and dumplings, beautifully presented. Seeing the food, Elizabeth replied haughtily, "Only the weak need to eat. I, a soul queen, have reached a transcendent level, I don't need such things." But even as she spoke, her eyes widened in surprise, and her throat gulped involuntarily. At that moment, her stomach rumbled, filling the room with a soft, persistent sound. Elizabeth froze, embarrassed at the situation. Seeing this, Lac Bin joyfully said, "All of this was made from vegetables grown in my garden. All natural. Try a little." His face was full of anticipation, his eyes wide and sparkling. Hearing his invitation, Elizabeth picked up a plate. Looking at the table, slowly, she reached out, picking up a dumpling and bringing it close to her mouth. She took a small bite, chewing slowly, savoring the taste. As he watched her eat, Lac Bin was filled with nervous anticipation. His hands clenched tightly. He thought to himself, "Even though I have confidence in my cooking, she's the demon queen. Will she accept food from the beginner's village?" Elizabeth continued to pierce the dumplings with her fork, savoring each glossy bite, now having only a few left on the plate. Despite herself, the allure of the food was so strong that even the demon queen of the underworld couldn't resist. She bit into each piece delicately, clearly satisfied, thinking to herself, "With every bite, the sauce bursts in my mouth like fireworks. The natural flavor, without additives, and it even holds a high concentration of magical energy." Her face showed complete satisfaction, relaxed in the presence of such a rare delicacy in this world. "This is so delicious, I almost don't want to swallow this last bite," I thought to myself, feeling an intense craving for more. My throat gulped repeatedly. Suddenly, her eyes widened, growing larger and larger, as if something inside her was tearing her apart. The sound of her heartbeat resounded powerfully, thumping repeatedly in her mind. An erupting sensation surged within her body, bringing an intoxicating warmth. Sweat began to pour down her body, her voice trembling as she muttered, Too hot. Elizabeth gasped, visibly distressed. She clenched her legs tightly. Her voice filled with pain as she asked, What did you put in this food? Witnessing the scene before him, Lac Bin panicked, nervously biting his fingers, and blurted out, I just seasoned it to my own taste. So I added a few chili peppers. So, the Demon Queen can't handle spicy food? Hearing this, Elizabeth's eyes dimmed, and she thought to herself, I knew it, he has bad intentions. This despicable hero wants to use me as an experiment. Suddenly, a thought struck Lac Bin, and he spoke up. Oh, right, porridge with minced pork, mild and cooling, with a hint of delight on his face. He reached toward the dish on the table, looking pleased with himself. Elizabeth, panting from exhaustion, glanced over at the bowl of porridge placed nearby, thinking, poison on one hand, antidote on the other, treating me like a toy in his hands now. The strange sensation inside her felt unbearably uncomfortable. Damn it. Then, she approached the steaming bowl of porridge, stirring it with a spoon. On Lac Bin's side, he stood watching her intently. Elizabeth lifted the spoon to her lips, the glossy texture of the porridge stirring her appetite. She began eating, the warmth filling her mouth, and suddenly her eyes widened in astonishment. It was as if she couldn't believe what she was experiencing. A peaceful sensation spread through her soul, like warm breezes and gentle, drifting white clouds softly caressing her. Elizabeth's entire being seemed to drift into a state of tranquility, floating effortlessly, her eyes closing as she felt a comforting aura surround her. Each drop of warmth settled, and she sighed with gentle ease. Her gaze softened, her thoughts calm. This sense of peace is so pleasant. Her entire body seemed to float freely, with a soothing calm filling her mind. She felt as though all worries had faded away. Ruling the world, being a demon queen, heroes and troubles, they no longer mattered to her. She let go of everything, basking in peace. And with this newfound realization, she finally discovered something about herself. Her entire body gradually sank deeply into this serenity. The sky's scenery made everything around seem gentle and soft. Elizabeth thought to herself, realizing how small she truly was. Reaching a new level, she sat on the vast, empty bed, her hair gently lifting into the air. Closing her eyes, she felt every movement of the surrounding air. Blue glimmers of light flickered constantly, and her thoughts drifted. Could it be that I advanced through realms, just from someone else's food? Under the stimulation of these two opposing forces, my power has once again broken through and elevated. She raised her hands and stared at them intently, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then, her gaze shifted to Lac Bin, and she spoke. Stop pretending. What is it that you truly want? Surprised by her question, Lac Bin flinched and replied, I just wanted us to study the possibility of coexistence between the Demon King and the hero. As he spoke, he scratched his head, a shy smile appearing on his face. Hearing his words, Elizabeth thought to herself, so, he finally speaks the truth. I am the only one in this world worthy of becoming his research subject. He continued, I'm here to help you grow stronger and, eventually, to defeat me. In Lac Bin's mind, he saw Elizabeth as a tiny figure, fitting in the palm of his hand, a miniature form compared to his inner self. He voiced, would it be possible? I'll serve you delicious food that I make. His face showed a hint of fear, glancing at her with uncertainty. Hearing this, Elizabeth's expression grew irritated, her gaze sharpening as she stared him down. She thought to herself, should I kill him? He dared to insult me as a demon. With a sinister chuckle, if you want to become stronger, I can help you. I look forward to seeing if you can defeat me. The image of Lac Bin, looking like a twisted figure, emerged in her mind. He stuck his tongue out with a wicked grin. Thinking of this, Elizabeth felt exhausted, closed her eyes, and said, forget it. Hearing her say this, Lac Bin became anxious, muttering, forget it? In his mind, he worried, she's going to kill me. Suddenly, Elizabeth climbed onto the bed, stood tall, and looked down with a proud expression. Pointing at Lac Bin, she said, you speak well, I can agree to your conditions. But make it clear, it's not because I fear you. Besides, it may bring me closer to peak power. Hearing this, Lac Bin thought, fear me? Fear me for what? But she's the greatest, even if she says so. His gaze filled with worry. And at that moment, Elizabeth's body became enveloped in a dark aura. Strength poured from both her hands. Sharp claws pointed upwards, radiating power. Her expression showed clear menace as she spoke in a tone that felt like a threat. She said, "And don't think I'll show mercy to you. I live here, and my dignity will never be violated." As she spoke, the veins on her face began to rise. Her piercing gaze fixed straight ahead. And she continued, "If not, I will stop at nothing to destroy you." Hearing these words, Lac Bin's entire body began to tremble. His eyes filled with a hint of fear. He raised his hands as if trying to calm her down, replying in a very frightened tone, "I understand, so let's try to live in harmony together. Okay?" Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's gaze tightened, showing her discomfort. She shouted at Lac Bin, pointing straight at him, saying, "If you want to research something, come here. I want all the delicious food too." Hearing this, Lac Bin responded, "Gee, got it." The two of them continued talking inside the house. While outside, the night sky covered everything around them. Nearby, a beautiful sword was placed neatly by a tree, adding a dreamy touch to the scene. Time passed quickly, and a year later, a hand was gripping the sword. With a swift motion, the sword was raised high, followed by a sound as it slashed across a log, splitting it cleanly in two. At a small house, Lac Bin stood in the yard, repeatedly swinging the sword to split dry firewood. His mind was filled with many thoughts as he pondered, "What should I do now? Things are getting complicated." A barrier had been erected around the house to protect it from any external forces. He thought, ever since the Demon King invaded and broke the protective barrier of Willow New Village. Time here has nearly synchronized with the outside world. His gaze remained unfazed, his face reflecting a deep, contemplative expression. Time is nothing. Without the barrier, Willow New Village will lose its ability to hide. And because of the wild beasts outside, seeing these monsters appear nearby, it seems like things are no longer simple. In his mind, he envisioned fierce beasts continuously flying around, and the sound of chopping wood echoed. The sword swung down with a strong impact, and Lac Bin, holding a log, stacked it with the others. As he worked, he wiped the sweat from his brow, showing a bit of weariness but forcing a small smile. It's only because the Demon King is here that they don't dare approach. That doesn't mean that once the Demon King leaves. Just then, from inside the house, Elizabeth's voice suddenly called out. Catching his attention, she shouted outside, "Lac Bin, it's time for lunch. Why isn't there any food yet?" Hearing this, he quickly rushed inside, responding, "Oh, alright, I'll start cooking right away." Lac Bin's mind was filled with worry, and sweat beaded on his brow as he thought anxiously about his own safety. He pondered, "So I really need her protection." In the living room, Xiao Bai was leisurely watching TV, munching on potato chips, having indulged in too much food. Her plump belly was full of fat, yet Tiu Bok showed no concern. She leisurely put a potato chip into her mouth and chewed. This girl had a very relaxed way of lying down, one hand propped under her chin while the other hand continuously reached for snacks to eat. Her gaze was fixed on the TV as she muttered, "These tapes are getting boring. Doesn't the system have anything new?" Meanwhile, Lac Bin, looking like a true homemaker in his apron, was setting the food down and replied, "The system disappeared a while ago. Come here, lunch is ready." At his words, Tiu Bok finally sat up. In an instant, she switched to an imposing stance, yet still held on to the bag of potato chips. Her round body turned to the kitchen and answered, "Coming, just wait a second." With her index finger, she drew a circle in midair, creating a small, glowing ring that seemed like a spell. Immediately, her appearance transformed. Two small bat wings emerged from her back. Honestly, these wings didn't suit her body type, but they flapped, lifting her whole body and flying her over to the dining table. Lac Bin stood there, stunned by the scene. She furrowed her brows, eyes filled with a threatening look, and pointed a chip at him, interrogating, "Is there poison in these potato chips you gave me? I keep feeling lazier and lazier the more I eat." Her blood-red eyes held a mix of 30% annoyance and 70% suspicion. She thought to herself, under the guise of delicious food, is he trying to poison me slowly with something that would make me lethargic? Dream on. Lac Bin, setting up an array of very appetizing dishes, could only let out a resigned sigh and explained, "Potatoes are high in calories. Eating a lot can easily lead to fat accumulation, making you naturally feel sluggish." At that, Tiu Bok suddenly noticed her cute, chubby belly and, with a bewildered look, mumbled, "Fat?" She then gave it a little pinch. A moment later, she snapped her fingers to cast a deep enchantment spell. Her body floated slightly above the ground as a ruby-colored glow surrounded her. With the attribute transformation spell, her whole figure changed dramatically in an instant, becoming slim and irresistibly attractive. In no time, a stunning beauty stood before Lac Bin, each curve seductive, especially her gaze, which held a hint of detachment. She spoke in an almost mocking tone. The excess fat in me has been converted into magic power. Lac Bin was left completely shocked, his face blank with no expression. Inwardly, he marveled. Incredible. So magic power can even be used this way. Tiu Bok, now leaning against the dining table with her chin resting on her hand, looked smug. Ha, another one of your schemes foiled. Feeling disappointed? He sat meekly across from her, trembling slightly and forcing an awkward smile. Ha ha, whatever you say, let's eat. The beautiful woman before him looked delighted with the array of dishes. With utensils in both hands and her eyes shining, she couldn't resist exclaiming, "Wow, today's lunch really suits my taste. I won't hold back." Then, she devoured the food with the efficiency of a high-powered absorption machine. He continued to fill his mouth with spoonfuls, one after another. Witnessing this, Lac Bin immediately reminded him, "Hey, slow down a bit." He looked at him with a slightly exasperated expression and said, "You look like you just lost a fortune in oil or rice." Resting his chin on his hand, he added reluctantly, "If there's not enough, I'll just work harder to earn more. Eating a bit more is fine." Deep down, though, there was a sense of helplessness. It seemed like, for the foreseeable future, he'd still have to live alongside the Demon King. Xiao Bai held a spoon in his mouth, his eyes fixed on Lac Bin as he pondered the latter's intentions. Perhaps due to his overly imaginative nature, he pictured Lac Bin as a devil holding a little piglet, preparing to fatten it up before slaughter. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman suddenly slammed her hands on the table in anger, causing the plates to shake. Lac Bin spoke up, "There's still dessert. I'll get it for you." However, Xiao Bai was now fuming, lost in his own runaway thoughts. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he ground his teeth continuously. "Enough. You're still treating me like a pig? This past year, I've made 10 breakthroughs. No matter what, I now have the power to challenge you. Let's settle this once and for all." At that moment, he pulled an enticing dessert plate from the refrigerator, announcing to those at the table, "This is the pudding, Elizabeth's favorite, with a soul made for indulgence." Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled as if he had found a treasure. The plate of pudding, topped with a cherry, seemed to radiate a shimmering effect. In an instant, his fury transformed into childlike delight, as if he'd just been given candy. Xiao Bai jumped up in joy and ordered, "Hurry, bring it to me." Lac Bin looked at her with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, this Demon King isn't too hard to care for. Just feed her at the right time, and she'll settle down." Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was on the run, casting tense glances over his shoulder, appearing worried about something. Holding his daughter Afini's hand tightly, he sprinted with all his might. Dark shadows trailed behind them, their figures resembling reapers clad in black cloaks and wearing eerie masks. Sharp claws emerged from their sleeves, accompanied by frightening shrieks. One of them leapt forward, aiming to attack the man and his daughter from above. Observing the creature's extended claws, the man grew even more anxious. Space began to fracture, with black cracks materializing around them, relentlessly closing in on Afini and her father. Terrified, he noticed the demon's spatial fissures closing in from all directions. Despite their efforts to escape, one masked figure let out a chilling scream and reached his hand into a nearby black rift. Suddenly, a clawed hand appeared from behind him, emerging from the tear in space. Dangerously close, numerous barriers blocked every possible escape route for the father and daughter, who trembled as they dodged the creature's attacks but found themselves trapped within the confined space. Sir Noter quickly drew the large sword from his back, slashing in several directions to break the formation. The surroundings returned to normal, but he was visibly exhausted. With clenched teeth and a fierce gaze of determination, he turned to his daughter and said, "Wait a bit longer, Lip. When father holds them back, you must keep running toward the town for safety," he urged. Fini, eyes brimming with tears of bitterness, protested, "I can't leave you behind. Father, how could LX abandon you?" He surveyed their surroundings cautiously, ready to defend against any sudden attacks, before softly advising, "Listen to father. I promised your mother that I'd protect you well." The demon, after having its spatial rift shattered, was unrelenting. Launching another assault, it raised its sharp, black hand surrounded by flickering blue flames. Soon, a massive, blazing orb appeared in its grasp, with horrifying faces clearly visible within. This was the fearsome, two-eyed demon flame. Mr. Tho emitted a radiant golden glow, exuding an intense battle aura as he shouted, "I must use my strongest move to end this quickly." Swinging his massive sword, he created a powerful slash aimed at the demon's fiery orb. He called this move, Hero's Slash. With sheer force, the fireball and the demon were swiftly sliced in two, falling to the ground in halves. Another demon, seeing its companion split like an apple, was stunned. Mr. Tho reached out toward the two halves of the defeated demon, which immediately flew toward another demon in the group. The new demon, sensing something, let out a low growl. Under its mask, a greenish substance began to emerge, absorbing the fallen demon's remains. Resembling slime, the demon roared in satisfaction as both beings fused into a grotesque hybrid. A new mask forming as its entire body became engulfed in mesmerizing blue flames. Nearby, Fini raised her bow, ready to shoot, her determination to fight as strong as her father's. With a steady voice, she declared, "No matter what, I won't leave you, father." She released the bowstring, sending a jade-green arrow flying forward in a brilliant streak. The arrow shot toward the last demon in the group, who, despite witnessing the fusion of its comrades, now felt anxious, realizing the opponent's power was beyond measure. Preparing his sword, Mr. Tho advised, "These dark guild fiends are too strong for you. I don't know how long I can hold them back. You must run." The third demon slammed its green hands into the lush grasslands as if to unleash something powerful. It leapt off the ground, the impact cracking the earth beneath its feet and sending dust billowing. In a flash, it was before Mr. Tho, fist raised, making a low, whum sound. Caught off guard, he could only raise his massive sword to defend. The demon's blow landed with overwhelming force, sending Mr. Tho flying across the ground, eventually slamming against a large rock with a deafening crash. Then falling silent, his eyes turned white, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fini screamed in panic, "Father!" Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. Even though he was exhausted and on the brink of death, the boundless love of a father still drove him to worry and tell his children, "Don't mind me, hurry and run." At that moment, the demon took a leap forward, once again launching itself toward the two figures who had just merged a few minutes earlier and were now standing as mere spectators nearby. The green fluid reappeared, slowly binding their separate bodies together. Gradually, all three began absorbing each other, merging even as they trembled. A new body started to form, though the black cloak no longer fit, revealing broad shoulders and powerful muscles. A new body had taken shape, with just a single piece of cloth for covering as before. The three masks merged into one, arranged neatly. This new form was much larger than before. Seemingly immensely satisfied, it let out a ferocious roar in front of the father and child. Seeing her beloved father lying gravely injured and unconscious beside her, Afini widened her eyes, witnessing the terrifying scene. She whimpered, pleading, "Please, I'll go with you, just spare my father." But, unfortunately, her opponent wasn't human and couldn't understand speech. This strange green amalgam simply opened its gaping mouth and screamed in a horrifying manner. In the young girl's eyes, fear and despair intertwined. She looked up wide-eyed, questioning her fate. Is this the end? The demon prepared to strike. Its hands were wrapped securely in emerald green flames, beautiful yet deadly, poised at the decisive moment between life and death. Suddenly, a gigantic pillar from the heavens descended, crushing the creature flat like a mosquito on the ground. The tremendous impact sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere, making it hard to see. Afini struggled to sit her father up, shielding her face from the intense dust. After a moment, she managed to squint her eyes open to observe what was happening. And what she saw left her in shock. Her eyes widened, her face pale with disbelief. Amidst the clear blue sky and fresh sunlight, stood a massive, hairy mammoth with extraordinarily unique tusks. Its enormous body blocked a large part of the sky. It was the mighty Lord Mammoth. The demon, now crushed and unable to rise, had no choice but to accept its doom. At the top of the mammoth's head was a small, impressively styled house, with a bell hanging from the roof that gently swayed from the impact. A frog sage holding a staff stepped out, looking around with a slight smile of satisfaction, expressing his approval. A tiny house also appeared above his head, indicating there might be someone living there, prompting the frog sage to murmur. The main threat has been neutralized. What shall we do with these two harmless humans? From within the house, a tiny object began moving forward, a mini-robot dog named Vong Thai wagging his short tail with a dignified air as he replied. Harming humans is unnecessary. I will bring them to the master for judgment. Pephany squeezed her eyes shut, writhing in discomfort. Suddenly, drenched in sweat, she sat up with a scream. A monster. Taphany panted heavily, slowly becoming aware of her surroundings. She realized she was lying in a hospital bed. Alone, she looked around, bewildered, wondering, where on earth am I? And where is my father? She recalled the recent battle, remembering how her father had been gravely injured. She worried that if treatment wasn't done quickly, it might be too late. Taphany quickly got off the hospital bed, jumped to the floor, and darted toward the door. Thinking, father must hold on, she flung the door open, yelling, Father! But instead of seeing her poor father suffering from severe injuries, as she had imagined, what she saw was her father flexing his muscles in the yard. His wounds already healed. Aini was baffled, frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. Lac Ben, seeing Doctor with his muscular build, admired. Oh, uncle, you must have spent a lot of time training to get like this. Joker, pleased with the compliment, tried to maintain his composure, saying, as a warrior, physical fitness is of utmost importance. Elizabeth looked at them in annoyance, while Lac Ben gazed at Rother with admiration, saying, is this what a warrior from another world is like? So impressive. Fortune, seeing Lac Ben so happy, ran around him, barking excitedly, as if wanting to join in the joy. Already irritated by Rother and Lac Ben, Elizabeth could no longer stand it when Fortune joined the noise as well. She kicked Fortune hard, sending him flying across the yard, his body hitting the ground and skidding to a halt. Elizabeth approached Fortune and angrily said, who gave you permission, you foolish dog, to bring these idle people here? Fortune, trembling, looked away and whimpered softly. Lac Ben poked Rother's muscles, looking at him with admiration, exclaiming, so strong, so firm. Seeing Lac Ben's admiration, Rother puffed up with pride. If you like it so much, Mr. Lac Ben, then I won't hold back. He activated his full warrior spirit, his body expanding and his clothes ripping, revealing even more defined muscles. Lac Ben's eyes sparkled at Rother's powerful physique, and Rother, seeing Lac Ben's fascination, struck even more poses to show off his muscles. Aini, blushing, stammered and asked, Father, what are you doing? Puth, seeing Aini's gaze on him, froze. Lac Ben, clueless about what was happening, watched as Rother, startled, asked, you're awake? He then signaled to Aini with his eyes, as if to say, I'm trying to impress these saviors. Seeing that Aini still seemed confused about why they were here, Lac Ben prepared to explain, but suddenly Elizabeth appeared. She wedged herself between them, glaring at Aini with disdain, and said, since you're awake, hurry up and leave. Elizabeth emitted an oppressive aura, intimidating Aini. I'm warning you, she said, moving closer, pressing her chest against Aini's armor, and glaring down at her as though facing a foe. I was here first. Aini, terrified, couldn't speak. Seeing Elizabeth scare Aini, Lac Ben stepped in to defuse the situation, patting Elizabeth on the back, as if to tell her to stop, saying, well, since we have guests, let's all go inside and talk. The four of them entered the house, where Lac Ben poured tea for Rother and Aini. Apologizing, I'm really sorry, we don't have much out here in the countryside to offer you. This is barley tea I roasted myself. Please, have some. Aini picked up the teacup, staring at it intently, and asked, Rother, father, is this the miracle drink you said would instantly heal wounds? Lac Ben scratched his head with a laugh, saying, haha, that's an exaggeration. Earlier, I just gave you cold spring water. Elizabeth, sitting beside him, sulked, thinking that Lac Ben had brought these two here, just to conduct more wicked experiments on them. Afterward, she thought that maybe she still hadn't truly satisfied Lac Ben. She sighed when she saw how humble Lac Ben was and said, although I wasn't fully aware at the time, I vaguely remember that Lac Ben was working very hard in the fields. Vong Thai found the two of them and brought them back to help. Lac Ben noticed that Gatu was severely injured, so he gave him a little water to drink. Suddenly, Gatu revived, His energy fully restored as if he had never been injured. His wounds disappeared from his body. After explaining what had happened, Gut2 turned to Lac Bin, deeply grateful. If Lac Bin hadn't helped him, he might never have had the chance to see his daughter again. Aini, hearing Gut2's story, was very touched. She lifted her teacup, inhaled its fragrance, and asked, "Something this precious, can we really drink it?" Seeing their modesty, Lac Bin laughed heartily and said, "You two adventurers certainly know how to talk. Really, there's no need to be so polite." "Haha, thank you, Mr. Lac Bin," they said, raising their teacups. Just after taking a single sip, Gut2's eyes widened in surprise. Aini's did the same, and suddenly their bodies began to glow, light pouring out from their eyes and mouths. A field of rice appeared before them, and they felt as if they were lying in a soft, endless expanse of grain. Gut2 felt his soul being freed, and tears of happiness fell like birds flying toward freedom. Both Lot 2 and Aini felt a deep sense of liberation, as if they had been saved. They lay on the vast rice field under the radiant twilight, feeling as if this experience was something otherworldly, not something mere mortals could create. After finishing their tea, Gut2 instantly leveled up from a 3-star mage to a 4-star grand mage. Meanwhile, Aini rose from a 1-star mage to a 1-star grand mage. They felt immensely satisfied, their magic power having broken through and advanced directly. Even Aini's mother's elven blood awakened, causing her ears to change shape. Both of them sighed with relief, saying, after experiencing this enlightenment, nothing else matters anymore. Seeing them like this, Lac Bin felt confused. He intended to pour them another cup, but before he could finish his sentence, Gut2, with tears streaming down his face, stopped him, saying, "Enough, Mr. Lac Bin, enough. This is truly enough." He refused because he felt that Lac Bin must be some kind of divine being. As small as he was, he could not endure any more of this kind of torture. Lac Bin replied, "All right," but deep down, he was saddened. "I really wanted to welcome you with food and refreshments, but all of that has been taken by Elizabeth. If I take it, it might anger the Demon King." Elizabeth, drinking orange juice and looking displeased, said, "Everything else belongs to me. Don't even think about it." Lac Bin could only sigh, unsure of how to deal with Elizabeth. "I truly apologize for having nothing to offer." Both Gut2 and Aini were terrified of Elizabeth, but seeing Lac Bin so helpless made them uneasy. He suddenly felt curious and asked, "Why were the two of you attacked?" Gut2 answered tensely, "As you may know, Mr. Lac Bin, it's because of the elven blood in Aini's veins." Aini explained that her mother, a saint of the elven tribe, had given birth to her after falling in love with her father. But the elven tribe forbids marriage with other races. Lac Bin asked in surprise, "So the elven tribe is after you too?" Elizabeth scoffed, saying that they were just making things up. She arrogantly said, "The ban on interracial marriage was lifted long ago, after the Demon King conquered the world." Gathor let out a long sigh, his face becoming more serious. "It's a long story. Since Aini's mother was forced to return to the sacred elven land, I took Aini and went into hiding." Lac Bin listened attentively, gradually understanding the story between Gathor and Aini. He asked further, "So, the elven tribe eventually discovered the two of you and sent people to capture you?" Lac Bin felt that Gathor's story was like a different version of Romeo and Juliet. Gathor replied, "Since my wife returned to the elven tribe, they allowed the two of us to leave. But this time, the apostles of the Dark Society in the Demon Realm are chasing us." Lac Bin was surprised to hear Dark Society and Demon Realm. He looked suspiciously over at Elizabeth. Elizabeth suddenly became furious, stood up, pointed at Lac Bin, and shouted, "What are you implying?" Startled, Lac Bin quickly clasped his hands together in apology. Seeing him so sincerely apologize, Elizabeth calmed down and sat back down. She turned to Gathor and asked, "Where exactly is this dark society located in the demon realm? And why are they targeting the elves?" Without fear, Gathor said, "There are rumors that the Dark Society is conducting mysterious research on the human body, attempting to revive the Demon King who once ruled the world." Elizabeth stiffened, realizing that the elves were one of the materials they used. Even someone like her, who hadn't yet awakened her bloodline, became a target. Lac Bin gave a sly smile, glancing at Elizabeth, thinking, they've already mentioned her by name, and yet she claims it has nothing to do with her. Elizabeth's face darkened after hearing their words, and she angrily grabbed Lac Bin by the collar, shouting, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. In a panic, Lac Bin quickly responded, Of course. I know you're always here. Calm down. Aphini, not understanding what they were discussing, could only tell her daughter not to meddle. Elizabeth finally calmed down, realizing that much had changed in the past year. She continued to ask Gathor, Who told you that the Demon King is dead? Gathor was surprised by Elizabeth's question and said, The Demon King disappeared 500 years ago. If she were still alive, she would have returned long ago and continued to rule the world. Lac Bin, hearing that Elizabeth had disappeared for 500 years, shivered in fear. He clearly remembered that she had only been with him for a little over a year. Elizabeth wasn't too surprised and asked, Are there any legends about how she supposedly died? Aphini replied, According to the records, she was slain by a legendary hero. Gathor added, The battle lasted an entire month. In the end, the hero, to protect the 6 lands, perished along with the Demon King. Elizabeth grew furious. She looked at Gathor and Aphini with cold, blood-red eyes and said, How dare you? Suddenly, everything turned crimson, and Gathor and Aphini found themselves surrounded by an endless sea of human bones. Trembling with fear, Aphini asked, Father, is this an illusion? Gathor, terrified, looked around and denied, saying, No, this is a killing intent manifesting into reality. Elizabeth's face darkened further, and she said indignantly, That rumor is false. Startled, Gathor and Aphini exclaimed, Yes, of course. Lac Bin, innocently pointing at himself, agreed with Elizabeth, saying that the rumor was indeed false and claiming that he was, in fact, the legendary hero. Gathor and Aphini were shocked, not believing that he could actually be the legendary hero. Nervously glancing at Elizabeth, Lac Bin tried to cover his face with his hands, saying, The Demon King you're all talking about is Elizabeth. Once again, the two were shocked, but having endured too many shocks in just one day, they spat out blood, and Gathor foamed at the mouth. His eyes widened in shock, and Aphini was no different. They looked equally surprised. As for Elizabeth, she glared at Lac Bin, her eyes filled with anger. To her, Lac Bin was mocking her, imprisoning her here and then looking down on her with contempt. Elizabeth slammed her hands on the table, shouting, Enough! Everyone was frightened by her outburst and fell silent, not daring to speak. Elizabeth turned away, her face darkened. I won't continue with this any longer. She was fuming, her face red with rage, silently cursing Lac Bin in her heart. She thought that Lac Bin had led Erstho and Aphini away just to humiliate her. Elizabeth stormed off into the room, slamming the door behind her. Cracks appeared on the door from the force with which she shut it. Despite having lived together for a year, Lac Bin still couldn't understand her temperament. Once she was gone, Erstho let out a sigh of relief. Finally able to relax, he shakily asked, Lac Bin, what are your plans next? He asked Lac Bin to please reconsider and let them go. Lac Bin clenched his fists. Feeling confused, he responded, I don't know. Let's calm down first. His mind was in chaos. He felt like when Elizabeth broke the time barrier. Time here became disordered. By the time everything synchronized, 500 years had passed outside. As the night fell, moonlight streamed through the window into the room where Erstho and Aphini were sleeping. A room Lac Bin had prepared for them. Aphini curled up in the blankets, trembling, whispering to herself, I never expected that the truth from 500 years ago would turn out like this. The Demon King, the legendary hero, who gave up the world to live in seclusion, is just like my parents said. Erstho murmured, We are no match for Lac Bin or Elizabeth. Seeing Lac Bin tell them to stay calm, Erstho thought that Lac Bin might be considering whether or not to let them go. He then advised Aphini not to speak nonsense. Aphini began to doubt, asking herself, if Lac Bin wanted to kill us, why would he save us in the first place? Erstho fell into deep thought. It's like they casually gave us holy tea to break through and upgrade, then almost killed us. To them, we're like ants. Whether we live or die depends entirely on their mood. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Lac Bin flashed an eerie smile at them. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing? Aphini, scared, didn't dare make a sound. Tears welled up in her eyes as she slowly turned her gaze to him. Lac Bin smiled dangerously, his voice cheerful. Still awake? How about a game of cards? Erstho looked at him with confusion and concern. Lac Bin grinned, his eyes gleaming, and said, Well then, let's play. We'll keep it simple. Erstho, though puzzled, nodded gravely. I think I understand now. Aini, tense and unsure, thought, just like my father said. This is Lag Bin's test to decide whether or not to kill us. Lag Bin grinned broadly and reached out his hand. Let's begin the game. Aini swallowed nervously, her unease growing. Lag Bin, if I may ask, what is the name of this game? The cards emanated a strange, eerie aura. Aini, sensing the ominous energy, looked at the cards with alarm. Lag Bin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, this game? I didn't think you'd know it. It's called Fight the Landlord. Aini stared at him in confusion. Lag Bin noticed her confusion and explained. It might be hard to understand in this world. Let me clarify. Ah, I've got it. Let's call it Fight the Evil Dragon. Though and Aini were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Fighting the evil dragon. Fighting the evil dragon. Little Bai used invisibility magic, floating in the air, looking down at them, thinking, what evil dragon are they talking about? Elizabeth, worried and confused, looked at Lag Bin sitting with father and daughter Aini, wondering what exactly this person was planning. Lag Bin scratched his face, a bit worried, looking at the two of them, father and daughter, Rot Tho and Aini. That's basically it, he said. Two brave warriors must work together to defeat the evil dragon. His eyes narrowed, looking at Rot Tho, who was still confused. We can use the cards we draw to decide whether to become a hero or the evil dragon. Rot Tho glanced at Aini with some doubt. Just as I thought, he murmured. This is a test for us. Aini also looked at Rot Tho anxiously. And in their eyes, they saw the image of Lag Bin grinning wickedly. Now, I will begin to deal the cards. Remember, think carefully before you choose. Lag Bin held the cards in his hand. Caca, let me see my cards first. You all hurry up, he added. Rot Tho now became serious. Looking at Lag Bin, this is not the time to hesitate. Take your card. Aini, worried, held a card that was radiating lightning. Yes. Suddenly, a mirage appeared around the three of them, as if they were sitting on the surface of water. Aini and Rot Tho were startled. Rot Tho looked around vigilantly, thinking, it's the realm again. Aini put one hand on the ground, sweating all over, thinking, no, just drawing the card has already drained all my magic. Aini trembled and looked at Rot Tho. Father, I'm sorry. Rot Tho wanted to reassure his daughter. It's alright, just leave the rest to me. Lag Bin, full of excitement, held the cards in his hands. By the way, does anyone want to be the evil dragon? The cards in Lag Bin's hand were 4 of spades, 4 of hearts, 4 of clubs, 6 of spades, 10 of clubs, 9 of spades, queen of spades, 8 of hearts, 7 of spades, red joker, black joker. These are pretty good, Lag Bin muttered to himself. Aini, holding her cards, was also anxious. I won't do it, she said. Her cards were 4 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 10 of hearts, 9 of spades, 2 of clubs, 2 of spades, ace of hearts, ace of spades. Rot Tho's cards were 3 of spades, 3 of hearts, 6 of spades, 3 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 7 of spades, 7 of hearts, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds. Lag Bin looked at the two of them, wondering, they really won't do it? The two of them both shook their heads. Lag Bin, without hesitation, reached out to draw the cards. Then I won't be polite anymore. He quickly drew 3 cards and laid them face up in front of them. The cards he drew were 8 of spades, queen of clubs, and 6 of hearts. Just this? Lag Bin's face showed some frustration. Is this all? Father and daughter Rot Tho and Aini suddenly grew fearful. Their bodies trembled, thinking, is Lag Bin displeased with our performance? Lag Bin laid a card down. I'll play the 8 first. It's your turn now, he said, looking at Rot Tho. Rot Tho, worried, prepared his cards, thinking, if we pass this test, Lag Bin will let us go. So they couldn't give up. He hesitated, looking at his cards, and decided to draw a black card. He felt a bolt of lightning hit his hand. Each card comes at the cost of life energy, he thought. He hesitated before placing the card down. Tears fell from Aini's eyes as she anxiously watched her father struggle to breathe. She desperately tried to turn toward him, encouraging him, it's okay, don't worry about me, just let me handle this. But her worry for Lag Bin was still visible as she glanced toward him. The night before, Lag Bin stared down at the cards in his hands. Deep in thought, he pondered, besides the 7 of spades, There's the 4 of clubs. A pair of 5s, and 10 cards left. Should I play? Or not? If I do, they'll strike from the opposite side. And then I'll be in trouble. With a joyful expression, Lag Bin lifted his head and looked at the two of them. Forget it. I'll leave it to you. Aphini was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. She supported her father as she turned to look at Lag Bin. Are you really not going to move? She asked. Bewildered, Lag Bin replied cheerfully. Nope. At this moment, the father, already drenched in sweat from his anxiety, examined the cards. He thought, Lag Bin is doing this on purpose. He wants me to keep playing, draining my strength further. The father, after much deliberation, decided to place the cards down. Pair of 3s, pair of 7s, he thought. I just need to finish my cards quickly. No time to waste. Lag Bin remained calm, his eyes scanning the hand as he calculated. Based on the rules, this combination should be a flying dragon. Meanwhile, Aphini, still sitting quietly, suddenly flinched as if sensing something was amiss. She tried to hold her breath as a strange blue aura started to drain the strength from Zeus's leg. The price for this move will cost me a leg. He thought. The larger the move, the bigger the price. Suddenly, from above, a terrifying black dragon emerged. Both the father and Aphini looked up. Stunned, the dragon gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. It fired a blast of blue light at Lag Bin, causing both the father and Aphini to freeze in shock. Tiu Bok, who had been invisible thanks to his invisibility magic, crossed his arms and floated in midair, observing closely as the dragon gradually dissolved into a wisp of pale blue smoke. The father, still trembling, finally understood what was happening. I see, if you play a combination of cards, it triggers an attack. I've just offended the legendary hero. I'm doomed. Lag Bin, calm and composed, still held his cards, while the blue smoke swirled around. The father looked at the cards on the table in deep thought. Lag Bin's eyes gleamed with pride as he cheerfully placed 7 cards on the table. C6, 7, 8, 9, 10, JQ, he announced decisively, setting down the sequence of cards. A wave of blue energy surged up, creating a massive tsunami-like force between the three of them. The father and Aphini were both knocked over by the powerful wave. Caught off guard, despite being thrown by the wave, the father struggled to maintain his composure, giving final instructions to his daughter. Stay strong, don't give up. After the wave subsided, both the father and Aphini were still catching their breath. Lag Bin, with a serious expression, said, Your turn. The blue energy around the cards intensified, and the father, still trembling, looked at the play on the table. Okay, I understand. Lag Bin calmly placed another card on the table. Next is the 4 of clubs, he announced. As he spoke, 2 Roman soldiers appeared, riding chariots drawn by 2 horses. The scene seemed like a grand spectacle, with the chariots appearing above them. The father was stunned. What's happening? Aphini, who had been waiting silently, now looked up in disbelief, waiting for the next move. Aphini carefully examined the cards, then spoke up. I'm going to faint. Rother, worried, looked at Aphini and advised. Don't, you'll pay for it with your life force. But Aphini didn't listen to her father and drew 3 9 of pairs cards. I can't keep hiding. I want to protect father too. She quickly placed the 3 9 cards along with the pair of 5s, which emitted a faint bluish light. Lag Bin, with a serious face, saw 2 Roman soldiers appear, riding on chariots pulled by 2 horses, one set from Aphini's side and the other from Lag Bin's side. They were about to collide. Suddenly, a loud explosion tore through the quiet space, and from the smoke, a horse-drawn carriage appeared. It was driven by a knight, shocking both Aphini and her father, who anxiously looked toward their daughter. Is Aphini okay? After witnessing the scene, Rother was even more surprised. How could Aphini handle this? Aphini firmly responded, I'm fine. Now she looked at Lag Bin with a different perspective. Lag Bin smiled brightly and began explaining, breaking the cards to save teammates at the right moment. Not bad. The most important thing is the determination. He was surprised they were so quick. Already familiar with it, huh? Rother frowned, staring at his hands, pondering and still unsure about Lag Bin's words. Lag Bin's face showed a slightly eerie expression, but it was too late now. He seemed ready to carry out some plan. Both Aphini and her father looked at him suspiciously. Aphini stammered, Mr. Lag Bin. She could feel disaster was about to strike. Elizabeth, hiding her presence, also sensed something was wrong. Her bad feeling was quickly confirmed. Lac Ben suddenly pulled out a pair of cards and slammed them onto the floor. He smiled eerily as he looked at the two of them, and the cards he placed down were none other than the Joker cards. The situation turned completely. A double shock. And behind Lac Ben, a massive crack appeared in the air. From within the crack, a pair of long, sharp hands reached out, tearing through the space. A bizarre clown figure emerged from the crack, causing Aini and her father to gasp in fear. Elizabeth, after seeing what was summoned, was utterly astonished. Damn it, I knew exactly what was being summoned. The eerie clown was no ordinary creature. It was the Supreme Clown King, a rank 3 demon god. Suddenly, he made an exaggerated heart-shooting gesture in front of Aini and her father, causing both of them to raise giant question marks above their heads. Then, he suddenly turned his attention to another presence in the room. He spun around to look at Elizabeth, who flinched as she was noticed. From the clown's hand, he conjured a red energy field around himself. He then turned his hand into a dagger, looking at Elizabeth in a bizarre way, licking the blade, and warning her, "Be careful, I might just kill you." He was a mad clown, more insane than anticipated. Elizabeth gritted her teeth and used her dismissive technique. In her mind, she thought, "The great lord," as she had put down her dignity to nurture him, only barely achieving the 3-star demon god level. And now, Lac Ben had casually summoned him. Aini sighed helplessly, feeling defeated. Puth, seeing her, could only pat her on the shoulder in comfort. "I'm sorry, Aini, I couldn't do anything." Aini didn't blame her father. "How could I blame you? It's all because I provoked Mr. Lac Ben." Suddenly, Rother collapsed, feeling his body burning up, his life force draining rapidly. He screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back in pain. Blood began to pour from his mouth, and the cards in his hands fell. Lac Ben, seeing him in so much pain, panicked and asked, "Puth, are you okay?" Lac Ben guessed that the old injury hadn't fully healed yet. Suddenly, he realized something from the old man. Lac Ben looked at the playing cards on the table, 4 kings and 3 aces. It was at that moment that he understood. The old man's hand could have won a long time ago. It turned out that the game was simply a form of entertainment. He had been tricked into thinking he was clever when, in fact, he had been a nuisance. Deciding to take a break, Lac Ben stopped and placed all the cards on the table. Then, he shuffled them together with the extra cards, making everything he had summoned slowly vanish back into nothingness. Afterward, he carefully stacked the cards into a neat pile. Standing up, he said with a cold smile, "Rest well, take an early rest." The two were startled, still unsure of what was happening. Lac Ben suddenly became gloomy after realizing everything. "I've been a bother," he muttered to himself. With that, he walked out the door in a sad state. Got2 and Aini were still stunned, with Got2 mumbling in disbelief. "Unbelievable, Aini, we're still alive after this move?" In a corner, Elizabeth gritted her teeth in frustration. She fumed. Playing cards with these two humans was just a cover. The real goal was to strike at this demon king. The next morning, Aini and Got2 decided to leave earlier than planned. Before they parted ways, Lac Ben spoke, "Don't you want to stay a couple more days? The fruit I planted is almost ready for harvest." Lac Ben was reluctant to see them go. But suddenly, Got2 bowed deeply at 90 degrees, causing Lac Ben to panic. "I don't want to bother you any longer," Got2 said. "We will never forget your kindness, Mr. Lac Ben." Lac Ben was confused, unsure how to respond. "No need to make it so formal," Got2 assured him. "Rest assured, after we leave, we won't speak of it." Aini looked at the gift she had received from Lac Ben. "Mr. Lac Ben, you've given us something so precious." Lac Ben awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. "It's just some regular barley tea. I hope you don't mind." Seeing that they really liked the gift, Lac Ben felt at ease. Suddenly, he stepped forward and handed Got2 something else, saying seriously, "Here, take this as a keepsake." Got2 looked at it in shock. "What is this?" Lac Ben's face turned serious. "Take it, please." Got2 was even more confused. But Lac Ben's eyes filled with tears. "My card skills are too poor. I don't belong here. If you don't take it, I'll cry." Just as Lac Ben was about to break into tears, Elizabeth came over. Got2 was startled upon seeing her. Elizabeth whispered something, then snapped, "Hurry up and leave." Before Lac Ben could say a proper goodbye, Got2 quickly scooped Aini up and hurried off. running a great distance in no time. Goodbye. Lack Ben was left staring blankly as they vanished like a gust of wind. Elizabeth turned around and walked off, still not forgetting to order. All right, everything's back to normal. Go cook for me. Now. Lack Ben could only respond helplessly. Okay. As they left, the sound of the car engine revved up, zipping past the grassy fields. Got 2 cast a glance behind him, as though fearing something was chasing them. He yelled, Diaha, hurry up. Afeni can't take it. Afeni's soul seemed to be floating as she was carried, her eyes spinning. Dad, slow down. I can't take it anymore, she said weakly. Realizing his daughter's condition, Got 2 suddenly slammed his foot on the brakes. They stopped abruptly, both panting, with Got 2's face still filled with fear. The old man gasped continuously, nostalgic about the achievements he had gone through. First, the challenges set by the hero. Then the threats of the Demon King. He began to remember the night before, with Crush, though, and his daughter. It was a rather mysterious space. In front of him stood the female Demon King, Elizabeth. She gave a cold, sharp glance and raised her hand forward. The atmosphere at that moment was so oppressive that it made anyone shiver. With a sweep of her finger, she drew a line through the air. To their surprise, it wasn't a fatal blow. They struggled to hide the mark left by it. Their faces hung agape as if they sensed something was wrong. Afeni gradually lowered her hand, revealing a magical seal on their necks. The queen stood with a dignified posture and gave an order. I command you to leave immediately tomorrow, and do not reveal any information about the hero or I being here. Though and his daughter knelt, looking at each other with concern in their eyes. Elizabeth looked down at them with disdain, as if staring at something beneath her. She threatened, if you disobey even the slightest bit, the seal on your neck will immediately sever your heads from your bodies. The old man continued to tremble as he recalled the events from last night. The truth behind the Demon King who once ruled the world alongside the legendary hero became clearer to him. Lack Ben had lost interest in the world and didn't want to be disturbed, even though his father was still lost in his tangled thoughts. Despite this, Lack Ben couldn't help but notice their surroundings. They had reached a desolate field, which left him in shock. How far did we run? He exclaimed. Vong Thai, sitting nearby, looked on at the two of them and thought, bringing them here should avoid bothering the owner and that wicked woman. Feeling proud of himself, Vong Thai reflected, truth be told, the old man's speed was thanks to my help. Lack Ben, looking at the large pit before him, noticed that the bodies of Dark Society apostles were still there. He remained anxious, scanning the area for potential threats. There may be higher-level demons nearby. We should leave quickly, he said. Vong Thai raised a hand. Sensing something strange approaching, he barked, something's coming, then wagged his tail, dismissing the danger. He activated a teleportation portal and jumped in without a second thought. The moment he jumped, the portal snapped shut. Out of nowhere, a strange phenomenon occurred. It wasn't just one thing, it was an entire legion of purple shadows. Their presence ominous. The high-ranking apostle of the Dark Society appeared, smiling eerily as if wondering about something. Under his feet were the apostles, cloaked in purple with various masks, communicating in a strange language. With the wisdom of an old man, Gathor suddenly came to his senses and shouted, those are the high-ranking apostles. Afeni, naive and confused, asked, what are high-ranking apostles? Gathor, now understanding the situation, pointed at them and said, they belong to the Dark Society. The high-ranking apostles, classified as Class B with SAO levels fluctuating around 34, while we are only Class A Grand Mages with SAO levels of 1 and 2. Looking at their current predicament, the old man could only stand frozen in place. Despite Afeni's tears and her plea for him to run, he refused to give up. His thoughts turned to Lack Ben, who had once told him, the most important thing when playing cards is determination. It seemed that those words had become his driving force, making him grit his teeth and struggle to resist. Yes, the power disparity was enormous. But after meeting those two, the struggle had only just begun. These apostles, what are they even supposed to be? The old man raised his hand, a powerful energy radiating from it, as he declared, I was once called a hero as well. The energy from the cards caused the apostles to vanish in an instant. The Grand Apostle felt something was wrong. It seemed like his struggle wasn't in vain. He was preparing something. His thoughts turned to his daughter. Since mother and daughter returned to the Elven tribe, he had become more and more reserved, no longer looking at Afeni, but continuing to open his heart. Father was wrong to run away from problems. I couldn't solve them. If we survive this time, I will take you to the elven tribe and reunite with your mother. Just as I once pursued her. After speaking his heart, he became the master of the game. Throwing down his cards without hesitation, he summoned card 4, the 4 of elves. A green elf appeared. She gazed at him and called out, "Mother." Erst though, struggling, shouted, as a streak of green light shot out. The elf gently grasped the light, transformed it into a bow and arrow, and aimed. The arrow shot out with incredible speed, hitting an apostle in the front. The apostles vanished as the arrow pierced through them. With a blood-curdling scream, 2 more apostles were struck in the head by arrows, and the 3rd arrow pierced through obstacles, heading straight for the grand apostle. He calmly caught the arrow. But something was wrong. The arrow didn't stop. It impaled him, straight through his head. Erst though quickly retrieved his cards, and the green elf slowly vanished. Aini rushed over to him, calling out anxiously, "Father." His gaze glimmered, though his body was tired. And he sighed, "Seems like I should change careers." But inside, he felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had understood Lac Bin's advice. He realized that commitment was the key to unleashing the true power of the cards. The scene was magnified, showing the power of the arrow. And from that moment, the great hero appeared, starting a new chapter of destiny. A week later, Lac Bin was sitting under a large tree, enjoying slices of sweet, juicy watermelon. The weather was clear and perfect, and the cool breeze made everything feel incredibly comfortable. As he savored the watermelon, he thought about the magic crossbreeding that had produced the fruit. He looked at the piece of fruit in his hand and mused. The world of magic is amazing. His fruit hybridization had been a success, and even though he was enjoying the delicious watermelon, he still felt a slight sadness. Lac Bin thought to himself, "It's just, there's no AI to share the joy of the harvest." It always felt like something was missing. His mind began to wander. Thoughts of demons with blood-red forms, warriors in green armor, and elves with bows aimed at their targets. Lac Bin closed his eyes with a sigh, thinking, "At first, I thought I would be content with a peaceful life. But once you have everything and encounter the outside world, you start to feel restless inside. Humans are like that. You have to think twice. But I am too weak. Or maybe I should just leave it." Suddenly, a puff of white smoke burst forth, as though an AI was about to appear. A girl with red hair appeared, the demon lord's application of crossed legs, enjoying her cold drink. It was none other than the demon lord. Elizabeth, little Bai, with a very indifferent expression, asked Lac Bin, "Why do you look so down? What are you thinking?" Lac Bin, hearing this, could only rest his chin on his hand, responding in a tone that lacked any liveliness. "I want to go outside and take a look. But never mind, I'm too weak." Elizabeth furrowed her brow slightly, but there was a hint of a smile as she replied, "Hee, so you do want to leave after all? Then come outside with me." After saying this to Lac Bin, Elizabeth secretly thought, the outside world is not as good as here. But his attitude is really disappointing. What's wrong with him? Lac Bin, hearing this, stood up eagerly, slapping the table and speaking loudly to Elizabeth. "Really?" At the same time, Lac Bin had another thought. "If there's a demon lord protecting me, nothing bad will happen, right?" Elizabeth silently brought the straw to her lips, taking a sip before responding. "Stop talking nonsense. Change clothes." At this point, Lac Bin had already changed his clothes, neatly dressed, and with his backpack on. He was probably fully prepared, with nothing missing. Elizabeth had also dressed up, wearing a figure-flattering outfit. She gave Lac Bin a compliment. "To be honest, your cooking and sewing skills are quite good." Hearing this, Lac Bin smiled, adjusted his gloves, and replied cheerfully, "Of course, this is what I'm best at." At this point, the Vong Thai, fortune dog, was also ready. It barked, "Woof." Elizabeth snapped her fingers, and a teleportation portal appeared before them. She maintained her calm demeanor, and slowly spoke to Lac Bin. "Let's go. We can head to the nearest town through the portal." Lac Bin, standing beside her, couldn't help but admire. "Wow, it's so convenient." Elizabeth said nothing, walking through the portal first. The two of them followed behind her, Lac Bin and the fortune dog. She noticed that Lac Bin was still hesitating, not wanting to go yet, so she turned back, looking at him with a slightly puzzled expression. Lac Bin seemed to have something he wanted to ask Elizabeth. He spoke, his voice shaking a little. "Wait, Elizabeth." I want to ask you something. He seemed to shiver and stammer, sweat beading on his forehead, and said, after we've been outside for a while. Will you come back to me? Wait, what was that? He quickly added, I don't mean anything else. Of course, you can leave if you want to. But deep inside, he was thinking, will this offend her? But without the protection of the demon lord, my territory will be trampled by nearby monsters. In just a few moments, Lac Bin's expression changed, from trembling to a cunning grin. He laughed, haha, if you want to escape after we go outside, I will understand. Elizabeth, hearing this, became visibly irritated, her face turning as black as coal. She thought to herself, he thinks I'm some kind of rat, running away when things get tough? She darkened her face and answered Lac Bin. Of course, I will return to you. Elizabeth thought, before I officially defeat you, I won't care about anything else. Lac Bin, receiving the answer he wanted, cheerfully said, oh, really? Elizabeth, giving him a look as sharp as a bullet, replied, but you must agree to one request of mine. As an apology for the earlier loss to me. Lac Bin's smile stiffened, and he asked in return, what request? He thought to himself, as expected, that's why she wasn't happy. Suddenly, Elizabeth slowly approached Lac Bin. Seeing her come closer made him. Lac Bin couldn't help but step back in fear. Watching the situation unfold, Aphini, still visibly worried, began to speak up, laying out her request. When we get back, I want you to make me a super large pudding, with fresh fruit. If you can. It seemed like a simple request. Nothing too difficult, but Lac Bin was taken aback. He didn't expect this request. Pudding? He repeated, surprised. Elizabeth turned and began to move toward the teleportation gate, but she glanced back and answered, so what? Hurry up and let's go. Although the situation felt odd, Lac Bin smiled, trying to keep the mood light. Nothing, let's just get going. The two of them stepped through the teleportation gate. However, it seemed they had forgotten Vong Thai, who began barking loudly, wanting to follow them. Unfortunately, by the time he made it to the gate, it was already fading away. As they entered another space, Lac Bin shielded his eyes with one hand. The light from the teleportation gate was quite blinding. Once they emerged in the new world, Lac Bin slowly opened his eyes. The scenery before him was breathtaking. Before them stood a beautiful and magnificent town. This was the nearest town that Elizabeth had mentioned, back to the neutral town. What was particularly special about this place was that here, both human warriors and beings with monstrous appearances coexisted peacefully, fighting side by side. Lac Bin looked around, amazed by the sight. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This is incredible. This is another world. He quickly noticed a shop selling battle gear and called out to Elizabeth. Look, Elizabeth, there's a shop selling equipment. Continuing to observe, he saw another shop, this one selling meat, and here, they're selling food, though it looks like regular pork. Lac Bin hopped from one stall to another, examining everything with curiosity, while Elizabeth could only watch, somewhat helpless. After some time, Elizabeth spoke up, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. 500 years have passed, and it seems like the world outside hasn't changed much. Lac Bin, still filled with excitement, nodded in agreement. That's right, it's not as chaotic as what the old man described. Elizabeth closed her eyes and smiled gently. She placed one hand on her hip and said, hey, that's because I laid a solid foundation when I was in power. Let me tell you. She stood confidently, pointing a finger in the air as though giving a lecture. In the original world, there were many factions constantly clashing with each other. But I suppressed all of them with my strength and established rules to ensure everyone could live in harmony. Her eyes sparkled with pride and relief as she spoke. So you see, the one who truly saved the world was me. Not you. I'm the legendary warrior. While she was deep in her self-praise, she didn't notice that Lac Bin had slipped away. When she looked around and realized he was gone, she grew furious. Her anger was evident as she saw him at a stall, listening to a vendor talking excitedly about the goods. Why aren't you listening to me? Elizabeth yelled, frustrated. Why aren't you paying attention to my achievements? Lac Bin, however, was entirely focused on a plush bear at a nearby stall. He marveled at the craftsmanship, impressed by how meticulously the seams were sewn. Wow, this is really well made. The enthusiastic vendor, noticing his interest, smiled brightly. You like this one? I'll give it to you at a discount. Just then, a strange creature with a pig's head charged toward the stall, yelling, who gave you permission to set up a stall here? With a swift kick, the creature sent the stall crashing, causing the plush bears to tumble to the ground. The vendor, along with her little siblings, was terrified as the creature raged on. He grabbed the little girl's wrist tightly and said, "You damn brat, you haven't even paid the protection fee. And your church owes my gang money. Yet you still have the guts to come here and set up a stall?" The three younger siblings of Anime were trembling in fear, calling out to their sister, "Big sister, Anime." The thug with the pig head angrily grabbed the collar of Anime's cloak and lifted her up. Anime, though scared, still bravely retorted, "You guys have never protected us. So why should I pay you protection fees?" The thug with the pig head spoke, his words spitting all over the place, and yelled furiously, "Stupid girl, since last month, this street has been under the influence of our gang. From now on, if you want to survive here, you have to pay a monthly fee." The little girl, Andy, clenched her fists in anger and frowned, saying, "This isn't even the church of the nuns. When the nuns come back, you'll all be punished." Everyone had gathered to watch the scene. Lack Ben, who felt wronged, didn't know what to do, as the thug with the pig head continued, "Stupid girl, you don't understand the situation at all, do you? Fine, today I'll kick all the orphans out and tear down your church." At that moment, Lack Ben couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, "Stop, listen to me." The thug turned and shot him an angry look. "What the hell do you want to do?" Realizing he had overstepped, Lack Ben stammered, I. Elizabeth squinted at him, thinking to herself, "Mind your own business. You think I'd play around with these weaklings?" Lack Ben looked at Elizabeth with a pleading gaze. "Elizabeth, please help me." Elizabeth, seeing this, closed her eyes, turned away, and thought, "No, I don't have low taste like you." Lack Ben, feeling rejected, sank into despair, not knowing what to do next. The thug with the pig head, seeing Lack Ben's silence, became furious and shouted, "What the hell do you want?" Lack Ben was pulling at his hair, as he had no idea how to deal with this thug. Elizabeth, standing beside him, just crossed her arms and ignored him. Suddenly, Lack Ben slapped his hand, as though he had come up with an idea. His eyes sparkled, and he pointed at the pig-headed thug's face, shouting, "Everyone, this pig-headed guy is bullying the little girl. Come and criticize him." He thought his plan was brilliant. But when he turned around, everyone just ignored him. Acting like Elizabeth, he looked to the other side. But the people there were no better. Everyone acted like they didn't see him. So he turned back to the other side. In fact, it wasn't much better. The thug with the pig head was still holding Anime by the collar, laughing and mocking Lack Ben. "Ha ha ha, you really think someone will stand up for you? Everyone on this street knows about our gang." The thug licked his lips, speaking in a creepy tone. "Looks like you're a newcomer from the south. Huh? Hee hee. The girl next to you is quite beautiful." Lack Ben was now thoroughly confused, and had no choice but to try negotiating with him. He spoke softly. "How about we make a deal? I've got some souvenirs in my backpack. I'll give them to you." A crowd had gathered to watch the situation unfold. The thug stopped pretending and told his underlings, "Enough talking nonsense. Beat that man to death, and take the girl back to the gang for captivity." At that moment, Elizabeth, who had been silent up until now, finally lost her temper. She sneered and coldly said, "Do you really think you have the right to imprison me? You've really stepped on the tail of the tiger." Lack Ben thought to himself. Immediately, the sky erupted in fury. Thunder roared, and strong winds howled in a violent storm, all because of Elizabeth's anger. The pig-headed man dropped a feeney to the ground, while he himself, trembling, looked up at the sky in fear. What's going on? The sky suddenly changed, he thought, still shaking. Even the members of the beast gang around them felt a chill run down their spines. Not understanding what was happening, Lack Ben, seeing Elizabeth so enraged, feared she would destroy the whole town. He quietly tried to calm her down. "Don't do it, you'll destroy the town," he whispered, pulling out a fan and waving it in front of Elizabeth to help cool her down. As he fanned her, he softly said, "Calm down, you're just scaring them. How could you be serious with mere mortals?" Elizabeth, eyes closed, seemed to ignore him, but in reality, her anger began to subside. "It's only for their benefit," she murmured. Slowly, the overwhelming force she had summoned subsided, the sky's tremors easing. Athene, watching the scene in amazement, was stunned. Her magical power is so strong, she thought to herself. The pig-headed man still hadn't understood what was going on. Now that the storm had calmed, he stood there in a daze. looking up at the sky. It's over, it's over. He muttered in disbelief. Then he pointed his finger at Lac Bin and asked, "Are you going to stand up and protect the orphans in the church?" He felt a surge of confusion and fear that he couldn't explain. "Why am I suddenly scared in front of them?" Lac Bin calmly replied, "If not, then how much should I pay to protect the children?" The man crossed his arms and smugly said, 2 months, 10 gold coins. Lac Bin smirked and teased, "Oh, so 10 gold coins are enough to make you jump like a dog or a cat? You're such a fool." The man sneered. Lac Bin, still with a smile, continued, "By the way, Elizabeth, you must have a lot of gold coins, right?" Elizabeth laughed derisively. "I have many treasures, more than enough to last forever." Lac Bin replied with a wink. "Then how about lending me some? I'll cook a meal at home and return it to you afterward." Elizabeth coldly retorted, "You're an idiot. You want to use my money for something useless? No way. Besides, I didn't even bring any money with me." Lac Bin scratched his head, now becoming more serious. "Well, then can I pay with some trinkets I have on hand?" The pig-headed man, growing impatient, snapped, "Are you joking with me? This has gone on long enough." Suddenly, a bag of gold coins appeared out of nowhere and smacked the man right in the face. He was stunned, feeling deeply insulted. "Who's mocking me?" he shouted. It was then that he noticed the source of the gold coins. It was something he had always wanted, a pouch of gold. Walking out from an alley was Thunderka, who had thrown the bag of gold coins at him. Thunderka slowly walked up and said, "Get out of here and stop bothering my friends." The pig-headed man, now realizing who was behind the coins, chuckled mockingly. "So it's from the Sword Saint Association. Thunderka, fine, I'll give you some face. But next month, you won't be so lucky," he said ominously before walking away. Once he left, the orphans in the church slowly stepped outside. Emboldened by the situation, one of the children, who had been helped by Lac Bin, tearfully thanked him. "Thank you so much." Lac Bin smiled, handing a bunch of bananas to Thunderka. "Thank you for your help. I have some fruit here. If you don't mind, please take some." Thunderka happily accepted and replied, "Haha, no problem, it's nothing." He looked at Elizabeth and said, "But if possible, I would like to invite everyone to collaborate with me on something." Then I continued to look down at Anime's spot. The child seriously cooperated. "What can I help you with?" Underka suggested, "Let's go somewhere else to talk. If we can get this done, I believe it could also solve your financial problems." Elizabeth bluntly refused. "I have no interest in that." Lac Bin, "Let's go." Lac Bin hesitated, then said, "It's not good to refuse directly. They just helped us take a look earlier." A curious child asked, "Sister Anime, do you want to go outside?" Anime replied, Everyone go back to the church first. I'll be back shortly." At that moment, at the Thania corn bar, Bak Ani and Lac Bin would converse. Thania said, "Follow me." After entering the bar, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and drunkenness. One by one, people entered and walked down the hallway to their seats. There was a pervert who flirted with Elizabeth. "Hey, girl, the men around here, they look like garbage. Would you like to follow me?" Hearing these words, Lac Bin and Andy felt somewhat embarrassed and worried. It seemed they had reached their limit. Elizabeth angrily glared at them. She almost growled, "Say that again, and let's see." Each of them flinched, scared by her intimidating gaze. She started to sip her drink, acting as though nothing had happened. Then, she turned sharply to Lac Bin. "This is all your fault. For insisting on coming to such a filthy place. And wasting my time." Lac Bin tried to change the subject. Thunderka just opened the door. "Let's go this way. Once we get into this private room, no one will disturb us." Thunderka held the door handle. He decided to offer drinks to his new friends. In this very room, he lowered his voice and smiled. "I'm back." Then, the beautiful girls surrounded him. "Master, you're finally back. We've been so worried." They all wanted to find him. Pat my head. Master, next time you go out, take me with you." He scratched his head and smiled at the people behind him. "I forgot to tell you. My wives are here too." Lac Bin was surprised. Underka started pouring tea, inviting the guests, and they entered into a discussion about their issues. He stood up and said, "Let me introduce a bit. First, the person next to me is Gasa. Her profession is shield warrior. Next is Oko, an assassin, and Gli, a magician." He continued, "Lastly, we have Gloria. She is an elf with excellent archery skills. By the way, speaking of elves, not long ago, I met a girl with elvish blood. Elizabeth was slowly losing her patience with his roundabout introduction. Alright, stop wasting time on trivial matters. If you have something to say, just tell us. We still have to leave soon. Gassa, resting her chin, was slightly annoyed. Master, where did you buy this woman? Her attitude is really hard to bear. Elizabeth growled in response. My attitude is just like this. Do you have any objections? The atmosphere became tense. How ridiculous. She calls herself, my lord. Is this woman out of her mind? Maria sneered. From the look of her ears, she's probably a low-grade half-blood. Maybe a bit of elf blood. Huh? In front of me, little miss. What are you trying to show off? Elizabeth, slightly annoyed and frowning, replied curtly. If you insist on destroying yourself, don't blame me. Seeing that she wasn't happy, Lag Bin quickly took out a jar of pudding and placed it in front of Elizabeth. It looked incredibly tempting. He then said, with a very serious look and attitude, here, for you to stop being upset. When Elizabeth saw the jar of pudding, her expression immediately changed. Her eyes lit up as she said, pudding? Seeing her eat the pudding so contentedly, Lag Bin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I prepared this. Elizabeth, smiling, sat down to enjoy her pudding. Everyone continued their conversation. Lag Bin spoke up. Actually, we come from a nameless tribe far away. She is Princess Elizabeth, and I am her servant. Lag Bin Ruko couldn't help but look at Elizabeth with curiosity, thinking to himself, no wonder she's acting so strangely. Turns out she's a princess from a tribe that has never appeared in the outside world. He spoke cheerfully, but there was still some doubt in his tone. He continued, there's another person named Elizabeth, and she comes from the demon world. She's the demon king. Heh. Lag Bin raised a finger to his mouth, signaling for everyone to lower their voices. Since this is her first time being introduced, there's quite a cultural difference. Let's let her get used to it. He thought to himself. This explanation should make everyone believe it. Thander C, hearing this, spoke up. Alright, let's get to work. I want to invite the three of you to collaborate with us to go to the treasure vault. Thander thought to himself. The magic power released on the streets is not something a princess from a distant tribe should possess. Though he appeared calm on the outside, he was actually quite suspicious of Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was still absorbed in eating her pudding. When Lag Bin heard about the treasure vault, he spoke up. A treasure vault? He seemed confused and turned to Annie, asking quietly, Annie, do you know what a treasure vault is? Annie seemed to know about it. The little girl quickly leaned in and explained in a low voice. A treasure vault is a magical space created by ancient powerful beings to store the most valuable items. It's generally very mysterious. Lag Bin listened carefully, not sure if he understood, but nodded and replied, I see. Thander Ca sighed, clearly a bit helpless. Yes, I've spent a lot of effort to gather information about this treasure vault. However, the condition to open the barrier is that the number of people must reach 8. Lag Bin then spoke up. So, Senior Thander, you're looking for us to help gather the numbers? Seeing this, Annie started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She sighed, clearly disappointed, and said, I can't go. Can I? She pointed to herself, her face full of sorrow and tears. Lag Bin looked at Annie, feeling confused as to why she didn't want to go. He asked, what's wrong? A treasure vault like that is very valuable. We should be excited to go there. Annie looked up at him, sniffling, and replied, Brother Lag Bin, you don't understand. A treasure vault is really hard to access. And I'm just a level 4 mage. I'm just going to get myself killed. She continued to cry, and Lag Bin understood the situation better. Regarding the strength levels of magic users, there were several ranks: Magician, Sorcerer, High Sorcerer, Demon King, and Demon God. The power level of their magic could be used as a reference for strength. Lag Bin, hearing this, understood and scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, my magic level is, well, not very high either. Lag Bin continued, I just want to explain that everyone can relax. As long as you help gather enough people, we will handle the battle. Once we enter, we'll take care of the treasures, and we'll share some with you. Guessing the possibility of getting 10.000 gold coins, she guessed that they might be able to get at least 10.000 gold coins. Gassa, who was standing nearby, spoke up. Master, a few days ago, We pushed back some dark apostles who were trying to kidnap G. Their strength is quite formidable. Hearing that they might get such a large sum of money, Annie, the little girl, excitedly asked, 10,000 gold coins? Really? Then, the financial problems of the church will be solved. Lack Bin turned to Elizabeth, who had been eating non-stop, and asked, so, can we help them gather the people? Since they were on a good streak. Elizabeth's mood lightened, and she responded, all right, make the decision and don't disturb me. She continued enjoying the delicious pinched pastry. Jia Lai and Thander C exchanged glances, nodding to each other. Jia Lai then took out a magic orb, gripping it tightly with both hands. Lack Bin, a bit surprised, said, a crystal orb. Is this the one from Thander C? He reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact, the orb flashed with a green light. He furrowed his brow, knowing it was the water spirit orb, used to measure magical energy. By simply raising his hand, it could measure the level of magic within his body. When he released his grip, the orb displayed strange numbers. Lack Bin let out a sound of admiration. Wow, this is amazing. But he quickly asked, what does the number 8.769 mean? Annie explained, this is a crystal orb that shows the level of magic as a number. 8.769 corresponds to the level of demon spirit. Underka smiled and said, my magical level is 4. And my wife is a great sorceress with a level of 4 or 5. To work together, we need to know each other's capabilities so we can cooperate well. Annie raised her hand, seeming eager to try it as well. When she touched the water spirit orb, it displayed the number 300. Jia Lai sneered, 300? I just changed my profession, so my level shouldn't be this low. Annie became so despondent that she started crying. I'm so sorry. I can't level up my magic anymore. Lack Bin's eyes lit up. He excitedly said, hee, let me give it a try. Although I haven't studied magic these past years, as a legendary warrior, my potential must be high. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. But after a long wait, nothing appeared. The atmosphere grew tense, and the orb remained silent. Even worse, he wasn't even a pure magic user. Lack Bin was embarrassed, covering his face in shame. How could I have magic while farming? He sat down heavily in a chair, rested his chin on his hand, and sighed deeply. I don't use magic in my life. Ruko frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Her tone grew colder as she asked, do you know anything, then? Are you really of no help? Suddenly, Lack Bin remembered his specialty. I'm better at farming. He took a ripe banana from his backpack, saying, oh, I just harvested these recently. Let's try them. Jia Lai felt uneasy. This guy really is a country bumpkin from the deep countryside. You can keep it for yourself. Duko was speechless. She forced a smile and said, you really are just a regular servant. Underka looked over at Elizabeth, who was still engrossed in eating. He asked her, Elizabeth, let's check your magical power. Lack Bin also quietly urged her. Come on, cooperate with us. She gritted her teeth, feeling irritated by these two. She then angrily touched the water spirit orb. The orb suddenly lit up brightly the moment she touched it, blinding everyone in the room. They quickly shielded their eyes with their hands. Feeling a bit panicked, they thought, if Elizabeth's demon lord identity gets exposed, it will cause a huge uproar. Lack Bin hesitated before speaking. Elizabeth. But Elizabeth just coldly replied, got it. She placed her hand into the orb, closed her eyes, and thought to herself, it's rare that I get to go out, so I'll play with you. The others who saw this were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the orb began to glow and displayed the number 8.768. Andy, seeing this, felt that the number 8.768 resembled a multiplication factor. It was the power level of a demon. Yu Lai immediately shouted, no way, this woman is also a demon spirit. At that moment, Lack Bin broke into a cold sweat. Thunder C raised his thumb excitedly and said, wonderful, no wonder she's the princess of the kingdom. With her joining us, our chances of obtaining the treasure will increase greatly. Lack Bin thought to himself, this is my first time going out and I've already encountered something this good. I must follow along to learn more. At that moment, Anime suddenly spoke and asked the centaur, how do we get to the treasure vault? Kandor quickly responded, Kelly, and she immediately picked up something and replied, yes, master. The teleportation device activated. A blinding beam of light enveloped them quickly. In an instant, everyone disappeared. At that moment, the light circle appeared again, and everyone was quickly transported to an unfamiliar place. Lack Ben, full of excitement, exclaimed, "Teleportation magic again? Incredible!" But Anime, on the other hand, trembled strangely. I feel so nauseous." Elizabeth remained silent, thinking to herself, "This energy, it's Fanderka's." Thunder Sea spoke loudly, "No more talking, let's go inside and find the treasure." But at that moment, Elizabeth said, "I don't want to go anymore." Lack Ben, "Let's go home." Casa, upon hearing this, yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing? You came here and now you change your mind?" Gia Lai was also furious and said, "Do you know how many crystals and mana I used to bring us here?" Gloria, standing next to them, chimed in, "If we've come this far, there's no turning back now." Elizabeth, unfazed, said, "Try it." At this point, she was ready to strike. Lack Bin quickly spoke to calm her down. "Don't get too excited, listen to me for a moment." Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, showing a pleading expression. "It's rare for me to be here. Elizabeth, please let me see it." At that moment, Anime spoke up and asked Elizabeth, "Did you notice something?" Elizabeth quickly pointed forward. "There's a magical energy inside the cave, very similar to mine." Lack Ben, hearing this, was confused. Similar magical energy? What does that mean? Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Thunder Sea quickly spoke. "Step aside a little." He extended his hand and said, "Trust me, I will protect you, no matter what danger you face. Please come with me." Princess Elizabeth. Elizabeth, seeing this, said nothing. Then, after a moment, she turned and walked away, leaving Thunder Sea standing there, speechless. Elizabeth turned back and said to Lack Bin, "All right, it's rare that I get to go out with you. Don't waste time, come quickly." Thunder Sea silently watched the two leave. He gritted his teeth in anger as the group quickly entered the cave. Andy looked at the surroundings and exclaimed. Lack Bin turned back and noticed something unusual, then spoke up. "The barrier has been closed. We can't go back the way we came." Elizabeth immediately explained, "In this special magical space, unless you're stronger than the one who created the barrier, you can't leave using teleportation magic. So, if we can't find the creator's destination, none of us can leave. Hee. As long as we have the master, we will definitely be able to obtain it." Elsa heard this and coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense." Ani, not understanding, asked her sister Loria, "What is this thing everyone is talking about?" Gloria suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, of course, it's gold, treasure, and precious items. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you." At this moment, Lack Bin pointed to a path and spoke to everyone. "Up ahead, there are 2 intersections. Which one should we take?" Suddenly, she asked her master, "Should we split up?" Thunderka quickly responded, "No need for that yet." Kelly then used her technique. Gia Lai, upon hearing this, quickly accepted the order. "Yes, master." She took out a staff and struck it against the ground. A golden light radiated from it, and the light began to grow stronger. The light moved swiftly from one path to another, creating winding roads. Gia Lai immediately said, "By following this path, we can quickly find the shortest route to the treasure." Elizabeth, hearing this, just smirked and said, "Useless." The lights became clearer, but they only revealed small creatures. Gia Lai, upon seeing this, immediately collapsed in surprise. Thunderka asked, "Kelly, what's the situation in the maze?" Gia Lai, worried, responded, "Master, this maze doesn't seem to be here. I've expanded my magical energy to the maximum, but there's no sign of it." Basa, upon hearing this, was also stunned. "Are you serious? Kelly's magical energy can reach up to 3 kilometers. Gia Lai, beside them, also spoke. "As for my miscellaneous spells, the accuracy is only 34%. At that moment, Coco suggested, "I propose we work in groups. I can use my cloning technique to assist." Lack Bin whispered to Elizabeth, "You know what's going on, right?" Elizabeth responded without hesitation, "Of course, this maze is just a facade. If these idiots want to explore its depths, they'll never escape." Lack Bin continued whispering, "Why don't you help? We can repay you later." Elizabeth crossed her arms coldly and spoke, "No, I've changed my mind. I just want to watch them protect themselves." Suddenly, Andy pointed ahead and said, "We can reach our goal by walking through the 3rd path." Elizabeth remained silent, looking at Anime without speaking. Lack Bin, upon hearing this, eagerly asked, "Anime, how did you know?" but Annie simply said, "Actually, I just guessed." She appeared a little confused and continued, "Because the magic energy came from that direction." Lai, upon hearing this, became slightly angry and said, "Elemental spirit, why can't I sense the magic energy you're talking about? You're only a 4-star mage. Don't try to show off here." Anime, seeing his anger, was frightened and apologized. "I am sorry." Dui Lai, now annoyed, said, "Though we haven't explored fully. From what I know, if we take this path, we'll encounter fewer monsters. Master, we should follow this path." Underka quickly asked everyone for their opinion. "What do you think?" Dui Lai immediately voiced his opinion. "I think it would be better to act in small groups." Kasa also gave her suggestion. "I agree, we should listen to Kelly. Even if we make a mistake, we can always regroup. At least it's safer that way." Dui Lai quickly agreed. "That's right, Master. Please trust Kelly." Kandor, after thinking for a while, said, "Alright, let's go together to the final cave." But at that moment, Andy objected. "No, you can go anywhere, except the final cave." Andy quickly launched an attack. The magic summoned immediately expanded. A rabbit, held in Anime's hands, appeared right in front of the store. The rabbit calmly hopped forward when suddenly, something leapt out at it. Before long, the rabbit was sliced in half. It turned out to be a monster. Lac Ben, witnessing the scene, trembled and exclaimed, what is that?" Elizabeth, standing beside him, quickly explained, "It's a type of parasitic monster, typically found in large caves." Anime then inquired, "So, the thing we can explore is the body inside it, right?" Jia Lai, seeing the scene, gritted her teeth in anger. "Damn it." At that moment, Elizabeth quietly stepped away from the group. Her tone cold as she said, "Let them struggle here, we'll go ahead." Lac Ben immediately agreed, "It's best if you lead the way." Seeing Elizabeth and Lac Ben head off in another direction, Anime spoke up, "But Elizabeth, I'm not sure which direction is right." Wait, a voice interrupted. It was O who offered. "Master, I'll use my clone to follow them. Is that okay?" Kandor CIA replied, "No need," but in his mind, he was analyzing. She just saw how terrifying that parasitic monster was. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't have been able to make such a calm decision. Looks like Elizabeth's background is not simple. After a brief moment of reflection, he said, "Let's follow them." The two of them then entered the cave. Suddenly, a strange air emerged within the cave, growing stronger with each passing moment. At that moment, something opened its eyes, and a barrage of attacks was launched by everyone. The foul-smelling bats in front of them were sliced in half by sharp sword strikes, falling to the ground in pieces. "Have you all cleared that area?" Underka asked, sheathing his sword. "The monsters along the way just keep coming without stopping." Lac Ben and Anime cautiously peeked out from behind, trembling. "Are we safe now, Elizabeth?" Lac Ben asked, his acting skills poor in this tense moment. Elizabeth, her face serious, mocked, "Look at the path we've taken. It's filled with monsters." Jia Lai frowned and pointed at Elizabeth, accusing her. "The stronger the magic, the more monsters naturally gather. Didn't you know that?" Lac Ben, trying to remain calm, replied, "Of course, I knew that, but you're a level 4 spirit mage. Clearly capable. Why are you just standing aside with that cold, annoying look?" Jia Lai, furious, retorted, "This is what you said before we left. When we face monsters, you will step up to deal with them." Lac Ben remained calm. "Being able to escort Lady Elizabeth is my honor," he said, while giving Elizabeth a look full of mixed feelings. Jia Lai's eyes glinted with malice. "This woman not only embarrassed me, but she even dared to seduce my master." His anger was palpable as he bared his teeth. Elizabeth, not reacting to Jia Lai's threats, remained cold. "I have no time to waste with you," she replied. "We're almost there. If you have the ability, go ahead yourself." Lac Ben, still trying to maintain some semblance of politeness, said, "Miss Elizabeth, please listen to me. Everyone should rest here for a while. We can drink some spirit medicine, which will help restore your condition." Lac Ben then asked, "Spirit medicine? What's that? Do you want to try it? I'm curious what it tastes like. Maybe it will inspire some new cooking ideas for me." Lac Ben said with eyes shining brightly, full of anticipation. Looking at Elizabeth, "I see that you've had too much delicious food. So now you might want to experience something more ordinary. Alright, let's decide to take a break here." Under the dim but warm campfire light, everyone gathered together, sitting around the orange-gold flames, burning brightly in the dark cave. Gloria's elven spirit was very effective. Finally, I've recovered, she said, but I don't know how long it will take to find the treasure. A hand was raised, gathering a faint, magical green light. In the blink of an eye, a jar of yellow liquid appeared in her hand. This is an elven potion, specially brewed by me, she said. Drinking it can improve different states of being. You're so strong, you probably don't need it, right? No, Gloria, don't be rude. Lack Ben, dissatisfied, spoke up. That's right, master. After hearing this, Gloria just snorted and threw the elven potion bottle toward Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't even look at it. She just caught the bottle. Now, this is how it should be. Elizabeth, you don't need it? Then I won't be polite. Lack Ben eagerly grabbed the bottle and opened it. He drank a large gulp, then immediately started gagging. The grass smell of the ingredients is so strong. I'm not used to it. Noelle, do you want some? Only when I reach the point of desperation. I'll share with others, even if it's with the main character. Thank you, Lack Ben, but I haven't used much magic power, so I don't need it. Give it to those idiots instead. Gloria shot a sharp glance at the main character. And Anna. If that's the case, then just throw it away. Elizabeth poured the elven potion straight into the fire, ignoring the fools in front of her. Then she poured the bottle of potion into the fire again. What are you trying to say? Elizabeth frowned and looked at Gloria. Stop making noise. Stop making noise? I also want to give everyone something. Let me see if it's still intact. Lack Ben brought out a bunch of bananas. Ripe and golden. He had wanted to share them before, but this was the first chance he got. Thank you. Thank you. The bananas are all gone now. Anna, do you want an apple instead? Really? You're giving it to me? Anna asked, teary-eyed. Yes, of course. It's just an apple. Don't cry. Can I take it back to my siblings? Of course. When we get home, I'll pick some more for you, so everyone can have some. Sure. Who cares about these rotten fruits? Yes. Can these even compare to my elven potion? First, let's try to fill our stomachs. After we get the treasure, we can go out and treat everyone to a good meal. Saying this, the three others were getting ready to eat casually and fill their stomachs. But once they tasted the banana, the three of them froze. Duoko, Gasa, and the others widened their eyes in surprise. Banana? Is this really what we're eating? From their imagination, they saw a colorful parrot squawking and eating bananas, thinking they were enjoying some gourmet food. The care in this is unlike anything else. Bananas. Bananas. Is this what culinary art looks like? In their imagination, a leg covered in thorns appeared, moving rhythmically to the music. A mouth was singing a cheerful tune. Oh, green color. Three grasshoppers in black suits were performing. In the imagination of the three, where is this place? A tea set appeared before their eyes, the liquid flowing, and the most heartbreaking part was the samba dance, performed in dissatisfaction. Let go of your boredom, they sang as the samba dance unfolded. The figure of someone dancing to the samba beat emerged. Let go of your dissatisfaction. Let difficulties and happiness exchange. The samba dance continued. Let go of your dissatisfaction. Let difficulties and happiness exchange. You. The horse legs were moving, dancing the samba. La 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 la. Clap clap. Rhythmic claps. La la la. 1, 2, 3. Follow me. Underka gave the order. Everyone followed the rhythm of their own beat. The saddest thing is dancing samba with dissatisfaction. Let go of your worries. Dance the samba. Release your dissatisfaction. Let hardships and happiness exchange with each other. The saddest thing is dancing samba with dissatisfaction. Let go of your worries. Dance the samba. Release your dissatisfaction. Let hardships and happiness exchange with each other. You. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Dance samba. Dance samba. The three of them were all dancing samba. Hoo-hoo. Master, what are you doing? Only the clear-headed people felt embarrassed for them. I'm the same way. Suddenly, Thander Ca woke up, blushing, slapping his cheek, and coughing. Sorry for the rudeness. Is this a performance? This king understands your intention now. A golden light surrounded Thander Ca. And what was happening? My magic power level is constantly increasing. He said, this is an amazing fire show. The main character, sitting there pretending to be clueless, clapped. The The culture and customs of other worlds are really fascinating. He thought. Seeing people and horses dancing is priceless. Priceless. He chuckled. Lac Bin knew that. They would certainly die if they kept moving forward. So he increased their strength. To keep the game going. What's happening? Why did your magic levels suddenly rise so much? Because they ate the bananas Lac Bin gave them. Anon adjusted his glasses. Answering. What's this about? You think that those rotten bananas soaked in water turned into Kelly fruit? It was those bananas that helped us break through. I've been upgraded to a level 2 demon spirit now. Just eating one banana earlier. And we're already in a new realm? Could the banana have been infused with the power of a demon lord? I even broke through 3 levels. Now I'm a level 3 demon spirit. It's unbelievable. Lac Bin, where did you get those bananas? Lac Bin stared blankly at Thandercier with an innocent look. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just surprised you asked a question like that. I don't even know how to answer. Because it's just a normal banana. A normal banana can't do that. Well, to be honest, it's a hybrid banana, but the process is natural and inorganic. Only in the magical world. Could I think of a method to produce it this way? Since the master says it has an effect, we should eat it quickly to increase our magic power. Saying that, both the girls, Gia Lai and Gloria, slowly brought the banana to their mouths. Not even 3 seconds later, they spat it out, disgusted. This is terrible. What about teamwork? The girl with glasses seemed to know quite a bit. Thank you for the compliment, Elizabeth. It's just what I learned from the magic books. What does teamwork mean? In the nun's magic book, it's mentioned that special items are often effective only under special conditions. I guess the banana you gave us only works if 3 or more people eat it at the same time. Lai Tan was furious, shouting, right, you show off your knowledge here. Can't you see she's still eating it? How do you explain this? What's going on? Sorry, I'm not sure. Unless the user's power is far superior to the artifacts. The encounter with the treasure and the plot. If this isn't a treasure, then it's just a useless trinket, Elizabeth said with disdain. Lac Bin replied, don't look at me like that. Your Majesty. I'm sorry. It's probably because my elf potion has been stored for too long. So it hasn't worked effectively, said a voice nervously. Lac Bin, now rummaging through his backpack, added, Mr. Lac Bin, do you have any fruit left? Could you give me some more? Gassa whispered, Master, do you really believe in their lies? Of course, sharing is my greatest joy, replied Lac Bin with a smile. Lac Bin took out some more fruit from his backpack. Elizabeth, having just finished her banana, tossed the peel behind her and smiled, saying, these will be for me later. She then grabbed the backpack from Lac Bin and placed it beside her to keep the food safe. Rest's over. We need to move on. This journey is reaching its end, Elizabeth said as she stood up. Sorry, Senior, but when I have the chance, I'll share with you later. It's okay. You guys go ahead. My wife and I will clean up and catch up later. No. We'll go together, right? Lac Bin asked quickly. Let's meet up in front, Elizabeth urged. All right, we'll meet ahead. See you after. After the 3 of them left, Gassa spoke up. Master, do you want to take that backpack? Perhaps they are hiding something. He continued in a low voice. Gassa added, even I sense something's off. A common person can't carry such a precious treasure. She's not just some princess from a distant tribe. Recently, one of the 4 great powers, the kingdom of Eris Stu, has put up a huge reward for anyone who has information about a missing princess. I think the princess is right in front of us. Gassa smirked. If I take this opportunity to make her mine, I'll gain supreme power over the kingdom of Eris Stu. Then, I'll have much more than these miraculous fruits. Gassa laughed wickedly, his face twisted with an evil grin. I'll use this to conquer her completely. He looked at the reflection in his sword handles, laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Then, suddenly, a strange and seductive aura emanated from him. His subordinates behind him were nervously rubbing their hands, as if they were about to do something big. In the dark maze, many pairs of glowing red beast eyes were watching, waiting for the right moment. Out of the shadows, a huge, ferocious monster emerged. It was the leader of the dark wolf pack. However, the monster seemed to tremble, sensing something terrifying was coming. It quickly retreated without a sound, disappearing back into the maze. Lac Bin and his group cautiously advanced. Lac Bin asked, is there really an exit from this maze? Elizabeth? Elizabeth, unfazed, replied, I told you, the maze is just an outer appearance. It's not the real danger. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the ceiling of the maze. A monster's leg poked through the hole. As the group continued to walk on top of the maze, more and more threats appeared from the holes as more monsters started to emerge. Andy grabbed Lack Bin's sleeve. Looking uneasy, she felt something was coming closer. Lack Bin, I think something is getting closer to us. Lack Bin listened intently, asking, what is it? Something flashed past under their feet, causing a thick dust cloud to rise. The group of heroes coughed and waved their hands to clear the dust. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard, and Underka appeared in front of them. Behind him were Gasa, Duko, Jia Lai, and Ji Lai. He apologized, sorry to keep you waiting so long. On the cart, the group behind him looked tired and grumpy. Hunderjia, trying to act dignified, said, Miss Lesa Bathat, please forgive me for this delay. He bowed to show his willingness to help Elizabeth. For the rest of the journey, let me offer my humble assistance to you. Lesa Bathat. He then suggested, you can even ride on my back if you wish. Elizabeth ignored him and replied, go away, you are not worthy to be my mount. Gloria. She quickly jumped out of the cart, her face full of anger, and she shouted, you shameless woman. In an instant, something sliced through her head. Her body collapsed. The group was shocked. Thunder C and Jia Lai stared in panic, unable to understand what had just happened before their eyes. Kasa and Lack Bin were both in complete shock, unable to speak due to the terrifying sight. The group was horrified, shivering in fear at this sudden turn of events. A stone fragment fell from above. Lack Bin looked up, stunned, and saw a terrifying scene. From the maze's ceiling appeared numerous monsters. Insects were waiting to attack them. The main character, startled, stepped back, in disbelief, asking, what is this? From the holes above, are these monsters called Long Dao? The monster, gathering strength from its legs, cracked the stone surface beneath it. It shot down with terrifying speed, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp teeth, heading straight for Elizabeth. She glanced at it, and with a mere look, made the monster explode instantly. Andy, trembling and crying in fear, muttered, we're dead for sure. The main character quickly moved behind Elizabeth, hugging her waist, trembling in fear, desperately begging her, please save me, Lesa Bathat, what should we do now? She glanced at him coldly, and then issued an order. Check their humanity. Let the selfish and arrogant ones destroy themselves. That was the first step. The monsters were jumping at terrifying speeds, surrounding the maze. They were closing in on the group. Kasa leapt out of the cart with a burst of fiery light. She immediately used her special technique, transforming and summoning a blazing shield. She held the shield up, alert to the dangers surrounding them. Jia Lai, the mage, was also casting her magic, creating a protective barrier to shield the group. The scene was chaotic, monsters attacking relentlessly, while the group braced themselves. The main character and anime trembled in fear. Elizabeth and Lack Bin were equally terrified. Lack Bin stuttered in fear. What should we do? Underko silently smirked and replied, I'm sure you'll find a way. In his heart, he was eager to see how Elizabeth would react, using this opportunity to gauge her strength. If you don't act soon, your servants and that little girl will be devoured by the monsters. From within the barrier, Elizabeth sounded exasperated and responded to the main group. Who cares about you now? Our cooperation ends here. The monsters, with sharp teeth and saliva dripping from their mouths, appeared eager for human flesh. Lai grinned, mocking the group, unconcerned for their survival. Hee, you can stay outside as bait. In the blink of an eye, without the slightest warning, a screech was heard, and one of the monsters severed Jia Lai's head, breaking through her defense. Kasa, stunned, gasped, her surprise leaving her speechless. Two monsters were charging down at an incredible speed, intending to attack the group. Thunderka, like Goku, struggled to use his weapon to defend against the monster's sharp teeth. Basa, trying his best, used his shield to block the attacks from the monster on Thunderka's side. He was also trying to utilize his swordsmanship to defend amidst the chaotic scene, as the monsters attacked wildly in all directions. Thunderka, with both hands gripping his sword, took a stance and executed a single powerful strike. Thunderbolt slash. The sword emitted lightning, and with a swift motion, he easily brought down the monster before him. Kasa, also struggling with a monster, was about to counterattack when she shouted, "Watch this!" She swung her shield and used her ultimate technique. Quick strike impact, crushing the monster's head with her shield. The monster's sudden attack forced her to dodge, but she swiftly threw a dart behind her. Using her assassination technique, she successfully pierced the monster that tried to attack her from behind. Exhausted, she sat down, sighing heavily, facing the difficulty of dealing with these monsters. Haha, no matter how many monsters we kill, they keep coming. If this keeps up, we'll be drained and die. Suddenly, a monster leapt down from above, taking her by surprise, but a lightning strike, released by Thunderka, sent the monster flying far away. Saving her life, the monster was smashed to bits. After receiving the blow from Thunderka's thunderstrike, the monsters kept coming. No matter how many they killed, there were always more monsters jumping around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Elizabeth, calm amidst the chaos around her, said, "Now that you've seen their true faces, do you still want to continue this adventure with them?" Ben, understanding the reality of the situation, responded, "Forget it, we've done enough here. Consider it repaying my debt to them. Let's part ways happily." He thought to himself, "The world outside is truly unpredictable. It's better for me to stick to farming in the village." Elizabeth smiled, continuing to guide the protagonist to the next step. "First, let them boast. Then, we'll see if they're worth keeping. This is your second step," she said, turning to the protagonist. "Now, let's get ready to go outside." He questioned, "Outside? Have we arrived?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, "It's just ahead." Meanwhile, a monster tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the group. But Andy spotted it. She turned around, glaring at the monster with a terrifying look. With one punch, she knocked the monster out of the air, its body bursting. The punch came from a rabbit, which then shrank back down into a stuffed animal. Andy stared, amazed, not understanding what had just happened. She asked, "What just happened?" Lack Ben turned around and signaled for her to follow the group. Annie, on the other side, responded, "Yes, Elizabeth," as she tapped on some kind of magical curtain. Muttering an incantation, the curtain vibrated, rippling mysteriously, and slowly began to disappear. A massive, mystical door appeared after the curtain vanished. The protagonist was taken aback and exclaimed, "So the exit is through this huge hidden door." The door slowly opened, emitting a small beam of light, and gradually expanded in front of the group. Elizabeth walked ahead, leading the protagonist and Andy. "Hurry, follow me." Lack Ben, with a disgruntled look, glanced behind him. He placed his hand on Anime's shoulder, guiding her inside. "Let's go." They walked through the door, and as they passed through, the door slowly closed behind them. The door began to close slowly, and Kanderka swiftly killed the monsters blocking the way. He shouted, urging everyone to follow him quickly. "Get on my back and hold on tight," he ordered. Duo, standing still, followed his instructions as the others climbed onto his back. But it was too late. Kanderka's face darkened with frustration as he muttered to himself, "Damn it! Are you planning to abandon us?" A bolt of lightning struck the door just as it was closing, and the peculiar door finally shut completely. Inside, treasures, gold, crowns, jewels, and precious relics piled up. Behind the door was a grand scene, with mountains of gold, silver, and jewels in a magnificent room. A floating island appeared in the air, its summit covered in more treasures, including gold and precious stones. Ba Sa and Yuko stared in shock, their eyes wide with amazement as they saw the golden island. Anime, Lack Ben, and Little White gleefully looked around, surrounded by glittering mountains of treasure. Lack Ben happily shouted, "So much gold, we're rich now." Anime, although thrilled, couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Can we really take all this?" she wondered aloud. Underka stepped forward and pushed Lack Ben aside. "Excuse me, but make some room." Kasa, looking serious, also pushed Anime aside. Underka, gazing at the treasure, smiled smugly. "So it really exists," he thought to himself, eyeing the treasure atop the highest point of the island. On a golden pedestal, a golden cup stood with wine poured inside. This was known as the Demon King's sweet wine. Lack Ben, angered by the actions of the others, growled, "We don't owe each other anything now, and I'm not asking for your gratitude. But don't push your luck." Duko and Gasa turned around to face him, and Underka, smiling smugly, replied, "That's right, I never expected that gathering all of you would yield such great results." He sneered, "As a thank you, I'll let you die in peace." A gold coin dropped, making a clinking sound, and a terrifying golden eye appeared in the pile of coins. It opened, scanning the surroundings, and a terrifying roar shook the island. A giant golden foot emerged from the pile of coins, followed by the appearance of a massive golden dragon. It roared loudly and glared at the group. Lac Bin was stunned, his expression one of fear as he looked at the golden dragon. He trembled, glancing at Little White. Little White remained calm and indifferent, watching the dragon with steady eyes while Lac Bin, still trembling, reached for him. "Look, it's a dragon. Quick, look!" Lac Bin shouted in a panic. Andya, standing nearby, shook with fear, clutching his belt tightly as he too watched the golden dragon, realizing that something even more terrifying might be hidden within. Little White, unfazed, crossed his arms and glanced at the dragon. Anime was shaking in fear, and Lac Bin was visibly panicking beside her. The golden dragon let out another earth-shattering roar in front of them. Thunderka, standing nearby, looked at the dragon with concern. "Master, what do we do now?" Thunderka asked, his voice full of worry. Thunderka drew his sword, ready to fight. "Buy me some time. I'll need to gather my strength to defeat it with a single blow." Coco, also worried, asked, "What should we do?" "Yes, we have to buy some time," Thunderka responded, preparing for battle. The golden dragon slammed its massive foot onto the ground, but the group easily evaded it. Kassa, holding a large shield, backed away cautiously. Kassa, looking serious, turned to Duo, "Go and distract it first." Duo nodded with determination. "Leave it to me." He extended his hand, releasing paper dolls with symbols on them. He clasped his hands together, and his eyes turned purple as he summoned his clones. The paper dolls charged toward the golden dragon, attempting to draw its attention away. Underka, observing the situation, felt a slight sense of worry, thinking to himself, "Now, this giant dragon is the only threat. I don't need to hide my tactics anymore." He mobilized all his strength, accumulated energy, and used his strongest lightning strike. Underka's eyes glowed with a blue light as he raised his sword, covered in lightning. Duoko held a kunai, repeatedly stabbing the golden dragon with assassination techniques. Each assassination strike had no effect at all against the dragon's tough golden scales. Breathing heavily, Duoko looked at the golden dragon. Assassination techniques can penetrate weak points, but they can't even scratch it. Kassa seriously circulated his inner energy, making his hand turn into a stream of air. He held the airflow, transforming it into a flying shield. The flying shield of Kassa activated, with 4 launch pillars behind it. Aha! Success! This is a new move I just learned. After leveling up, level 2, but the golden dragon remained unharmed. Staring fiercely at Kassa, it lifted one of its legs, and with its sharp claws, aimed at Kassa's feet. Seeing this, Kassa's face showed fear, and the dragon casually slammed its foot down. Where Kassa was standing, the gold coins scattered everywhere, and Kassa's bones were crushed, blood spilling out. Duoko, seeing this, looked at the golden dragon in anger, and then at Kassa. Duoko raised his hand to the sky, creating a multitude of paper dolls, each inscribed with a word, spreading around. However, the paper dolls turned into numerous clones of Duoko. Standing in front of the golden dragon, Ruko smiled at the golden dragon. "Although I can't harm you, it's enough to just use this to distract you." The golden dragon glared at the paper clones of Duoko, then spread its wings. With a strong flap, gold coins were sucked into the dragon's wings. The dragon's wing flap, along with the gold coins, created a golden whirlwind, named Golden Storm. The violent whirlwind swept through, blowing away the paper clones of Duoko. Duoko raised his hand to shield his face. With a serious expression, each gold coin from the whirlwind was shot out with high speed, destroying his clones. The golden storm grew stronger, with each coin flying faster and faster. Soon, some of the coins sped toward Lac Bin and the others. 2 or 3 gold coins flew rapidly past, but Lac Bin stood there, unafraid. Tiu Bok created a small shield with a faint red hue, deflecting the gold coins. Tiu Bok glanced at Lac Bin calmly. "Of course, if it's you, it's expected." In truth, Lac Bin was terrified and frozen, thinking to himself, "I almost died just now." The whirlwind grew faster, and the gold coins flew even faster and harder toward the 3. Lac Bin's eyes suddenly turned red, his body trembling. He extended his hand, and a faint gray energy appeared in his palm. Summoning wood, he conjured a massive cotton panda to appear in front of the three. The giant cotton panda used its back to block the coins, one by one, shielding them from the oncoming gold coins. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 gold coins flew toward Thunder Ca, who was preparing a lightning strike. Duoko, seeing this, quickly raised his hand to protect his master, and his clone rushed forward, slashing through the gold coins that were flying toward Thunder Ca. Seeing that Thunder Ca was fine, Duoko was pleased. Good. The golden dragon glared at Ruko, its nostrils flaring with smoke and frustration. A golden coin flew at an extremely fast speed. The coin shot through the head of Rooko's true form. The golden dragon stared seriously at Thunder Ca, who was gathering his lightning power. The lightning surrounded Thunder Ca, becoming more and more intense, until it erupted outward. Thunder Ca opened his eyes, full of seriousness. The accumulation was complete. Underka transformed into a bolt of lightning, slashing across the golden dragon's neck. Lightning strike, 300%. With this move, even a demon sect cannot block it. The smoke, carrying the lightning, slowly dissipated, revealing a blurry neck. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a golden neck, completely intact without a scratch. The sword began to crack. Thunder Ca's sword shattered completely into hundreds of pieces. Thunder Ca was shocked, looking at the shattered sword in horror. What's going on? The golden dragon, furious, charged at Thunder Ca. The golden dragon whipped its tail, striking Thunder Ca with extreme force, sending him flying and spitting blood. The golden dragon stood there, waving its tail, watching Thunder Ca being sent flying with immense strength into a pile of gold coins. From the group's point of view, Lac Bin swung his tail and struck the golden dragon, leaving a long streak on the ground. With an extremely high speed and power, the golden dragon spread its wings and flew toward them. It landed in front of Lac Bin's group. The golden dragon was at the level of a demon sect. 4 stars. Thunder Ca was completely injured, his bones exposed, lying motionless. Lac Bin, Elizabeth, and Andy were standing behind the protective bear, watching. Lac Bin was calculating in his head. Those people were probably killed by the tail strike. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his trump card. He then called out to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, standing next to him, answered, "What's next? What do you plan to do?" Elizabeth was slightly surprised and thought that he had already figured it out. Lac Bin continued, "If not, we might die here." But Elizabeth disagreed. "Don't order me in front of others. Trying to threaten me? Not going to happen now." Anime spoke up. "The real terror hasn't come yet. We might never escape." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth placed her hand on the head of Annie, using her magic power to affect Annie's head. "Let's see if there's any issue with the magic power being affected." Annie's eyes brightened. She remembered her past, when she was happy with her siblings, eating meals together, and her mother was always by her side. She used to sleep in her mother's arms. When she opened her eyes and saw her mother beside her, her mother smiled brightly, but her eyes were filled with tears. Then one day, their beautiful life ended. They were attacked by demons. A demon lifted Annie up and she couldn't breathe. But she tried her best to focus all her strength and strike the demon away. Her eyes turned red. She fought alone against them. She defeated all the demons. But her younger brother and sister were killed. The scene was heartbreaking, seeing everything that happened because of her. She collapsed to the ground, screaming in despair. Elizabeth saw Annie's painful past, and her expression softened with sadness. Because of the turmoil in her memories, Elizabeth reluctantly dispersed her magic power, withdrawing her hand from Annie's head. How foolish. After that, Andy collapsed to the ground, regretfully crying, "I killed my younger brother and sister. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Elizabeth looked at her and said, "Your current state is truly shameful. The bloodline of the Gimzi clan. You want to escape from your prison? If you regret it, get up and fight for me now." Anime struggled to her feet. At least this time, she had to protect Lac Bin. She gathered all her magical power, focusing it on her body, and then soared into the air. The battle and transformation. The girl raised one hand, pointing forward. She summoned a magical puppet army, with a formation including a bear protector casting a storm, a nimble rabbit, and a constricting snake. On the other side, a golden dragon appeared with fiery eyes. It spread its wings and launched a powerful attack at the bear protector's stomach. The bear raised one hand, struggling to hold onto one of the dragon's legs. Next, the nimble rabbit attacked, launching many strikes at the golden dragon. The dragon howled in pain, but the rabbit kept attacking. It landed several blows on the dragon's body. Elizabeth and Lac Bin were watching below. Lac Bin asked Elizabeth, "What did you just do?" "Elizabeth? Ani seems like a completely different person." Elizabeth replied calmly, "It's nothing, I just made her accept the reality." The bear and rabbit continued to fight back, launching another powerful attack at the golden dragon. That was when Andy intervened, catching the dragon in a cloud of white smoke. The rabbit fell to the ground, trapped under the dragon's foot. The golden dragon, in pain and fury, kept one foot on the rabbit and one on the bear. Then, the constricting snake lunged forward, wrapping tightly around the dragon, from its feet to its head, leaving only the tail flailing. Annie then cast her golden wind storm, whirlwind fury. She used her wings to create powerful gusts of wind. Lac Bin admired her skill, saying, "Annie is incredible. Earlier, you mentioned she has the Jimsy bloodline. What's that about?" Suddenly, something tugged sharply at Lac Bin from behind, and before he knew it, 3 vials were snatched from his backpack. He collapsed to the ground, laughing evilly. "Haha, I made a mistake. Didn't I? It was thank DCA." Elizabeth cursed. "How is this scum still alive?" Lac Bin replied, "Hey, give me my backpack back." He opened the backpack and pulled out a pineapple, exclaiming, "This is the ace in the hole. It's mine now." He took a bite of the pineapple, then followed with a piece of mango and a bunch of grapes. Lac Bin was speechless. "What are you doing? It's not the time for eating." He swallowed the final bite, his eyes glowing as he felt the transformation begin. Sharp spikes grew from his back, and his hands broke free from his armor. He let out powerful breaths, transforming into a gigantic, dark armored figure. The immense power surged through him. "I can feel it. This is the power I've never experienced before." He laughed maniacally. "With this strength, I won't have to fear the old men from the Holy Sword Association anymore." The golden dragon, hearing this, was enraged. It immediately unleashed its dragon's breath attack. But the dark figure stood undeterred, seemingly unaffected by the dragon's power. With a mocking grin, Jia too raised both feet and launched a powerful lightning strike attack. The golden dragon roared in pain as it was struck by the counterattack. It collapsed instantly, defeated by the powerful blow. The dark figure landed and walked toward the Holy Grail. He hurriedly grabbed the cup and drank greedily. The water from the Holy Grail boosted his power exponentially. His eyes glowed with intense light as his body underwent drastic changes. Spikes and bones pushed through his skin. Finally, he reached the peak of his power, transforming into a demon. He had become the true Demon King, the sweet wine of the Demon Lord. Lac Bin, witnessing the scene before him, felt a sense of confusion. Even the golden dragon's immense strength was defeated by this demon. "Things are getting more and more unusual," he muttered. "Sa Bak, it's your turn." Sa Bak prepared to cast a comforting spell to reassure her friends. "I won't let him get close to anyone." However, before she could cast her spell, the demon struck her with a powerful blow to her body, lifting her up and threatening her. Lac Bin saw Sa Bak in danger. Realizing that one of his teammates was about to be eliminated, panicked, Andy couldn't help but feel terrified as the monster. Jia Su quickly took down Sa Bai with a single throw. The impact looked excruciating. If this had been the real world, we humans would have been shattered to pieces. He then turned to Lac Bin and said, "Next is you, main character." He rushed over to check on his friend. After she landed with a painful thud, holding her body which was pierced and bleeding heavily, he cried, while encouraging himself, "Come on, Ani, hang in there. Lisa Bathat will definitely save you." In the meantime, the villain slowly approached Ma Vong Elizabeth. Confident in his extraordinary strength, he began to boast arrogantly, "I know you're hiding your true strength, but that no longer matters. Now, I offer you 2 choices." He presented his choices shamelessly. "First, agree to become my woman. Then take me to your kingdom, and help me inherit everything. Second, after I slowly toy with you, you'll become useless, and I'll use you as a bargaining chip to get what I want." He laughed maniacally. Lac Bin, hearing this, gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Lisa Bathat, kill that bastard. Jia Su, annoyed by the interruption, looked down on him. "Since when did a useless servant like you have the right to speak?" In a fit of rage, He launched a powerful thunderstrike directly at Lac Bin. The ground exploded with the force of the strike. But the one hit wasn't Lac Bin. It was the villain, Jia Su. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring their vision. Slowly, the smoke cleared, revealing a young man, radiant with a bright glow. It was the main character, not the weakling from before. Finally, Lac Bin revealed his power. From now on, I will no longer pretend. The monster let out a painful roar. Looking up, he asked in disbelief, "How is this possible? It seems my strike was immediately countered." He turned to Elizabeth and asked, "Was it you?" He had made that armor himself. But the magic of the armor didn't seem damaged. And so, the purpose of luring that attack was to taste the bitterness of defeat. Elizabeth glanced sideways, while Lac Bin covered his head, saying, "I am the legendary hero." Suddenly, his face filled with fear as he broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, I think I'm right. I treated Elizabeth well and served her. So she will help me in return. I've done good by her. And she won't let me die. No matter how dangerous it gets. As long as I'm near Ma Vong, I don't need to worry. Those who want to kill me are also trying to destroy Ma Vong's food. I don't need to pretend anymore. With Elizabeth here, I don't have to worry." The monster, sweating, couldn't find a way out. "Don't get too excited. I haven't used my full strength yet." He tilted his head back and shouted, "This woman, when faced with a perfect creature like me, shouldn't be attacking. She should know how to enjoy it." Then, the monster leapt high into the air and continued, "Take this full power strike, if you dare." But suddenly, he stopped, as something blocked his way. The object struck him, causing him to almost collapse. Blood splattered as he fell from the sky, just behind Elizabeth, who was standing with her back turned. She glanced at him, and said, "Awake now." "Huh, monster?" the creature yelled in shock. "What the hell is this?" In the air, a glowing eye appeared. A golden dragon descended from above, striking the monster with terror. "Is this what's on the dragon's body? I just killed that dragon. It was a peaceful golden dragon. Now it's transformed into something unrecognizable." Elizabeth looked up. "Are you using the same trick I used on you? With the tail to lure the cat?" In the void, the golden dragon lay, its massive form towering. The golden dragon king, a level 1 demon lord, spoke, its voice trembling. "I must not lose. I have the power of the demon lord." Suddenly, a sound rang out as something rapidly descended. The dragon's mouth crushed the monster, its horse-like body being flattened in an instant. Bin looked up and asked, "Has it really disappeared, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth stood amidst piles of gold, replying, "Ah, so you knew it all along, didn't you? This space doesn't actually exist." Bin, floating in the air, commented, "It's clear your weakness lies in your mana. But at a basic level, it can't surpass your perception." The dragon spoke in a language that was difficult to understand. Elizabeth also spoke in the dragon's language, but still couldn't understand. Then, the dragon's gaze softened, and a loud sound rang out in the air. "Amelia, it seems upset. It's you, master." The dragon, Amelia, finally exclaimed. Amelia had been waiting for the day the master would return. Elizabeth replied, "Even now that you've reached the demon lord level, you're still like this? In truth, I didn't plan to awaken you." Amelia cried, holding her waist. "Wait, master. You left for 500 years without a word. I missed you so much." Suddenly, a crack appeared, and a dragon's foot emerged from it, giving birth to a baby golden dragon. At that moment, Amelia, the golden dragon, made a contract with Elizabeth. The baby dragon recounted, "Master named me Amelia, and we played and learned together. That's why Amelia will keep the promise. To stay by your side, protect, and serve you." As Amelia grew, she became a mount, taking the master to battle monsters. To put an end to wars scattered across the world, the master ruled over the world. And Amelia was happy to hear this news. But as time passed, the master became less joyful. Because the master had become stronger, Amelia no longer could help her. One day, Amelia ventured out to scout the world. And when the master drew her sword to seek the legendary hero, there was no more news of her. The high-ranking officials sat around a long table. Aristotle, the minister of the human tribe, spoke. Over the past 10 years, although the name of His Majesty has struck fear in everyone, there is still something hidden beneath the surface. Crime rates continue to rise. McHan also added, "That's right. The clan leaders of the Beastmen have decided to leave their tribe. Without His Majesty, I can't control them. Tu Mo also replied. We can't just sit and wait to die. I demand that everyone return to their homes and wait for news from His Majesty. Toi Lao said. What about the companion of His Majesty? You've been with the master for so long. What do you think? Has something happened to the master when meeting the legendary hero? Jim replied. No one in this world can defeat His Majesty. You all do what you must. I will go find His Majesty. The shy young man also said. I'll find His Majesty myself. Eventually, the officials divided the territories. Amelia, however, didn't care about these matters. She only wanted to drink half of the master's wine. Amelia went to the place where she first met the master and believed that one day the master would return. Amelia waited, laying in the green meadows, by the rivers and streams, in the vast mountains, and the rough deserts. She cried, Today is the day. I see the master return. Elizabeth replied, Isn't it wonderful? It's the waiting. That seems to have helped you let go of your playful side. And now you can meditate. That is an important step to reaching the demon lord. Amelia continued crying, Master, please don't leave me again. It turned out that the master's departure helped Amelia learn many important things. The master did everything thinking about Amelia. Lac Bin panicked. Let's deal with this later. We need to save Anya first. Anya opened her eyes and called out. Lac Bin, where are we? Lac Bin, happily, replied. You're awake. Are you okay, Anya? Annie replied softly. I'm fine, but Annie reached into her pocket, pulling out an apple and said with a tearful voice, I've ruined the apple you gave me. Lac Bin smiled and patted her head. It's okay, no problem, as long as you're okay. Elizabeth thought to herself that everything was under control, and the plan with the bananas was going exactly as planned. Amelia, however, cuddled up to Elizabeth and said, I love you, Master. The four of them stood in midair, staring at each other. Amelia felt jealous, noticing that Elizabeth didn't even look at her but kept looking at the man. Who is that person, Master? Amelia asked, her voice tinged with irritation. Elizabeth answered. She used the legendary myth. I've been staying at his place while I was away. Amelia seethed with anger. That guy? The one who held you captive for 500 years. Now he wants to take you again? Lac Bin, happy and cheerful, greeted. Hello, I'm Lac Bin. Nice to meet you. Amelia thought for a moment and then said confidently. Now that I'm at the demon lord level, if Master and I team up, you'll be finished. She began to glow with a golden light and advanced toward the man. I'm happy to meet you, she said, her voice full of determination. The golden light around her flared, and there was a burst of energy as she moved forward. Stop right there, Lac Bin commanded, calmly patting her head. Oops, sorry, I was too fast to react. Amelia was taken aback. I used enough power to destroy a whole town. But you stopped it? Lac Bin smirked. Now it's my turn. Amelia grew nervous. This power, it's not inferior to the master's. Can he really push me back, even though I'm at the demon lord level? She instinctively raised her hands to shield her head, shouting in frustration. Lac Bin smiled confidently. I'm sorry I didn't shake your hand earlier. Elizabeth, who had been calm throughout, added. Actually, Amelia here is a friend of mine. Amelia looked at Lac Bin, then turned to Elizabeth. A friend, huh? Elizabeth smiled. Or you could think of her as my mount. Lac Bin raised an eyebrow. Your mount? He snapped his fingers, and a spell in pink light appeared, whisking everyone away from midair to another place. When they arrived, Elizabeth said, That's enough for today. Amelia praised. Master, you're incredible. The kingdom was only created after I reached the demon lord level. You didn't even need to exert much effort to destroy it. Lac Bin grinned. That's great. Now we're back. Huh? He felt a bit smug, thinking that as long as he was close to Elizabeth, everything would be easy. Suddenly, Anime, who had been quiet, screamed and held her mouth. Uh-oh, maybe I overdid it, she said, feeling dizzy from the teleportation. Lac Bin rushed to her. Anime, with foam coming out of her mouth, was clearly affected by the sudden teleportation. I feel dizzy, she muttered. Elizabeth spoke calmly. Help her rest inside. I need to speak with Amelia. Lac Bin agreed. Understood. They arrived at a small, beautiful house with a grassy yard. Amelia asked, Master, is there something you want to discuss? Elizabeth replied, Have you heard of the Dark Festival in the Demon Realm? Amelia, trying to sound knowledgeable, replied, Although I haven't been outside for 500 years, I'm somewhat familiar with the Demon Realm. It's connected to the human prince, Manfred, who created it, right? Elizabeth nodded. I believe so. Is there something you wanted to discuss with him? Amelia proudly said. I can take care of everything. Elizabeth frowned. It's not about that. I'm unhappy that the Dark Festival wants to commit a mass murder to resurrect me. Amelia was confused. What? But you're already here. Alive. What do you mean by resurrection? She sounded slightly disrespectful. Elizabeth, unfazed, said, it doesn't matter. We need to make sure they don't exist anymore. You'll need to handle it with your weapons. Amelia bowed obediently. Understood, Master. Elizabeth nodded. Pleased. Good. After this, you can do whatever you want. Amelia said. Please rest assured, I'll handle everything. Can I really do anything? Then, I can sleep with my master. Just like when I was little. Hee hee. Amelia thought to herself. Suddenly, Amelia vanished behind Elizabeth. Elizabeth stood there, looking up at the sky. A loud sound of a build echoed. There was a bang, and golden sparks exploded into the air. Amelia struggled to defend herself. How dare you strike at me? The young lady. Such strength could pierce through my body. If it could, it would be comparable to a demon lord level. I must eliminate this dangerous monster. So my master will be safe. A voice from below echoed. The target has not been eliminated. Explosion detected. Defense level 2. Amelia started to panic. A ship-like object was shot towards Amelia, forcing her to dodge. She said, "You've picked the wrong person." Suddenly, Amelia was bombarded by increasing waves of arrows, each one flying toward her. Upon impact, they exploded with a bright golden light. Amelia was overwhelmed, dizzy from the explosions. Boom, boom, the sound of explosions echoed. Target still not eliminated. Defense level 3. Suddenly, the eyes of the strategist widened in shock. A loud curse was heard. And Elizabeth appeared. Let her go. She belongs to my lord, the king of the dark. Trembling, recognized the face and added her to the whitelist. Amelia was battered and crying. Hoo, it's so scary here. Lack Bin was slicing an orange with a knife, cutting it into 2 equal parts. He pressed down on the orange juice machine, struggling to squeeze out fresh juice into a glass. Once the juice was ready, Lack Bin quickly handed the glass to her. Anime, if you feel dizzy, try drinking this orange juice. The citrus will help clear your mind. Although Anime was still dazed, she took the glass and said, "Thank you, Lack Bin." Anime gently held the glass, took a sip of the juice, and slowly swallowed it. Each sip seemed to trigger a transformation. The juice contained strong energy that flowed down her throat, filling her body with abundant magic. As it spread through her, it seemed to generate a new magical flow, revitalizing every nerve cell in her body, clearing away any lingering fatigue. After finishing the juice, Anime shivered, saying, This feeling is like high-level divine magic. Thanks to the orange juice, all her nerve cells were now filled with energy, leaving her mind clear and alert. Suddenly, a red mist appeared, and from it, a terrifying figure of a nun emerged. She said, "I am you, and you are me." She smiled, revealing sharp teeth. "Stop suppressing your true self." Hearing this, Andy panicked and burst into tears. Lack Bin, however, lazily lounged in a comfy chair and sighed. The chair at home is the most comfortable. Going out on an adventure isn't really my thing." Suddenly, Elizabeth entered through the door. As she approached Anime, she noticed, it seems you've remembered everything now." Then, Elizabeth sat on the server chair and continued, "Your ancestors once pledged loyalty to me, saying that the cat family would always be loyal to me." She explained further, "If your bloodline has fully awakened, then that vow will fall upon you as well." Hearing this, Anime's eyes widened. She suddenly imagined herself in the palm of the demon lord Elizabeth. Anime became terrified. "Elizabeth, big sister, please no. Could it be that you're the legendary demon king?" Elizabeth calmly replied, "What are you talking about? I am the ruler of this world." Upon hearing this, Anime was puzzled and asked, "But according to ancient records, wasn't the demon king supposed to have died together with the legendary hero?" Lack Bin, slightly embarrassed, stammered, "Ahem, well, although it's a bit embarrassing, I must be the legendary hero you're referring to." Andy quickly understood and said, "I get it now. The true history must go like this. The two, the hero and the demon king, have always been in a constant struggle." At that time, Lack Bin and Elizabeth had a fierce battle. In the end, after a month of intense fighting, they developed feelings for each other. A seed of love blossomed. After all the battles, they gave up their fight for the strongest position because of their love for each other. Since then, they have lived in seclusion for 500 years. Elizabeth nodded in agreement with Andy's version, saying something like that. Lack Ben, however, disagreed and spoke up. Andy, don't say such things. You'll offend Elizabeth. Andy was startled. Yes, I understand. Elizabeth, with a serious face, said, as a descendant of the super warrior bloodline of the demon clan. You've really shamed the cat family. Upon hearing this, Lack Ben was puzzled and asked, are you saying Anime is from the demon clan? Anime sadly nodded in agreement. Elizabeth continued, it seems like it was 600 years ago. A child named Cat Mo, from the demon clan, awakened his bloodline. The characteristic of this bloodline is that the eyes glow red when using magic, and it greatly enhances combat effectiveness. His power grew very quickly. But as his power increased, he became extremely violent. Only through constant killing could he be satisfied. In just a few years, he massacred the northern territories of my kingdom, leaving them in chaos. More than 100 elite warriors of my kingdom died at his hands. A series of murders inflated his ambitions, and he directly came to challenge my position as the Demon King. Of course, I quickly defeated him, sealing away his violent side. From then on, he swore loyalty to me. Generation after generation. Anime trembled as she listened, her hands shaking. She fearfully said, I didn't know. I don't remember anything. Since I became conscious, I've lived in an orphanage of the church. The nuns and the other children were my family. Elizabeth calmly replied, when you lost control, you killed everyone in the orphanage. You couldn't accept the reality. So you imagined that you were waiting for the nuns to return. In her mind, Elizabeth thought, if it weren't for me, Cat Mo's power would definitely have made him worthy of becoming the lord of a region. How did my descendants end up like this? And what about the others? It seems there's so much I don't know. Upon discovering the truth, Andy trembled in fear. Not my little brother, my little sister. Then Lack Bin realized, didn't we meet Anime's siblings when we were at the market? Hearing this, Elizabeth quickly dismissed the idea, and she gestured to use a skill. She said, let me show you the truth. She activated a portal and said, look at what you call Anime's siblings. The portal opened, and behind it was a group of dolls, scattered around a pile of toys. Upon seeing this, Andy was startled and turned to look at them. From Anime's point of view, the dolls transformed into people and began to speak. Anime, come play with us. The battle with inner struggles and transformation. Ah, it's Sister Anime. We're all very good at home. Sister Anime, they said as they quickly ran to her. She turned around quickly. Hurry, and I. Immediately, Elizabeth raised her hand to close the portal. The puppet quickly transformed back into human form and fell to the ground. Elizabeth explained, do you understand now? Because you always used most of your strength to maintain the puppet's life mechanism. Your power will always be at the level of a sorcerer. Lack Ben, hearing this, was worried and said, is that so? Elizabeth continued, you awakened your bloodline to protect your loved ones from the dark apostles. But the awakened bloodline became uncontrollable, and you killed your loved ones. This is the truth you've always been avoiding. Anime, hearing this, could not accept the truth. She froze and said, no, that's not true. No, it's not. Suddenly, energy surged around Anime's body. She clutched her head in shock. My head hurts so much. Elizabeth raised her hand and flicked Anime's head. The pain from the flick caused Anime to lose consciousness. As Anime was falling, Lack Bin quickly caught her. Elizabeth calmly said, I know you want to help her, but I'm reminding you that this is just a temporary measure to make her unconscious. If she can't control herself and regains consciousness, the entire town could be destroyed. Lack Bin replied, I understand. I'll try at the church, where Andy is living. At the church, Anime remained unconscious on the bed, while Lack Bin sat next to her, working. Suddenly, Anime slowly opened her eyes. She quickly sat up and said, Lack Bin, did you bring me back? I'm sorry to trouble you. Lack Bin softly replied, it's no trouble. Elizabeth's teleportation gate is very convenient. How do you feel now? Anime, with tears in her eyes, said, I remember everything now. There were no nuns. The murderer was me. Lack Bin quickly comforted her, saying, no, you were just trying to protect your loved ones. You are not a murderer. Anime still couldn't accept it. She cried, no, it's all my fault. After I was controlled, I lost my consciousness. Lag Bin quickly reassured her. The Dark Apostles are the real culprits. It was because your awakened bloodline was too violent that you lost control. It wasn't your intention to do this. So don't lock yourself up in guilt anymore. Anime, still feeling guilty, said, but I killed them. This truth will never change. Lag Bin smiled. It's just like with the puppets. You did a great job handling the details. But I can see you tied many knots. Because you were afraid it would fall apart. Even though you tried to cover it up. It made the entire puppet lose its soul. He gently untied each string on the puppet. As he continued, he said, I'll help you undo the knots. And reuse them as material. The puppet was quickly dismantled. Its parts separated. When Anime saw her puppets being disassembled, the psychological trauma surfaced. Don't take them. Don't take my children away. Her eyes turned red, and she lost control, screaming in panic. Suddenly, Lag Bin said softly, Fake, as I said before, don't linger under the tree. Don't be sad in the rain. Don't cry in the darkness. In Anime's mind, she was drifting on a river, surrounded by nothing but water and a dark sky filled with heavy rain. She quickly realized that she was in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Suddenly, a gigantic hand reached down from the clouds. A voice echoed, startling her. Look ahead and don't look back. As long as you have the courage to face it and raise your head, you can move forward. You will discover that the fog at this moment is just a brief rainy season. The blinding light prevents Anime from seeing clearly. It turns out the voice is from Lag Bin. He spoke gently. Looking ahead, there is still a bright sky. It won't make people feel hesitant. He reached out his hand to lift Anime from the water. His large hand slowly raised her up. Suddenly, he said, It's done. Anime slowly began to wake up. That was my inner world just now. Why did Lag Bin bring me an angel doll? This is the puppet I made for you. Anime. He smiled and said, I hope it can bring you some healing. Lag Bin gently handed the angel doll to her. Anime softly accepted it. She held the doll close to her chest. The feeling was unmistakable. Andy couldn't hold back the tears. Those were her younger siblings. Her siblings appeared beside her. Lag Bin cheerfully said, Sis, we're all free now. Don't worry about us anymore. Thank you, Andy. You have to live well for us. Afterwards, everyone slowly faded away, leaving a farewell. Anime couldn't hold back her emotions and broke into tears. Sis, I will definitely protect this church. Lag Bin patted her head, comforting her to stop crying. Then, he sighed in relief. In the death swamp of the demon realm, where the souls of the dead echo, Amelia appeared. She stretched her wings and flew. Her feet were about to touch the ground. Amelia said, This is unforgivable. You dare to make my master's dwelling so messy? The scenery here was desolate and eerie. Amelia used her strength to leap up, landing safely on a rock ledge. She casually walked towards the foggy area, where voices echoed. Fresh food has been delivered. The one who kills her first will have the right to share the spoils. Deformed monsters appeared. They said, I want her soul. I want her soul. Her thighs. I want to eat her thighs. Her spine and nails are mine. Amelia raised her hand and attacked them. As they exploded, she said, Damn it. Does that guy treat the master's territory like a garbage dump? But the monsters behind her were terrified at the sight. They all stepped aside, making way for the golden dragon king. Amelia, Aniwa, over here. Someone is sucking a pacifier. That person spoke. How dare you come alone to the Dark Council? To cause trouble? He was Luke True Ma, a member of the Dark Council. KO2 Jock, a 5-star demon master. He said, I am KO2 Jock, one of the 6 demon pillars. Let me play with you. However, Amelia's face remained cold and expressionless. We can see artificial egg chambers, hatching strange creatures. Not just one, but many different creatures, all being nurtured here. These incubators were stacked high, as tall as the entire building in the Dark Council's main hall. Some people had gathered here, and one spoke first. A strong figure is approaching the door. It's Snack Sama, a 1-star demon master. He wore a black cloak and said, The Yoga Army commander was completely annihilated when invading the Holy Sword Council. Could it be that those from the Holy Sword Council have come back for revenge? Juster Biter, a 2-star demon master. She said, It's alright. KO2 Jock has already greeted him. Test subject number 24 also spoke. William, would you like to go out with me? William, Elizabeth said, shut up. Then, the vice president of the Dark Guild, Dogo, laughed and said, no matter who it is, even if it's the Sword Saint, if they dare to come here, they will never return. At first, I was really troubled by the missing materials. Someone said, I didn't expect it to suddenly be delivered right to our doorstep. Haha. The leader of the Dark Guild, was fiddling with something off to the side. And the situation was chaotic. The trash had been collected, but the body was completely dismembered. He said, how could this be? All my abyssal magic has been broken. Even all my magical tools are useless. Looking at the situation, I thought, this is bad. This guy's power is limitless. So, I decided to use teleportation magic to quickly return to the Great Estate and send a message to them. But just a moment later, he was smashed to pieces. It was the Dragon King's claws that targeted him. In an instant, he turned into dust. The ambassador appeared and said, so, this trash was defeated by a child? Isn't there supposed to be 2 seats for the Demon Lord's position? After the intense battle with that grown-up, she must be seriously injured. This is our chance to gain the upper hand. All ambassadors, let's charge together. Use the strategy of overwhelming numbers to wipe her out. Amelia, annoyed, said, another pile of trash is coming? She quickly summoned her golden dragon. The roar of the golden dragon king shook the air. All the ambassadors trembled in fear. Because of this, the ambassadors exploded in the air. One after another, they fell around Amelia, but Amelia kept walking as if nothing had happened, cleaning up the area with a cold, ruthless gaze. Just like before, her wings spread out. Without hesitation, Amelia immediately flew off. A strange creature spoke. To enter, you must answer a question. The price of a wrong answer is your life. Before it could finish its sentence, Amelia raised her foot and kicked the creature like a bolt from the blue. The creature was sent flying so far away, it became hard to see. Amelia spoke. I found you. Then, she looked toward a huge artificial egg-shaped orb. It was clearly different from the others, and had become quite ugly. Amelia laughed. Ha ha ha. Yes, I'm old now. An old voice responded. Long time no see, Amelia. White responded respectfully. However, White's body exploded into pieces of meat. Everyone present was stunned. Don't worry, Master, William said. Your attack was successful, but your father might have been hurt. Amelia lazily stretched and said, let's finish this and get it over with. White's body slowly began to regenerate. He said, as expected of Amelia, your power has risen once again. How did you suddenly wake up from such a long slumber? He curiously asked, probing. Perhaps you found Elizabeth, the legendary master? Suddenly, Amelia noticed something. A tentacle appeared beneath her feet, quickly wrapping around her. It was the cursed tentacle of Dagashtan. He said, as long as I defeat the Golden Dragon King, the legendary mount of Demon Lord Elizabeth, the position of Monster Lord will be mine. Now, with your limbs sealed in the dark abyss, no matter how strong you are, in this moment, you're nothing but a lamb ready for slaughter. Amelia's struggle. Amelia gritted her teeth and tried to bite down on a tentacle. Futile, she muttered, but she didn't give up. Instead, she started to suck it in. She seemed to want to devour the entire tentacle. The octopus, Dragot Nanhu, who was much larger than a typical octopus, sneered, you're stupid if you think you can eat me. Do you even know how huge I am? Don't overestimate your power. But only moments later, Nanhu screamed for help. Ha, ha ha, ha. Amelia, on the other hand, seemed pleased. I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. Julie, who had been silent, stepped forward and said, I surrender. I was forced to join them. She blew Amelia a kiss, which seemed to hypnotize her for a moment. Well, if brute force doesn't work, let's try something softer, Julie thought, as she raised Amelia's chin. From now on, you'll be my prisoner. However, Amelia quickly spat out a loud burp. Julie was so stunned that she couldn't react in time, and Amelia knocked her away with ease. Stupid octopus, you think you can reproduce in my stomach? I'll digest you properly. William, with a wicked smile, spoke up. Not only did she kill the vice president, but she also injured my father. How interesting. Releasing the power of a demon lord. As he advanced toward her, Amelia instantly knocked him away, his form crashing into the wall. Move aside, Amelia said coldly. The others tried to attack, releasing their full energy in an effort to overpower her. Amelia retaliated with a long-range attack, knocking two of them away with ease. She smirked. Do you think you can replace my master by bringing all this trash? You're not even worthy of being my opponent. Congratulations, Amelia-sama, one of them said, seemingly acknowledging her strength. You've reached the demon lord level. Amelia remained unfazed, saying, enough of the nonsense. Handle things yourselves. One man asked, can I be your opponent? Amelia-sama? His eyes gleamed with ambition. But Amelia just scoffed at him. Don't fool yourself. You're not even close. Meanwhile, a girl in a large incubator was being kept under mysterious circumstances. Possibly a key figure in the plot. Amelia's eyes shifted slightly as she glanced at her. Still lacking a little. Just a little more. Lack Bin's quiet time. 1 month passed, and the scenery in a vast garden was serene and picturesque. The peaceful wind blew, carrying leaves gently across the sky. Lack Bin, the main protagonist, was busy working hard. He knelt down and planted some seeds into the fertile soil. Then, he took care of them carefully, watering them to ensure they grew quickly. The fruit trees around him were laden with ripe, bountiful fruit. Strangely, the fruit seemed to grow from a single stem, with multiple types of fruit emerging from the same plant. Lack Bin, looking like a true farmer, climbed up to harvest the red, ripe watermelons. With a thoughtful expression, he gazed at the fruit for a long while before finally picking them. With a determined gaze, she understood his intentions and then spoke frankly. In short, you want me to clean up the trash outside, right? He felt immense joy upon hearing her words. All right, I'll clean it up for you right away. But her expression turned cold and indifferent. And she refused, saying, I don't want to go outside. I don't like anything out there. But I have 2 ways. He looked puzzled, confused, and questioned. What, 2 ways? Then she calmly raised her hand and explained the first method. Method 1. I'll go outside for a bit and destroy the magical world. This will solve the problem at its root. What do you think? He was horrified and immediately raised his hand to reject the idea. It won't work. Then, with an icy expression, she spoke the second method. Method 2. Find someone suitable to replace me and dominate the world. I'll support that person. His face became blank, lost in thought, and he kept wondering, but who could possibly be suitable? Her smile turned devious, and she replied with an eerie tone. Well, it's easy. Aside from me, the only one left is you. Upon hearing this, he couldn't believe that he could play such a role, being the one to dominate the world for her. Meanwhile, Lack Bin, standing outside, was holding a sword in his hand, looking confused. Why has everything suddenly turned into this? As he was pondering this, a familiar voice came from the other side. Focus. The practice of swordsmanship has only just begun. The Demon King, observing the situation from afar, watched silently. Hearing the command, Lack Bin began to practice seriously, swinging his sword up and down. Yes. She was very satisfied, sitting comfortably in her chair, smiling, and thinking to herself, with this demeanor of yours, you still want to resist and refuse me? You're still too green. She leaned back in her chair, enjoying her life. Admittedly, when it comes to raw power, you might be slightly stronger than me. But in terms of strategy and psychological manipulation, you're no match for me. Then, as she closed her eyes and sank into thought, she continued, this morning, when you told me to leave, I really felt uncomfortable, but I couldn't explain it. You almost achieved your goal. But then you inadvertently spoke from the heart. You can't live without me. I've completely seen through you. You know very well that with our strength, destroying or ruling this world is just a matter of intent. It's meaningless. So, the best way to handle this is to let everything develop naturally. We'll sit back and watch for fun. As for the Dark Council, Amelia has already eradicated it, so it's no longer a concern. She continued to observe him, noticing his growing distractions. These past few days, you've been so unfocused. This morning, you even dragged me out and suggested I go out to dominate the world. Basically, you just wanted to get my attention. Clearly, after living together for a year, you've fallen in love with me. Meanwhile, Lack Bin, still practicing with his sword, couldn't help but wonder, is it really possible to master swordsmanship by swinging a sword 1,000 times a day? This method seems so simple. From a distance, she kept watching him, and a proud smile slowly spread across her face. Standing at the peak of power, yet enjoying the feeling of being defeated, only I, the Demon King, am qualified to control a hero like you. Although I'm not interested in boring things like love. If the opponent is you, that's a different matter. You have the strongest creative and productive ability, while I am a master of swordsmanship and high-level magic. With our combined strengths, we could create something unimaginable. Perhaps we could even raise the strongest sun, breaking the limits of this world's dimension. This, I believe, is your true goal, right? She laughed gleefully, basking in her own satisfaction. Of course, I won't agree to your request so easily. First, I'll let you continue practicing swordsmanship. With a determined gaze, she understood his intentions and then spoke frankly. In short, you want me to clean up the trash outside, right? He felt immense joy upon hearing her words. All right, I'll clean it up for you right away. But her expression turned cold and indifferent, and she refused, saying, I don't want to go outside. I don't like anything out there. But I have 2 ways. He looked puzzled, confused, and questioned. What, 2 ways? Then she calmly raised her hand and explained the first method. Method 1. I'll go outside for a bit and destroy the magical world. This will solve the problem at its root. What do you think? He was horrified and immediately raised his hand to reject the idea. It won't work. Then, with an icy expression, she spoke the second method. Method 2. Find someone suitable to replace me and dominate the world. I'll support that person. His face became blank, lost in thought, and he kept wondering, but who could possibly be suitable? Her smile turned devious, and she replied with an eerie tone. Well, it's easy. Aside from me, the only one left is you. Upon hearing this, he couldn't believe that he could play such a role, being the one to dominate the world for her. Meanwhile, Lac Ben, standing outside, was holding a sword in his hand, looking confused. Why has everything suddenly turned into this? As he was pondering this, a familiar voice came from the other side. Focus. The practice of swordsmanship has only just begun. The Demon King, observing the situation from afar, watched silently. Hearing the command, Lac Ben began to practice seriously, swinging his sword up and down. Yes, yes. She was very satisfied, sitting comfortably in her chair, smiling, and thinking to herself, hee, with this demeanor of yours, you still want to resist and refuse me? You're still too green. She leaned back in her chair, enjoying her life. Admittedly, when it comes to raw power, you might be slightly stronger than me. But in terms of strategy and psychological manipulation, you're no match for me. Then, as she closed her eyes and sank into thought, she continued, this morning, when you told me to leave, I really felt uncomfortable, but I couldn't explain it. You almost achieved your goal. But then you inadvertently spoke from the heart. You can't live without me. I've completely seen through you. You know very well that with our strength, destroying or ruling this world is just a matter of intent. It's meaningless. So, the best way to handle this is to let everything develop naturally. We'll sit back and watch for fun. As for the Dark Council, Amelia has already eradicated it, so it's no longer a concern. She continued to observe him, noticing his growing distractions. These past few days, you've been so unfocused. This morning, you even dragged me out and suggested I go out to dominate the world. Basically, you just wanted to get my attention. Clearly, after living together for a year, you've fallen in love with me. Meanwhile, Lac Ben, still practicing with his sword, couldn't help but wonder, is it really possible to master swordsmanship by swinging a sword 1,000 times a day? This method seems so simple. From a distance, she kept watching him, and a proud smile slowly spread across her face. Standing at the peak of power, yet enjoying the feeling of being defeated, only I, the Demon King, am qualified to control a hero like you. Although I'm not interested in boring things like love. If the opponent is you, that's a different matter. You have the strongest creative and productive ability, while I am a master of swordsmanship and high-level magic. With our combined strengths, we could create something unimaginable. Perhaps we could even raise the strongest sun, breaking the limits of this world's dimension. This, I believe, is your true goal, right? She laughed gleefully, basking in her own satisfaction. Of course, I won't agree to your request so easily. First, I'll let you continue practicing swordsmanship. training, conflict, and unexpected encounters. It's like education before birth in the future. They laughed loudly. Looking at her appearance, he was so intrigued that he turned to look back. This made him wonder. What is Elizabeth thinking? Is she really planning to teach me how to use a sword and magic to defeat the Dark Apostles? After this, he diligently practiced, constantly swinging his sword. Suddenly, his body was surrounded by dust. Panicking, he shouted, "Ah!" A golden-haired boy suddenly collapsed on the ground after a strong collision. Groaning in pain, ouch! His sword was now pointed directly at the small figure of the golden-haired boy. He panicked, his eyes wide, his mouth yelling, "Ah!" The sword had transformed into a child. The boy, clearly angered, furrowed his brows and introduced himself. "I am Alpha, the sword spirit of this great sword." The noise attracted Elizabeth's attention. She looked over coldly at the situation and said, "What's going on?" Alpha, who had been silently observing, glared at her with intense hostility. "The mastermind is the original Demon King." Elizabeth, without speaking a word, the situation grew more dangerous. He used his power and flew towards her with great force. His eyes, filled with determination, now gleamed with a yellow, radiant energy. He shouted, "You want to die?" Just as he was about to reach her, Elizabeth swiftly kicked him, sending him flying, his face contorting in pain. The force of the kick made a loud crashing sound. Without a care, Elizabeth nonchalantly stuffed her hands into her pockets and said, "Sit down and let's talk." He, now with a swollen bump on his head, was clearly in pain. The three of them sat down and began to talk. Lak Bin spoke first. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had consciousness for so long. You were beaten up and covered in scratches." Outfa smirked and responded, "Of course, I had no idea. I only came to your rescue when the hero was supposed to defeat the Demon King." Fuming with anger, Outfa grabbed Lak Bin by the collar, scolding him, "But look at what you've done with me in this year. Did you use me to chop wood? Do you know how hard I've worked in the last year?" Lak Bin quickly reassured him, calm down, but Outfa was so furious that he was practically boiling with rage. His eyes full of resentment as he kept complaining, "You changed the script without permission and even befriended the Demon King. Turning me into an axe. You're not worthy of being a hero." Hearing this, Elizabeth couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Do you really want to kill 4 sides of the eagle?" Suddenly, Outfa went completely silent, not moving, and said with a fake smile, "It's all just a boring system setup. It's not even theoretical anymore. Elizabeth, you should be my savior." Elizabeth wasn't having any of it. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. If you're already out here, go help Lak Bin conquer the world." Outfa was baffled, his face full of confusion as he heard, "conquer the world." Lak Bin scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Or should I say, save the world?" He then turned to look at Outfa with a cute expression and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do here?" Lak Bin then raised his fist, full of determination. "Although I have been idle for a long time, I still decided to shoulder the responsibility of the legendary hero. After practicing for a while, I will go out to maintain world peace." Hearing this, he was completely stunned, not believing his ears. He mockingly asked, "Training? Don't you know your own qualifications?" Lak Bin, on the other hand, smiled warmly and replied, "I know I have no talent. But with 2 powerful trainers, Elizabeth and you, I believe I can achieve it." Feeling embarrassed, Alpha ignored him and spoke, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Before he could finish, suddenly, a powerful hand was raised, and with a small gesture, it silenced Outer. He kept wondering, groaning, A figure with an air of authority appeared and announced, "Lak Bin, sit down first. I have something to discuss with this kid." Just as the words finished, a pink energy surrounded Outer. He struggled helplessly, and was then suspended in midair. The figure coldly turned away. Heading behind a tree, a fierce collision occurred, sending everything around into a cloud of dust. After the battle, Outer emerged, battered and bruised, his face swollen, his body scratched and battered. He returned to his seat, and obediently said, "I understand. No matter what, I will cooperate well with you." Lak Bin, after he finished speaking, she also responded, "We should not delay. With the Money Emperor, we can only use sword techniques." Let's start the adventure outside. Meanwhile, in another place, the sun's rays shone through the windows into a towering, magnificent tower, where the people below were bustling. A young girl holding a thick stack of papers announced that the Grey Wolf Guild was recruiting, with great benefits. If you're considering changing jobs, you can take a look at the flyer. At another stall, the staff warmly welcomed customers. Hot crispy fried chicken here. Bring your pet and watch the tournament. The guild is the best choice. The main character group had also gathered at this location, in a bustling town far different from the peaceful village. This was Tat Anyo Town, the territory of the Holy Sword Guild. The three were strolling along the street. Elizabeth was the first to speak. My magic sense is that this town is holding a big event. We should get more information here. Hearing this, he replied, I understand. The first step to conquering the world is to gather information. Outer, feeling dejected, walked while putting his hands behind his head, constantly grumbling. You want me to waste time with you in a place like this? Upon hearing this, Elizabeth turned to glare at him and threatened, do you want me to break you into 2 pieces? Her words made him terrified. Tears streamed down his face, and he clung to Lac Bin. Lac Bin, if you have any orders, just call me. Then, he transformed back into a sword. But along with it, he noticed a flyer on the street, which caught his attention. He picked it up, studied it carefully, and wondered, these flyers are everywhere. What event is this? On the flyer, an image of a superhuman red punch appeared, with mighty power. Reading the text on the flyer, he was puzzled and turned to Elizabeth. Do you know about this guild tournament? She then explained, it's just an arena battle, where guilds send representatives to fight. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded, and announcements echoed. The guild tournament participants are entering the venue. The betting officially begins. People began to push and shove, throwing out provocative words. The sword will definitely win. But this time, the Spirit Clan also sent someone to participate. In addition, there was the Card Guild, which had become very famous recently. Seeing the exciting situation, he held her hand and smiled, saying, Elizabeth, let's go and take a look. The scene before him made him speechless. And he exclaimed, wow, what a huge arena. Suddenly, something spoke without a sound. The two of them stopped. A huge, golden bull stood in front of them and said, please show your ticket. Magic. I can't detect the ticket on your bodies. Upon hearing this, he extended his hand toward her, acting like a hero, calmly saying, Elizabeth, let me handle this. He then threw his money pouch into the air and added, I know the flyer says the ticket costs 10 gold coins. Can we buy the tickets now? The giant bull took the stack of tickets in its hands, but kept making things difficult for them. Yes, you can buy it, but the remaining tickets are exclusive to me, so I will sell them to you for 200 gold coins each. This made him stiffen up and sigh. Are you serious? Even in another world, there are people who speculate on ticket prices? Just then, she moved her power mysteriously, and that power struck the bull directly on its head, making it change. The bull's gaze turned unusually friendly, and it said with a warm tone, here is your VIP ticket. I am truly honored to serve you both. Then it bowed deeply and saw them off. The two of them walked calmly on the red carpet and entered the hall. The scene before them caused him to focus and exclaim, wow, this is really the VIP room. So luxurious. From afar, a mysterious dark figure appeared, disappearing and reappearing in a blur, making him feel an ominous presence. Inside the hall, there was a man with green hair, sitting and puffing on a cigarette while writing in his diary. This man was Tagasef Baidushu. Next to him was an elderly man with white hair. His name was Brand. I guessed him to be a creation master. At this moment, two other individuals sat nearby. One with a ponytail of golden hair, named Luna Sagash, and the other, a member of the same guild, named Anna Sagasher. The conversation between the two main characters caught Anna's attention. She asked Luna, look, are these two on the guest list? The two of them sat down, each in their own chair. She casually said, take out my snacks. He looked around, constantly sighing. This is the first time I've seen such a big match, so I'm a bit nervous. Anna, with a suspicious look, reminded him to pay attention to them. But Luna dismissed the idea and said, Maybe they're from that guild. After all, their leader has helped me a lot. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in the hall. Lady and gentlemen, the Laser River Manhwa. Something fell from the sky. A circle appeared, and a green hand rose high, stirring the air. Let's move on to the finals of the tournament. The host then introduced himself. I am the moderator of this match. He continued, becoming very professional. Without further ado, I will now introduce the final 4 contestants, who have made it to the finals after many challenges. The first contestant, a genius swordsman from the Sword Guild, was introduced. Then came a powerful general from the Giant Bear Guild, a tall man with pink hair, very elegant, and introduced as the handsome member of the Spirit Clan, Ellie. Finally, a mysterious figure with a mask walked in, a special guest from the Card Guild. At this point, everyone gathered around the host, and a question was raised. Who will win this tournament? The host's expression turned devious. Battle preparations and unexpected encounters. The abbot had just said the word, begin, and at that moment, the little chicken was already preparing itself, ready to spring into action. The person riding it was full of excitement, rising into the sky and announcing, the battle begins in the arena. Televi glanced to the left, thinking of a plan. With his well-developed limbs and simple mind, the muscular bear from the Giant Bear Guild looked like a living shield. At that moment, Jailer was furiously smashing everything in his path, shouting, crush them, crush them. Televi thought deeply for a moment as he observed Jailer's actions. This guild, recently established and disbanded, had earned the right to participate in the competition due to their help in eradicating the 6 pillars of the Demon Clan's invasion. Despite that, it was still a second-tier guild, closely tied to the Sword Saint Guild. Even though powerful, their guild leader was nothing special. Looking around, Televi realized that the only real threat to him in this battle was Jailer. Televi concluded that the green sword from the Sword Saint Guild was the key. Suddenly, Jailer slammed his hand down onto the ground, sending dust and rocks flying into the air. He ran like mad toward the green sword, continuously shouting, crush them, crush them. Seeing this, Kellier drew an arrow from behind, aimed at the target, and swiftly released 3 arrows. Muttering, such a primitive, barbaric, and foolish fool, the 3 arrows shot toward Jailer and the green sword. One passed through the green sword's body, piercing the ground, while another struck Jailer, but he dodged just in time. However, the last one was caught by Jailer. Jailer looked up, muttering, such irritating words. The first one I want to kill is you. The arrow was immediately bent, and roots began to grow from it, wrapping around Jailer and making him lose his bearings. The same thing happened to the others. Kellier gradually descended and commented, wild beasts should be kept in cages. Jailer, still confident, scoffed, you think these roots can stop me? He used his strength to smash the roots aside, shouting, crush everything. But before he could unleash his full power, the roots had already tightly bound his hands and legs, leaving him suspended in midair. Jailer was stunned and exclaimed, what is this? Kellier proudly explained, those are the bubbles from the bubblegum tree. When they're impacted, they shrink and release a sticky sap. At this point, the green sword quickly unsheathed his sword and, with a few swift strikes, cut through the roots surrounding him. The group watched in surprise, with Televi slightly amazed, thinking to himself, this guy's sword speed is so fast. Even the Chi Foundation couldn't respond in time. The green sword calmly stepped out of his entrapment, apologizing politely, I'm terribly sorry for cutting your plant. Televi made a weird face and, though he said, it's fine, I'll take your life to make up for it. In his heart, he thought, indeed, defeating an opponent like you makes me feel exhilarated. Then, Televi raised his bow again. The roots and arrows launched toward the green sword. Despite the barrage, the green sword remained calm and unfazed, murmuring to himself, not afraid, not doubting, not surprised, not flustered. With that, he drew his sword and prepared for the next attack, his sharp eyes glowing with determination. The unselfish strike asterisk of the green sword continued as it swung forward, the blade slicing through the roots of a tree. In the blinding light, one of Telev's hands was severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere. Telev, in shock, looked at his hand, stammering, could this all end now? Telev was sitting on the ground, one hand flung behind him, the other holding onto a tree root. With a rigid face, the green sword slowly approached, pointing the blade directly at Telev's face, declaring loudly, "You have lost." Telev, nearly completely defeated, had a darkened face and said, "You're truly the genius of the Holy Sword Guild." But then Telev's face suddenly twisted into something strange. He replied, "But don't forget, I am also a genius of the Spirit Clan." At that moment, the tip of the green sword was surrounded by a flurry of butterflies. The green sword glared at the butterfly near its face. Telev stood up and shouted, "Butterfly explosion!" In an instant, the tree roots surged upward, covering the space around them. The green sword was swung high into the air, its feet planted firmly into the ground. Everything vanished quickly, revealing the defensive stance of the green sword. The sword was now stuck into the ground. Kelly, with a sprout in his mouth, mocked as he spat it out onto the ground. The sprout, upon touching the earth, immediately grew into a large flower bud, with petals like pomegranates and lilies. Telev began to merge with the flower, saying, "I can't deny it. Your Holy Sword Guild is truly strong." Telev lifted the flower into the air, and its roots intertwined with his body. Telev, with a sinister grin, said, "But your attack method is too singular. This is your flaw." Telev had truly pointed out the weakness. And with a sudden shift, the tree had transformed into a second hand for Telev, replacing the hand that had been severed. Telev, now filled with confidence, said, "With the blessing of the tree clan, our spirit clan is the strongest." Suddenly, the hands of Ga-Ola slammed down onto Telev's head, distorting his entire face. Ga-Ola went wild, shouting, "I told you, the first one I need to kill is you." Telev was repeatedly struck, and in the end, he was turned into a tree, buried deep into the ground by Ga-Ola's blows from afar. Ga-Ola, with an evil grin, turned and said, "Even the green sword sweats in front of me. But your arrogance is really annoying." The audience in the stands began cheering loudly. "Come on, give him more. Make him die. Kill him somewhere far away." MC Goplan shouted, and Ga-Ola's revenge fired up the crowd. The first to leave was Tili, the handsome man from the Spirit Clan. The MC, excited, said, "But why did he manage to break free from the control?" But that didn't matter anymore. What we care about now is whether the green sword can withstand Ga-Ola's heavy blow. Down in the arena, the green sword raised his hand, pointing at the ground. The sword, now planted into the earth, began to shake. It swerved through the air in a zigzag, eventually reaching the hand of the green sword. The green sword, in deep thought, muttered, "That's his sweat escaping. He must have used a large amount of sweat to lubricate himself." He added, "Thankfully, I used my sword energy to block the blast damage." The impact wasn't severe. Suddenly, Ga-Ola jumped, still wearing his sinister expression, and charged towards the green sword, shouting, "Unleashing 70% of my muscle power." He slammed his hands down into the ground. The dirt and stones flew into the air. But fortunately, the green sword had just managed to jump into the air. The green sword performed a somersault, spinning and dancing with the sword. As the green sword landed, the several strikes he had just made reached the jailer. They pierced his skin, blood spraying out, yet the jailer remained unaffected. It seemed that those strikes didn't bother him at all. He arrogantly showed no sign of being scratched. The green sword suddenly noticed that its blade had bent. The jailer continued to charge forward, punching the green sword with his fist. He shouted, "Releasing 80% of my muscle power." He swung his fist down. It seemed the green sword had no choice but to block with its blade. And then, the green sword was sent flying, tumbling several times before it managed to stand up again. The blade, at that point, was entirely bent. The green sword had no choice but to drop its sword on the ground. The jailer charged again, shouting, "Releasing 90% of my muscle power." In the subsequent strikes, the green sword was still able to dodge just in time. But once, it nearly got struck by the jailer's attack. On the spectator stands, Elizabeth and Lack Bin were watching the battle. Lack Bin asked the person beside him, "Such intensity. Elizabeth, who do you think will win in the end?" Elizabeth pondered for a moment, not answering immediately. At this time, Anna Sogashal spoke up. The Sword of the Green Sword is a level B divine weapon. Forged in the Dwarf Kingdom. How could it possibly be broken by a single punch? Luna Sogashal, sitting beside her, suggested, should we stop the fight? After all, the reputation of the Holy Sword Guild can't afford another loss. Luna then asked Anna's opinion again. Anna replied almost instantly, no need for now. In her mind, however, a thought flashed. When did the Giant Bear Guild become so strong? Could it be the Dark Council's doing? Meanwhile, two people dressed in black were sitting at a table. Wei spoke up. Elder Bari, do you need me to intervene and stop it? Bari replied, at this level, the two of them should be able to fight each other. Jot added, what do you think? There was a cup of coffee on the table. And Rot replied, it's probably true. Wei then thought, Senior doesn't disappoint, known for his hatred of the Dark Council. Just hearing about the apostles makes him so enraged that he can't hold back. His entire body is trembling. What exactly did he go through that made him form the guild? Creating so much trouble for the Dark Council? Not long ago, he had single-handedly killed hundreds of apostles. Wei looked at the two people in front of him, thinking, what could they possibly want to do here? One of them said, if they don't meet our expectations, how should we deal with them? The Demon King responded, then we kill them, eliminate them all. At this moment, Hui's thoughts were crystal clear. Lac Ben, standing in the midst of the battle, was there to inspect whether he had correctly used the treasures, as well as to check the path of tea and the strategy. Perhaps he didn't want to disappoint Lac Ben for the favor he had received. Fortunately, after understanding his basic abilities, he had actively gone out to eliminate those evil apostles, trying to maintain peace on the heroic continent. Although his achievements were insignificant, did these two even notice them? At this point, a punch struck the ground, and Jailer shouted, that little worm, let me crush it. The green sword flew towards him, thinking, I have no choice but to use that technique. But can I control it now? No, I can't doubt myself. Remembering the teachings of the Holy Sword Master. To reach the realm of selflessness, one must discard all distractions. Jailer licked his lips and let out a loud cry. Ah! At that moment, he summoned a beast, and the green sword watched as he did so. The green sword then cast a spell. Using an advanced earth magic technique, the sword flew up, and he moved close to a rock, making chunks of it fall. The green sword observed the scene before him. Jailer, looking at the falling rocks, spoke, you must think that the Giant Bear Guild only specializes in physical enhancement, right? But actually, we've also been studying earth magic. A battle and a breaking point. Televi, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, not even the advanced mage guild can compare to this guild in terms of power. You know? As he spoke, he tapped his hand on a large stone. Jailer was taken aback, muttering, what the hell, as he was pushed back by the stone. He looked at his hand, which was cut, and complained, I've been slashed countless times. The green sword, using his magical sword energy, calmly spoke, no fear, no doubt, no terror, no emotions, achieving a state of non-self. Jailer, furious, cursed, damn it, I'll kill you. Several slashes flew into the air. Jailer yelled, ah, my leg, as he felt the pain of the strike. The green sword spoke again, I'll give you one last chance. Jailer retorted, I don't need your pity. At this moment, an image appeared in Jailer's mind, recalling a conversation. This battle, using gears to increase your strength should be enough. As for the forbidden drugs, only use them if absolutely necessary. Understood? A voice responded, understood, Master. Jailer pondered, the Sword Saint Guild's technique of hiding their hands is troublesome. Should I use the power of forbidden drugs? What if I can't handle it and suffer a backlash? Just then, a sharp tip was brought close to Jailer's neck, and the green sword's voice rang out, while you are still conscious. Surrender the power of the Dark Guild, and I will spare your life. Jailer gritted his teeth, and in his mind, he swore, I will fully embrace my Demon King transformation and kill you all. The slashes continued, striking Jailer, and soon his head was severed and fell to the ground. Jailer lay lifeless, his head rolling far from his body. As his head landed, the scene shifted to a girl in blue, wearing a mask, named Finny, who pondered, am I really going to do this? or should I surrender? Meanwhile, in the card guild, Aini was meditating in the center of a room, practicing her magic. Several magical cards hovered in the air around her as she focused her energy. After a while, she relaxed and completed her training. The cards slowly descended, arranging themselves into a neat stack next to a steaming cup of tea. She picked up the cup, took a sip, and immediately felt a surge of golden light around her. Her power increased dramatically, breaking through from 5-star mage spirit to 1-star grand mage spirit. She sighed in relief and said, "Meditation. Entering the dungeon consumes a lot of mental energy. Thankfully, this magical tea helps recover my thoughts quickly, preventing me from getting lost in the vast, endless void of the universe. It's truly effective." She realized that, despite being an average talent, she could now break through to the grand mage level in a short time with the help of the tea. At that moment, the door to her room suddenly opened, and it was her father. Pot. He had just returned and was carrying a sack. He greeted her. "Aini, I'm back." Aini stood up happily and asked, "Finally, you're back. How's everything at the Sword Saint Guild? Are you injured?" Her father responded, "The threat of the Dark Guild's invasion has been neutralized. However, there's an even more serious issue within the Sword Saint Guild than I expected. This time, I wasn't able to meet with the Sword Saint." Aini replied, "What happened? Tell me, father. What should we do now? Without the approval of the Holy Sword Guild, we cannot develop, recruit members, or promote the card system of Lac Bin here." Seeing the concern in the girl's voice, he lowered the bag and spoke to her. "Although we didn't meet with the Holy Sword Guild, I've helped them drive back the Dark Guild. We still have some rewards." Suddenly, he released the bag, revealing a number of dark gears contained inside. The girl was slightly puzzled. "Why are there so many dark gears of the Grand Apostle? But you're already a Grand Demon Spirit. It will probably only take a day to purify all of them." But this is the unexpected harvest I was talking about. In her heart, she was still wondering, how large of a scale did the Dark Guild mobilize to raid the Holy Sword Guild? Unexpectedly, he then presented a paper with the words, "Guild Tournament Registration." He explained, "This unexpected reward is the registration paper. The Holy Sword Guild has granted us the right to directly participate in the final of the tournament." Aini took the registration paper, still stunned, and asked, "A guild tournament? Can we really join?" Her father confidently replied, "As long as Aini participates and wins in this tournament, our card guild will be recognized." Hearing that her father wanted her to participate, she became worried and said, "But how can I do it? The previous contestants were all geniuses from the top guilds. The lowest level ones were at the demon sect level, while I've only just advanced to Grand Demon Spirit. I'm afraid that not only will I fail to promote the card system, but I might even make it worse." Regardless of her concerns, as soon as she saw the paper, she immediately understood that the Holy Sword Guild was deliberately trying to make things difficult for their card guild. Her father patted her on the back, reassuring her, "It's all right. Be confident. The most important thing now is determination. We are no longer like we were in the past." Then, he pulled out another stack of cards and said confidently, "When the time comes, I'll have you use Lac Bin's ancient protective cards. The slight difference in magic level doesn't matter." Back to the present. While the guild tournament was taking place, it turned out that the cloaked and masked figure, who called themselves Y, was being surrounded by vines. It was Aini, who, while the opponents weren't paying attention, quietly planned her next move. "Although my father gave me the ancient protective cards of Lac Bin, with my strength, I can only use a summon under level 6 once." She then looked up, noticing the green sword shining with power ahead, and thought, "For the remaining battles, I can only use replica cards to substitute. The power will be greatly reduced. But to promote Lac Bin's card system, I can't back down." Her eyes now burned with determination. And more than ever, she knew that determination was the key. With that, Aini opened the pouch on her side. A clattering sound rang out, and the bag opened to reveal a deck of cards inside. She then used a card shuffling technique to cut through the vines that had been entangling her. The cards, designed to cut through obstacles in front of her, made a swift, slicing sound. Aini, then, with unwavering resolve, walked out to continue the battle. She approached the battlefield, where the green sword was fighting. She was almost at the spot where the Gola opponent had fallen, thinking he was done for. But when Aini walked past him, heading straight towards the green sword, he was startled, wide-eyed, staring at her as she reached a certain distance. She stopped before a line drawn from the shockwaves of the battle, with the green sword facing her. His body emitted a stream of sea blue energy. Seeing her approach, he turned his face to look at her and said, "Hiding your true strength? Finally, you make your move. Clever scheme, but you're definitely no match for me. Give up now, asterisk." He continued, addressing the guild. "We owe you a favor. I don't want to hurt you, but this is your final warning." As soon as the words left his mouth, something emitted a greenish light, rushing toward him at incredible speed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, easily dodging the attack. Brian, a creation master from the Kingdom of Dwarves, who was watching while drunk, was still surprised and asked, "What kind of weapon is that?" In the arena below, Aini didn't hesitate at all. She took out her cards and said, "Shuffling is clearly not about giving up against my opponent." She then used the poker flying card move, and immediately, the cards emitted magical power, flying forward as if with a will of their own. Although the cards attacked very quickly, unfortunately, the swordsman with the green sword was able to easily counter them without moving at all. Of course, he was not an opponent that could be defeated by just one move. He spoke as though he knew her plan. "These are just diversionary moves to distract me. The real attack is coming." He was so fast that he could block all of Aini's attacks using her Pokemon cards. At this moment, he didn't hold back anymore. He charged straight at her, saying, "Sorry, but I won't let you have that chance." Aini, surprised, exclaimed, "Did you figure it out already?" Suddenly, her gaze shifted behind her, as if she had come up with another clever trick. As she stepped back, a card flew up and landed right at her feet, allowing her to step on it. The card quickly lifted her up, and thanks to it, she managed to dodge the green sword's attack. In midair, she shouted, "Shuffling," and launched another move, sending the cards to attack her opponent. However, it seemed that this was still ineffective against the green sword. He was so fast that he easily avoided her card attacks, and flew up to prepare his next strike. Then, he unleashed a powerful sword strike towards her, causing a huge shockwave toward Aini. Once again, she launched her cards, which lined up to form a circle around her. She shouted, "Shuffling," and launched a new attack. The circles made from the cards, though just cards, had surprisingly strong offensive power. They collided with the sword strike, creating a huge flash of light. The impact pushed them apart, but the cards quickly regrouped and rushed forward, targeting the green sword's magical energy. The cards formed a circle around it, sealing the energy and preventing him from attacking further. No one expected that Aini's trick would have so many uses. Not only could it attack, but now it could also lock down the opponent's power, sealing his ability to strike. In a split second, more cards rushed in, attacking him and creating a massive explosion in the arena. The MC, Gopling, watching from above, witnessed each move and tactic, feeling extremely excited as he said to the audience, "Wow, wow, wow, the Card Guild's fighting style is so new and unique. The swordsman is now surrounded by a mass of cards. How will he counter this situation?" In the midst of being surrounded, the swordsman's sword energy began to weaken. He quickly realized this, and said, "You're using magic absorption to drain my sword energy?" But shortly after, Aini's move was broken, and his sword energy strengthened again. He confidently said, "It doesn't matter. Now, I'll fight seriously. Prepare yourself to be killed." By this time, Aini continued to control her cards. She responded to his words, "Of course, I know that the card lock won't be able to restrain you for long, but it will give me some time." The cards had been dealt. Inside, she felt a sense of joy and thought to herself, "The deck dealt is the most powerful spade suit." She raised both hands high, using her magical power to arrange the cards into a diamond shape and said, "Charge." As soon as the words were spoken, the cards swiftly flew through the air. A fantastical scene truly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Hundreds, thousands of spades gathered together and formed the shape of a gigantic dragon. Aini called this move the spade dragon. All the spectators in the stands were astonished. Their mouths agape as they exclaimed, "What is that?" Some on the opposite side were equally surprised, with one person bewildered, asking, "Can the seal spell still summon such a thing?" A wizard from the Scholars Guild, who was holding a pipe, witnessed this type of spell and had to admit, "This is worth recording and researching." The old man from the former Guild Leaders' Council, who was softening the materials, was also surprised and thought to himself, using different combinations to create different fighting methods. Which craftsman created these cards? In the stands, Lack Ben, who was sitting with Elizabeth, smiled and said, "Elizabeth, look, these are poker cards. It turns out the people outside know about poker and even use them for combat." Turning back to the arena, the spade dragon, created by Aini, let out a loud roar and charged towards the green sword, who was still trapped by the card lock. Seeing the situation, the green sword furrowed his brows and muttered the name of his technique. Nameless State, unleashing his greatest sword energy. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and summoned two glowing swords made from his spiritual energy. This attack instantly shattered the card lock's magical restraints. He swung his sword and shouted, "Green Phoenix." At that moment, a green phoenix flew out. Heading forward, a dragon and a phoenix faced off, one a summoned spiritual beast, the other a combination of thousands of cards forming an awe-inspiring spectacle. It seemed that the two would have a fierce battle, neither side giving way, but as expected, the green sword was stronger and had the advantage over Aini. His phoenix, in just a moment, tore through the spade dragon without losing any time. The explosion that followed shook the entire arena, a large amount of spiritual energy radiating outward. Aini's spade dragon was now nothing more than torn up cards, only a few remaining intact. They clattered down onto the arena floor. Looking pitiful, she trembled, shocked that her anticipated move had been destroyed so easily. The explosion had caused dust to spread everywhere, and Aini, affected by the blast, coughed for several seconds. She couldn't help but think to herself, "So strong, a great demon spirit of level 3 like me. And with just a replica poker deck, it's hard to make up the magical level difference. If I want to win, I'll have to use the master deck. But if I lose control and kill him, what should I do then?" Before she could have more time to think, the green sword had already raised his sword and charged at her. He even complimented her, "You're able to push me to use my full strength. You're really quite strong." Without hesitation, he swung a powerful strike toward Aini, causing another huge shockwave. Unfortunately, this time, Aini couldn't avoid the blow. She sat on the ground of the arena, and as the person in front of her spoke again, he said, "It's over now, little lady." At this point, she no longer wanted to stubbornly continue fighting, and simply replied, "You're right, I've lost." In her heart, she thought, "Maybe giving up isn't so bad. I've fought enough already." Suddenly, from behind the green sword, a dark, ominous object appeared. Realizing something was wrong, he turned his gaze behind him. The black object used a sharp part of its body to stab straight into the green sword's head. Before he could even react, the moment it attacked, a black membrane began to slowly invade his eyes. He was stunned and couldn't understand what was happening, muttering, What is this?" But before he could receive an answer, the dark entity had almost completely covered his pupils. At that point, he could only let out a faint groan. On the other side, Aini, with wide eyes, looked at the scene in front of her in confusion, muttering, "Huh?" Then, a voice rang out, "It's me." To her shock, it was the head of Gaola. By this time, the green sword had stopped responding, his eyes now completely black. Even more astonishing, Gaola suddenly let out a loud cry, and a dark spiritual energy enveloped him. But Gaola was just a fake skin, because inside, the true mastermind was the high priest of the Dark Guild. Slowly, he crawled out from the fake skin and said, "Finally, the egg has hatched." Moments later, his real face was fully revealed. At that moment, he had completely taken control of the green sword's body. Laughing with excitement, he said, "This body isn't bad at all." He then began to control the host's body, making it automatically swing the sword. But the spiritual power he generated was no longer the green light of righteousness. Instead, It had turned into the dark, purple energy of the dark path. The high priest eagerly remarked. Now, how do I use this sword energy? He swung the sword wildly around, causing panic among the audience. MC Goplan and Baby Chim. Both were startled, and MC hurriedly spoke into the mic. Oh no. Gaola's head just jumped up and is controlling the green sword. The situation at the arena seemed to be spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the Dark Guild's disciple once again commanded the green sword to strike, this time directly hitting the magical barrier protecting the arena. Seeing this, all the spectators in the stands jumped to their feet. Fleeing in a panic, they screamed, "Run! The magical shield is about to break!" Someone else shouted, "Everyone, hurry! A high priest from the Dark Guild has infiltrated." Seeing the situation getting more dangerous, the two sisters from the Holy Sword Guild became quite flustered. Anna Sagasha immediately stood up, exclaiming in shock, "The high priest has transformed." Her younger sister, Luna Sagasha, asked in confusion, "Sister, what should we do?" Meanwhile, the magic expert of the team, holding a flask of potion in his hand, had witnessed everything, but remained completely calm, saying, "Well, this is an unexpected show." Back in the stands, Lak Ben, looking worried, asked Elizabeth, "This isn't going as planned." Elizabeth, "Should we help?" But Elizabeth, with an unfazed expression, replied, "No, if you want to dominate the world, you have to learn to adapt to sudden changes like this. Otherwise, how can you control such a vast world?" Lak Ben, seeing her reasoning, nodded. "Okay, I understand." At the same time, a nearby man, who had been sitting quietly, heard their conversation. His hands trembled, and his mind immediately sank into deep thought. He whispered to himself, "I understand now." So they knew the high priest had infiltrated. Thus, a plan within a plan was set in motion, to see if Afeni and I could handle this fairly. But he didn't realize that Elder Bari, the sword master, was watching him. In his heart, he was calculating. Getting anxious. If you go save your daughter now, it would mean you don't have anyone strong enough to fight the Dark Council. Now, the Holy Sword Guild was on the verge of finding a powerful adversary. "I want you to return and take on the position of Elder," he thought. From below the arena, the sound of heavy steps echoed. That bizarre apostle was still enjoying himself. Having gained control of the green sword, he happily said, "I love this. I am so satisfied with this body." At that moment, Afeni finally realized what was before her. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The Dark Council, that apostle in black, drinking in such a disgusting manner. Hearing her voice, he responded with a taunting tone. "What's the matter, little girl? Now that it's come to this, you wouldn't dare use your trump card before. But now you're not hesitating to use it." With that, Afeni no longer held back, and took out her trump card, her enchanted deck. A green light began to radiate around her. She spoke, "If my opponent is the Dark Council, then I have no reason to hesitate any longer." At the moment the deck revealed itself, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from Afeni's body, bursting out with tremendous power. Even so, the apostle was undeterred. He arrogantly shouted, "Such powerful magic, huh? I'll crush it right now." Without wasting another moment, he unleashed a strike toward her. A loud whip-like sound echoed through the air, as a series of attacks lashed out towards Afeni. In an instant, the strikes landed directly on Afeni, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire arena, sending debris and dust flying. To everyone's surprise, not only was Afeni unharmed after the attack, but in front of her, a towering warrior appeared, holding a shield, blocking all the incoming strikes. Afeni, now controlling the cards in her hand, called out the name of her skill. The powerful Divine Protector skill had been activated. Lak Ben, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. "Wait, why does this feel so familiar?" He tried to recall, his mind racing. Could it be? Brian, the strategist, asked in surprise. "What is that?" "I think, compared to the previous deck, this one is far more formidable." The renowned scholar, Tango Se Virus, also questioned. "If I remember correctly, those are the 13 holy warriors that were recorded in the documents. Are they real?" Elder Bari, looking serious, asked. Is this the skill you used to defeat the 6 pillars of demons before? He stroked his chin, replying, the skill I used back then was level 9. While Afini's skill is only level 5. I hope it can surpass this challenge. Afini threw her cards into the air, declaring, get out of that body right now. She sent sharp beams of green light toward the green sword wielder. But he dodged each attack. Then, there was a massive explosion, sending large stones into the air. Accompanied by beams of green light, white smoke billowed around, and a dark creature appeared. Its glowing purple eyes shone as it perched on the green sword wielder's shoulder. It spoke, what's going on? The power of the cards has become even stronger. The green sword wielder leapt into the air, and something dark appeared beneath his feet. The tension builds. The purple creature laughed and said, you're pretty good. Wait until I get used to this body. Then I'll settle the score with you. But for now, I'm out of here. With that, it launched a massive punch forward, causing a huge explosion. Both the green sword and the purple creature on his shoulder were caught off guard and stopped. The green sword was charging forward, but the giant figure ahead of him was indistinct, though its speed was impressive. With each step, it created flashes of green light. The purple creature scowled, muttering, what the hell? It's just been born and already this strong? It can't be this fast. The creature bared its teeth and shouted, use your strongest move. Then, dark flashes appeared, forming multiple concentric circles flying forward. This was the power of the Chaos Dance Blade. The green sword, surrounded by black energy streaks, still held his ground as the giant figure ahead carried a shield. The shield was square-shaped, and within it, the green sword was still holding his ground, while the dark energy continued to spiral. The purple creature, startled, exclaimed, what's that? The square-shaped shield with the green sword inside was now surrounded by an intense battle formation. Meanwhile, Afini's mask cracked halfway. She stretched out her hand, giving instructions. Around her, giant figures and the shield formed a perfect battle array. With the green sword at the center, the energy around her shimmered with powerful, sacred formations. The green sword, though calm, had a momentary flicker of surprise. The purple creature, on the other hand, was clearly afraid now, its face drenched in sweat. The purple creature, now expanding rapidly and filling the square shield, stammered in fear, no, don't do it. As the green sword began to descend, the purple creature panicked even more, pleading, please, don't. A round purple object with a hole in the center appeared, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The green sword slowly descended, but when it hit the ground, it cracked open with a loud thud. Afini sighed, picking up the broken pieces of the green sword. Oops, I may have gone too far, she muttered, as the green sword lay on the ground, its face swollen and battered. Boss, who had been watching, chuckled and asked, are you satisfied with the show? Lack Bin, looking up and down, laughed, so it's him. He turned to Elizabeth and added, I knew it felt familiar. It's the father and son from months ago. Elizabeth, not turning to face him, replied indifferently. They weren't very good at hiding their identities. Boss suddenly froze, his mouth agape, as he turned to look at Lack Bin and Elizabeth. He bowed deeply and said, I didn't dare interrupt your enjoyment of the battle, so I refrained from approaching. Please forgive me. Lack Bin turned to face the boss. Noticing his nervousness, with a wave of his hand, he grinned. Ah, boss, you're here too. I didn't expect to see you here. By the way, I've got a lot of questions I want to ask you. Boss, visibly anxious, lowered his head, wondering, does Lack Bin have any issues with our guild's combat techniques? What could have caused him to show such respect for this person? At a round table nearby, many people were seated. A voice called out, please, everyone, take your seats. Lack Bin leaned towards Elizabeth and whispered, why were we invited to this meeting? Elizabeth responded quietly, to prepare for world domination. Gathering intelligence is also a good idea. Lack Bin whispered back, next time, let's just call it training. Let's leave out the world domination part. Barry, who was standing by, smiled and said, congratulations, boss, your guild has won. Pot quickly interrupted, saying, the Elder Sword, the battle isn't important right now. Let me first introduce our esteemed guests. He gestured toward Lack Bin and said, This is the benefactor who saved my son and me from the dark lands. Mr. Lack Ben. Pot then pointed to the person next to Lack Ben, saying, and this is. Elizabeth glanced at Puth. Both Puth and Afeni were terrified, quickly covering their faces and saying in unison, we can't say it. Barry asked, what can't you say? Puth, sweating profusely, stammered, because of Lack Ben. He smiled awkwardly, thinking, Chu Puth must be afraid. That revealing Elizabeth's demon lord identity might scare everyone, which is why he stopped himself from saying it. Yes, if we go out, it will only cause more trouble for others. He quickly turned to Elizabeth and whispered, Elizabeth, can I just call you Little Bai for now? It's better to keep your identity hidden. She looked confused and turned her face away, saying, suit yourself. Lack Ben chuckled and said, actually, we come from a small country in the south. I am the Minister of Human Affairs there. You can call me Lack Ben. And the person next to me, she is Princess Little Bai. Afeni, holding something, added, Princess Little Bai from the Southern Kingdom. Lack Ben continued, my hometown is in the south. But I've never heard of it. Puth hurriedly responded, yes, Lack Ben is right. And also, the card-playing skills I have were taught to me by Lack Ben. Lack Ben scratched his head and laughed. To say, taught, is a bit much. I have no special talent for poker. But, Chu Puth, you're much better than I am. Actually, I wanted to ask for your advice on swordsmanship. Luna Souse asked, do you understand anything? He wants to learn swordsmanship? After giving such a powerful card to Senior Puth, what on earth is he thinking? The green sword, with his face fully covered, warned, be careful. The elders are here. It's not our turn to speak. Afeni, still seemingly worried about something, asked Lack Ben, Mr. Lack Ben, have you seen my match on the field? Are you satisfied with my card-playing skills? Lack Ben was stunned and asked, card-playing skills? Then he turned to her and said, Mr. Lack Ben, is there anything I didn't do well? Lack Ben, lowering his head with a dark expression, said, I have no comments. I just didn't expect you all to play my poker game like this. Puth, worried, said, of course, how can we compare to you? Mr. Lack Ben? I still believe I was right in printing the cards and forming the guild without asking for your permission. Afeni apologized profusely, but that's all I can do. Lack Ben raised his head, smiling. There's nothing to apologize for. You're playing like this, and it will attract more participants, which is a good thing. Afeni unexpectedly asked, so, Mr. Lack Ben, you mean, most people are like us. So our method of card playing is actually more suitable for others to learn? Puth, too, was surprised and said, that's true. This approach would be better for completing the 7 card lines. Lack Ben shivered and smiled wryly. After all, this is a magical world. I really admire those who know magic. Someone was looking at them and said, this is getting more interesting by the day. The demon lens thought. One person casually releases powerful and brutal magic, while the other completely suppresses them, without showing any magic at all. Elizabeth also looked in someone's direction. The demon lens, sweating profusely, thought, has it been discovered? It's impossible. I'm using the lens for observation. There shouldn't be any magic reflected in what's happening. The overwhelming pressure feeling was undeniable. Elizabeth said to Lack Ben, Lord, I want to kill someone. Lack Ben turned to look at her and asked, who do you want to kill? He took out a bottle and said, wait a minute, look at this. We'll talk after the meeting. You can't make things difficult for Chu Puth. Elizabeth smiled and said, pudding. Someone raised a hand to their mouth. And Barry said, enough of the small talk. Let's get back to the main topic. This time, I'm taking advantage of the guild competition to invite a few people for a discussion on the alliance. Because surrounding and suppressing the Dark Guild is a pressing matter. Tui Vui brought out something and said, please have a look at this. Inside, there are countless purple rings. He continued, these are the Dark Soul Rings we've collected by using the Purification Sword on the contestants, from the preliminary rounds to the finals, as well as the one found on Gala from the Giant Bear Guild. Today, we have a total of 30. Lack Ben looked at it and asked, what are these Dark Soul Rings? Tui Vui replied, don't ask. Just know that when you accept the power of the Dark Guild, these flesh gears will develop inside your body. I've also found these flesh gears in the bodies of the apostles I hunted. Real said, 30 of them? The infiltration of the Dark Guild is truly widespread. Luna Sagish asked. But wasn't Bella able to pass the purification sword test before? Could it be that she received the Dark Guild's power after that? Anna Sagish replied. There could be another possibility. The Dark Guild might have conducted new research to bypass the purification magic. The Devil's Magic Eye added. Only low-level fusion can be detected by the purification magic. Otherwise, it can be easily hidden. He thought. One possibility is that the fusion at the lowest level caused the host to suffer intense reactions, turning them into a puppet for the Dark Guild. The second possibility is that the host can withstand it, but can't control the power, and ends up becoming a contestant on the field today, eventually becoming the vessel for the creation of a great apostle. The third possibility is that the host can fully control the power, using it for themselves. In that case, they will gain the strength of a demon lord. Their power will increase drastically, and they will become a high-ranking member of the Dark Guild. The Devil's Magic Eye continued. However, no matter how it changes, you still have to obey the one who gave you this power, and become a loyal slave to the Dark Guild. Green Sword asked. Does that mean that just now I almost became a great apostle? The Devil's Magic Eye replied. Who knows? You were just being controlled earlier. It wasn't a complete fusion. Otherwise, with your potential, you might have even become a pillar of the Dark Guild. Eri said. Thankfully, Pot came to help me that day. If not, I probably wouldn't have survived with my old, frail bones. Pot said. I was once a member of the Sacred Sword Guild, so helping the guild is only natural. Green Sword said. When the guild was in trouble, I was on an assignment outside. I couldn't fight the Dark Guild. But after seeing the 6 Pillars of the Demon Slayers card today, I'm sure I've lost. Lag Bin responded. She's really strong, isn't she? Afeni smiled and said. Not really. Not really. It's mostly because Mr. Lag Bin's cards are too powerful. Real asked the young man. Did you make all these cards? Where did you learn the blacksmithing techniques? And it's not just the cards. I see your sword on your back. You're not simple either. Lag Bin smiled and said. I just like making some crafts at home. To pass the time. I wouldn't call it blacksmithing. Real laughed and said. This young man is really humble. Luna Sagish said. If the Sword Saint were here, no Dark Guild would dare to invade. Anna Sagish frowned and said. Stop being so nosy. Lag Bin asked. Isn't the Sword Saint's swordsmanship the strongest? Where is he now? Post said. Mr. Lag Bin. Well, I guess it's not appropriate for me to express my opinion. After all, I'm no longer a member of the Sacred Sword Guild. Barry said. That's fine. Barry added. Anyway, this can't be kept secret for long. Some news has already started to spread outside. Real asked. Oh, does that mean the rumors are true? The Demon Eye Mirror said. Asterisk. After the rebellion of the Sword Saint Guild, not only has their combat strength been severely reduced, but the most important thing is that the Sword Saint himself has gone missing. That is why the Dark Guild took advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack on us. Barry said. That's right. After the Sword Saint sent news from the mountains half a year ago. We haven't heard anything since. Lag Bin asked. The internal conflict of the Sword Saint Guild led to the disappearance of the Sword Saint? More precisely, said Barry, the Sword Saint was supposed to go after the Axe Elder, the traitor of the guild, but he hasn't returned yet. The Green Sword said. My mission before was to go to the Great Gorge Mountains to find and support the Sword Saint based on intelligence coordinates. However, when I arrived, the Sword Saint had already left the area. Luna Sauce asked. But the Sword Saint had already advanced to the Demon Lord rank, almost stepping into the Demon King realm. So why did he still want to capture the Axe Elder, who had just leveled up to Demon Lord? Wasn't that supposed to be an easy task? The Green Sword said. No one can doubt the power of the Sword Saint. However, when I arrived at the Great Gorge Mountains, there were cracks everywhere. I went all over the place looking for clues. But then suddenly, I froze, as if I had seen something in the mountain ranges. He continued. Half of the Great Gorge Mountains had been reduced to the ground. I can't even begin to imagine the terrifying battle that must have occurred between the Sword Saint and the Axe Elder. Barry said, "That's because the Axe Elder obtained a powerful magical weapon, the Dark Axe of Destruction." Barry explained, "All I know is that it's a giant axe called the Great Destruction. It emanates terrifying fury. Its power is so great that the Axe Elder could make up for the strength gap between him and the Sword Saint." Real said, "I checked the list of S-rank weapons forged by the Dwarf Kingdom. But I couldn't find the Dark Axe that everyone described. I think it might be a masterpiece from the Dark Guild." Lag Bin asked, "I'm still not clear on who the Axe Elder is. Why did he betray the Sword Saint Guild?" Puss said, "The leader of the Sword Saint Guild is the Sword Saint himself. Under his leadership, there were 5 elders who assisted him in managing guild affairs and guiding disciples. The person next to me is Elder Barry, responsible for weapons and swords. There were also 4 other elders, Elder Dao, Elder Thuong, Elder Tien, and Elder Dio. However, because Elder Dio betrayed the guild and started the rebellion, Elder Dao and Elder Thuong were killed by him." Barry continued, "After that, Elder Kian also heroically sacrificed himself in a battle against the demon pillar of the Dark Guild. Now, I am the only one left with seniority in the Sword Saint Guild. During the rebellion, many took the opportunity to betray the guild, including my most beloved son. Sa Quoc Thap Tui Gia Tu?" Lag Bin asked, "Sa Quoc Thap Tui Gia Tu? Is he the centaur wielding a sword?" Barry responded, "You met my son? How is he now?" Lag Bin replied, "He's dead, I think. The other world is truly strange." Barry said, "It no longer matters. This is the fate of a traitor. There have been many events that have put the Sword Saint Guild in the most difficult position ever. That's why I want to borrow everyone's strength to fight back against the Dark Guild together." Real said, "If it's just providing weapons, there shouldn't be an issue with the Dwarf Kingdom. However, for A-rank and S-rank weapons, the lack of sharpening stones may make it difficult to carry out the Sword Elder's plan. Although my father has been in seclusion to think of a solution." The Demon Eye Mirror said, "May I ask a question? Sword Elder? As you mentioned, you are currently facing the most difficult situation? Why do you think you can destroy the Dark Guild with our help? Barry said, referring to Post, "I think Post, you should give up on establishing your own guild and go back to being the vice president of our Holy Sword Guild." Post replied, "Being the vice president of the Holy Sword Guild? I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate. After all, I've already left the Holy Sword Guild for some time." Barry said, "I'm telling you, it's a perfect fit. The membership card can even be used as a type of throwing blade. We could create a new group with the unit cards and have LYF become the elder of the membership cards." Ifini asked, Me? How could I have the qualifications to become the elder of the Holy Sword Guild?" Barry replied, "As long as you agree, I can guarantee that everything will go smoothly. The resources of the guild will be allocated as you wish, and I'll even follow your orders without question." Mui said, "Best Elder Barry, you're really very sincere. The vice president of the Holy Sword Guild is someone under less than 10,000 people. This is much easier than starting a new guild on your own. Please think it over." Post, "What do you think, Mr. Lak Bin?" Post asked, "With the popularity of the Holy Sword Guild, could it help spread the teachings of our poker sect faster?" Lak Bin replied, Uncle Post, are you asking for career advice? In my hometown, we have a saying, becoming the CEO of a large company is much easier than starting your own business." Lak Bin smiled and continued, "However, some people have greater ambitions and will venture out to start their own businesses. So it really depends on personal choice." He added, "For someone like me, who lacks ambition, it's better to give advice to others than think about it too much." Post thought, "Mr. Lak Bin, you're really trying to point me in the right direction." But Barry, the elder, said, "In a situation like this, rejecting him outright would be like offending the entire Holy Sword Guild." Post said, "If you're still dissatisfied, feel free to set any terms you want." Post slammed the table and stood up, saying, "Elder, you don't need to say it like that. The reason I want to establish my own guild is not for fame or profit, but to promote the use of the membership cards." Lak Bin nodded and said, "I see, your determination is strong." Barry then asked, Have you thought this through? Do you think I can't feel the powerful aura from this lac bin? Post said, it's clear that he's just giving a lesson on how to play cards. But this is just an excuse he uses to hide his true intentions. Lac bin smiled. Exactly. With such a great opportunity. I also think that with the right connections, I could join the Holy Sword Guild through Uncle Post and learn swordsmanship, Post said, although I've refused to return to the Holy Sword Guild. Elder Barry, rest assured, it is my responsibility to help destroy the Dark Guild. Our card guild will give you full support. Barry replied, all right, I understand. Then, as agreed, the Holy Sword Guild will recognize the legitimacy of your card guild. Barry thought, 1 stone, 3 birds. Not only would Post return to fight for the Holy Sword Guild, but he would also turn those membership cards into items that belong to the guild. He continued, looks like I'll need to head south to investigate what's really going on there and uncover the hidden power behind this so-called small southern kingdom. Lac bin laughed and said, I must say, Uncle Post, you're truly decisive. Post said, the most important thing is that Mr. Lac bin is satisfied. Aini sighed and said, LYF will work hard. Barry then said, Prince Brian, do you know when the king will emerge from seclusion? The supply of A and S-class weapons could significantly increase our combat strength. Brian replied, I can't say for sure. The shortage of sharpening stones is a big problem. The entire dwarf kingdom couldn't find a suitable replacement, and the Aristoto kingdom refused to cooperate. So my father has been in seclusion, researching it. Barry asked, and what about Tago? What about casting spells for weapons and warriors? The mage of the magic mirror replied, although my existence is that of a neutral record keeper, casting spells is no big deal. Barry said, all right, now that we have a basic understanding of the situation, in 2 months, the Holy Sword Guild will gather its forces. During this time, we'll do everything we can to resolve the issues at hand. Barry asked, does anyone have any questions? Lac bin raised his hand and said, I have one, I'd like to register. Barry asked, you want to join in the action to eliminate the Dark Guild? Lac bin replied, no, actually, I want to ask if the Holy Sword Guild is still recruiting. I'd like to register to learn swordsmanship. Although I've been idle for a while, it's never too late to start again, right? Post asked in surprise. Mr. Lac bin, are you serious? Aini also asked, why do you want to learn swordsmanship? Lac bin replied, well, it's because Little Bai arranged it for me. But you should ask her about the reason. Elizabeth was still eating pudding leisurely. A bit startled, she said with a smile, I'm not scared. Not scared. The arrangement of everyone. There must be a reason. Barry said, sniffing the smell of a cup of water. He then asked, but there are many types of swordsmanship. I want to ask, young man, what is your level of magic? Lac bin laughed and said, well, I've tried it, but it seems pretty low. I'm not good at magic. Wei responded, if you're not good at magic, then swordsmanship probably doesn't concern you much. The magic taught by Elder Barry. Lac bin asked, is there swordsmanship that doesn't require magic? Wei replied, of course, there is. But only one person has the potential to master this swordsmanship and become powerful. He said, that's our guild leader, Sword Saint. If you can find her, she'll definitely be willing to teach you. Puss added, indeed, I'm afraid only Sword Saint has the qualifications to teach Lac bin. You, sir, are the only one who has the ability to teach him. Lac bin nodded. All right, I understand what everyone means now. But you think Sword Saint has disappeared. How could I find her? Clearly, you think my level is too low. So you want to drive me away. At this moment, the Magic Mirror Division said, wait a moment. Then, he started writing something on a piece of paper. The words floated into the air after he wrote them. The Magic Mirror Division looked at the spherical formation created by the characters and smiled, saying, just in time, I've recorded some swordsmanship spells. Perhaps these will help you. Lac bin smiled and asked, really? How do I use this? Elizabeth, finishing her pudding, said, all right, enough of the surprise. It's time to get to business. She crushed the pudding box, and suddenly blood splattered into the air. The Magic Mirror Division also disappeared, leaving only the blood behind. Elizabeth said, get rid of the pests. Who think they're so clever? Somewhere on a sandy plain, there was suddenly a loud explosion, sending sand flying, and Sword Saint Chi-Chi Sujas, from the Holy Sword Guild, appeared. She spoke. Come out. Stop hiding. Chi-Chi Sujas gradually landed, and said, What's with you? You keep biting me without letting go. Chi-Chi replied, I'm dragging Elder out today. I must settle this once and for all. You've colluded with the Dark Council and killed my teammates. With that, she raised her hand and slashed, and the sand flew up with the slash of her blade. Suddenly, a large foot landed on the sand, and a massive axe was raised towards the sky, with beams of green light emanating from it. He shouted, and a purple eye appeared. The giant swung the axe forward, shouting, Give it back to her. Chi-Chi Sujas remained calm. A beam of green light appeared in front of her. The giant laughed and said, My affinity with the axe of vengeance is growing stronger. Your threat to me will become weaker with time. The guild leader will soon arrive, and it'll be my turn to hunt you down. Chi-Chi Sujas said, You're still obsessed. Soon, you will be completely controlled by this cursed axe, and lose yourself. She raised her sword and said, Just wait, the time will come soon. The giant held up the axe, which had a purple eye, and asked, Lose myself? So what? He leaned back, laughing, and said, When you experience this ultimate power, you'll realize that losing yourself is an honor. The giant's eyes gleamed with purple light, and he said, Ah, it's almost time. Hurry up and take over my body. Axe of vengeance. Slowly, dark streaks began to appear, spreading and enveloping his entire body. He cackled, and in a female voice, he finally said, Ha ha, it's done. The battle intensifies. I hate you. I hate you so much. The purple creature screamed in rage. You dared to abandon me? I won't forgive you. The body of Not Tang, a powerful figure, began to morph, transforming into the figure of a beautiful woman. His head remained the same, that of a fierce man, but his body had completely changed into that of a woman. He sneered and said, No matter where you hide, I will find you and make you regret it. To Chi-Chi, calm and collected, responded with disdain, calling him a fool. You're completely controlled by the Dark Gear's power now, she said coldly. Not Tang continued to laugh maniacally. He reached up and pulled a dark gear-like object from his chest, scoffing at Chi-Chi's words. You underestimate me, he said. His body began to bulge with dark power, veins visibly swelling as he tore open his chest, blood spilling everywhere. He sneered, Compared to my hatred, this little dark power is nothing. With a brutal motion, he yanked the dark gear out of his chest. The skin ripped open, blood pouring out, and with another fierce tug, he pulled off his face, revealing the sharp, intense eyes of a woman underneath the skin. Not Tang had fully transformed, and dark mist swirled around him. A woman with purple hair appeared next to him, holding his axe while casually running her fingers through her hair. She spoke with a cold tone, I'm ready. To Chi-Chi, however, was ready for battle. She began to channel her martial arts abilities, declaring that today, she would defeat him once and for all. From her hand, a sharp sword appeared, a powerful weapon created from the claws of a mythical beast, enhancing her speed by 10 times. Not Tang raised his axe high into the air and coldly retorted, You talk too much. He cursed at her, telling her to come down and fight properly. At that moment, Chi-Chi launched her ultimate attack, the V-Tran Chom. She moved so quickly that Not Tang couldn't react in time, causing the ground beneath them to crack open from the intense energy they were emitting. As the battle raged on, Chi-Chi said, If the elder has already died, then there's no need for me to hold back anymore. It ends here. Suddenly, her sword began to crack. Surprised, she watched as it vanished from her hand. Chi-Chi furrowed her brows in confusion as she summoned a new weapon. Not Tang, laughing, mocked her, You've just gained this body, and you're still not very skilled. You missed a few key strikes. He continued, But I'll admit, you managed to injure me a little. Not bad for someone like you. To Chi-Chi, furious, thought to herself, The claws of the mythical beast can travel thousands of kilometers. And yet, they only left a scratch on him? Not Tang, arrogantly, said, If you don't have any more tricks, then I'll start the real fight. He began to stretch, getting ready to launch his next attack. completely unconcerned about his opponent. "Take your time. I'll wait." To Chi, seething with rage, grabbed the hilt of her weapon and drew forth a family heirloom technique. She unleashed a series of explosive strikes, shaking the heavens. At the same time, a golden sickle appeared in the air. She called out, "Weapon fusion." The two weapons she was wielding, the superclass S-tier blade and sickle, began to merge into one. A new weapon emerged. Malthach New, Stone Spear. A superclass weapon that was deceptively light but incredibly hard. With unmatched strength, this weapon was a perfect counter to hard defenses. She also fused a secondary weapon, the Lean Kin Chom, Slow Sickle. Another superclass S-tier weapon. Its reversed blades had the power to bind and absorb energy, turning it into devastating magic. The fusion of the two weapons resulted in two new S-tier super weapons, Trong Shiden Ho, Staff of Shiden Ho. A staff that would gradually corrupt the user's will with dark energy, granting access to mysterious powers if the user could control it. And the Bao Fa Tiu Dao, Destruction Dagger. A powerful weapon requiring exceptional skill to wield, as improper handling could cause it to explode. With both weapons now in her hands, Chi began to channel her full strength. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Summon, asterisk." A spatial knot appeared, with a Shitulu staff shooting out a sword. Fast and sharp. A loud explosion sounded, and the two weapons continued to combine. At this moment, Hat Tam didn't dare to stand upright. Many of them were shaken. She used her sword as a drumstick, saying, "Ah, my bones are loosening up now." At that moment, a scroll appeared, from which rays of light emanated around a fireball. The weapon advanced to attack Hat Tam. And beneath the ground, the scroll emitted threads that formed into a net. It was the asterisk Snow Silk Shield, a super-level weapon. The shield, made of silk threads, radiated a chilling aura, and it was incredibly solid. Na Tang was surrounded by the Snow Silk Shield. Yet he continued to stretch his muscles. He sneered, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you think I'll run away?" Chi clenched her teeth, concentrating her power, and decided to use asterisk Malthach New asterisk to enhance the strength of the asterisk Lu Kuk Kong Jian asterisk created by the Shitulu staff. Forming an explosive blow, the small dagger exploded continuously inside, storing energy for a powerful core release. She calculated that even though she wanted to store more energy, she could only maintain asterisk Lu Kuk Kong Jian asterisk for 1 minute. If she kept using it, her will would be consumed. She quickly summoned the next weapon. She said, "Anyway, it's close to world-destroying magic now." It was the asterisk hammer of myriad forms. A super-level weapon. Even just a regular strike could release the power of thousands of charging elephants. She began to swing the hammer toward the fireball, shouting, "Attack!" The fireball, prepared with the weapon, shot like a rocket toward Na Tang, who was wrapped in layers of silk threads. This weapon was called the asterisk world-destroying arrow. At the moment, when the timer hit asterisk 0.01, Na Tang raised an eyebrow and smiled. He lightly swung his sword, cutting through the silk threads that were enveloping him, using the asterisk Faj Zaid Tram asterisk technique. At asterisk 0.02, with a single slash, he severed the world-destroying arrow in two. At asterisk 0.03, Na Tang swung a wide slash that covered an entire valley, sending the world-destroying arrow crashing to the ground with a loud explosion. At asterisk 0.04, his slash advanced rapidly, heading straight toward Chi. In an instant, she and her hammer were sliced apart without any reaction. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. At asterisk 0.05, Chi continued her counterattack, raising giant swords and deploying her ultimate magical technique, the asterisk 7-layered wind sword, to block the incoming slash from Na Tang. At asterisk 0.06, the blade collided with the wind sword barrier, cutting through each sword. It passed through. Chi, behind the swords now cracking, gritted her teeth, anxiety visible in her eyes, sweat dripping down her face. At asterisk 0.07, Na Tang's blade struck Chi. Her clothes were torn to shreds. But she still stubbornly resisted. However, her strength was exhausted, and she couldn't hold out any longer. She was thrown back. At **0.08, the blade pierced through her wind sword barrier and her body. The sword sank into the ground. Chi fell hard onto the earth below. Na Tang sneered. That's it? On the ground where the sword fell, a deep pit formed, still emitting smoke. He said, "Warm-up's done. Now it's time to get to the real work." He flew through the air, observing the scene below, saying, "Warm-up's done. Let's get to the real work." His eyes began to scan left and right, then turned to the right. Na Tang held his axe up. Observing it, he said, "Let's see, where's that heartless fool hiding?" The eyes opened wide to observe. It cast its gaze far away to continue watching the prey. In another space, in the yard of a quiet house, two shadowy figures were standing and talking. Lac Bin followed closely behind Elizabeth, smiling mischievously as he observed the scene. He said, "I'm here." A button click was heard. Then, the red-haired girl quickly fell onto the sofa, propping her feet up on the table. She said, as expected, "When at home, turn on the air conditioning, watch TV, and eat potato chips. That's the best." She picked up a piece of potato chip while saying, "World domination is such a hassle. So it's all on you." Nguyen. Lac Bin also lay back on the sofa, letting out a tired sigh. He said, "Every time I come back from outside, I'm completely drained. My head hurts. I'm really not cut out for world domination." She thought for a moment and said, "You can't say that. The agreement was made, so you need to do it properly. I'll help you as much as I can." Lac Bin said, "Helping? Like last time? Before doing something like that, couldn't you warn me in advance?" She didn't respond. Then, the girl took a bite of the potato chips and said, "Stop whining." Barry suddenly opened his eyes as blood splattered. He suddenly sat up and said, "Everyone, be alert." At that moment, his cold eyes narrowed, drawing the sword from his back to strike. Suddenly, two trails of smoke appeared. Luna and Anna quickly unsheathed their swords, ready to defend. Green Sword, with his bandaged face, lit the flame in his hand. He thought to himself, "My sword energy is almost gone. I guess the creator of the spell must have had a little too much to drink." He chuckled to himself. The doctor was currently all over the place, but he was more focused on the spectacle. Without being flustered, he stood up and addressed everyone seated around the round table, saying excitedly, "Listen to me." He modestly rubbed his hands together and looked at Lac Bin. "Mr. Lac Bin, could you kindly explain the current situation?" Lac Bin, with a thoughtful look, replied, "What situation?" The demon lord Elizabeth, sitting on the chair, calmly extended her hand and spoke. "With their abilities, how could the Dark Guild infiltrate and destroy the guild like this?" Lac Bin was confused. "Tio Bok?" he asked. She raised her voice and replied, "What do you mean?" Everyone looked at her, eyes wide open. Tio Bok raised two fingers and said, "It's so long-winded, but I'll start the incantation now." Suddenly, from the place where the incantation was performed, a strange creature appeared, dropping to the ground. The elder watched the scene and thought to himself, "Is that a parasitic spell?" The parasite on the ground was panicking, turning left and right as if it had just realized. Lac Bin was staring at it. Suddenly, it jumped forward. Lac Bin, taken by surprise by the parasite's attack, exclaimed, "Ah!" Elizabeth's sharp gaze noticed this. With her slender hands, the demon lord squeezed her fingers. The parasite was crushed and screamed in pain. Vui, watching the scene, commented, "Even the body is part of the splitting spell." Luna was confused. Even a big figure like Ta Go has joined the Dark Guild now? Anna, standing behind, responded, "This explains everything. More and more people have joined Team 5 of the Dark Guild, able to bypass the evolution vision checks. It's because they have advanced strategies to help them." Elizabeth, overhearing the conversation between the two girls, replied, "That's half correct." She continued, "Because the perception of this spell, and the magical power of the flesh gears, are completely different." Elizabeth added, "If the Dark Guild had really cast this spell for you to fight, then the battlefield would have turned into a breeding ground." She laughed and said, "Ha ha, that's truly foolish." Lac Bin, sitting there, trembling, Bit his nails. What was that? A magic parasite bite? That must have hurt a lot. Barry asked. What was that? Little White said. Princess, do you think you can detect it? Upon hearing this, Little White scoffed and replied, this is none of your business. Receiving Little White's contemptuous attitude, Barry laughed loudly. Although the Sword Saint Guild has weakened a lot, it's not to the point where we can be looked down upon like this. Seeing the tense situation between Little White and Barry, Bot was panicked. He anxiously looked around, thinking to himself, this is bad. Elder Barry is very proud. And he doesn't know that Lac Bin is Ma Vong, Demon King. If he finds out, he'll definitely cause trouble for them. If he angers Ma Vong, the consequences are unimaginable. Bot leaned close to Lac Bin and whispered, Master Lac Bin, if you know anything, could you explain a bit? Lac Bin, innocently, replied, oh, you're asking me? I don't understand much either. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lac Bin, and Little White, pulling him along, said, it's time for tea. The adventure time is over. Let's go home. Lac Bin, surprised by Little White pulling him away, hesitated and said, all right, then, see you next time. Bot, seeing the prey walk away right in front of him, was flustered and shouted, however, he quickly realized he had spoken too loudly. He muttered under his breath, that narrow-minded demon Barry Elder will cause trouble for the two of you. It's a path to death. Even if the Sword Saint comes back, he won't be able to save you. Unexpectedly, Little White turned back and gave him a displeased look. Are you done? Bot fell silent, his body trembling, realizing he had gone too far. Everyone stood up to say goodbye. As Little White and Lac Bin were about to leave, Barry turned around and gave an order, Wei, head south and investigate with me. Wei immediately obeyed. Yes, Elder. Meanwhile, Little White and Lac Bin were now sitting in a large room. Lac Bin spoke up, even so, if something happens in the future, at least let me know in advance so I can prepare myself. Little White, munching on French fries, thought for a moment, then replied, now, there are two important pieces of information. First, the glasses of that guy could detect other people's magical power. I suspect they were made using the soul chains of Jim G as materials. Second, the magic power of that guy with the spell is different from the Dark Guilds. It's obvious that besides the Dark Guild, there are other evil forces lurking around. But it's fine. Amelia has already eliminated the key members of the Dark Guild, and the external sources of the disaster are almost gone. As for the remaining ones, they can be used to play role-playing adventures with you. Lac Bin, sitting relaxed in the chair, said, and then there's that magic bug. It really scared me. That's a place I've never seen before, said Elizabeth. How did you know he was a bad guy? Can you teach me? Lac Bin suddenly changed his tone. Oh, maybe it's a magic skill that requires some kind of magic power. Right? But I have no talent for this. Little White glanced at Lac Bin and thought, when that person used the glasses to probe magical power, there was no magical reflection. Even someone as strong as me couldn't detect Lac Bin's product under normal circumstances. The quality can't be determined. But I wearing clothes made by your own hands. Don't need a magical reflection. I can detect all the malicious intent the other party has towards me. Suddenly, Lac Bin made a frightening expression and said, admit it, I'm better than you, right? Say it. Little White was startled by Lac Bin's frightening expression. She angrily retorted, fine, you're better. I get it, no need to ask again. Are you trying to suppress me in front of others? With that, Little White, still eating French fries, sighed angrily and ignored him. Lac Bin, still sitting calmly in the chair, spoke again. So, what should I do now? Seriously, is it enough to just swing my sword 1,000 times every day? I still need to learn some more techniques, right? But the Sword Saint Guild won't accept me. Elizabeth, how about you teach me a few moves? Little White immediately rejected. No, I can't teach you. You must abide by the agreement. There are some prerequisites for you to dominate the world. Elizabeth explained. First, you can only use swordsmanship and magic, which you're not skilled in, to dominate the world. Second, except for clothes, you're not allowed to carry any items that you have personally crafted. Third, I will accompany you and guide you in world domination. but I will not teach you any magic or swordsmanship skills. Lac Ben, hearing Elizabeth's words, was confused and asked, "When did we make this agreement?" Elizabeth coldly responded, "Just now." Lac Ben, surprised, slammed his hand down on his knee and sighed. "Ah, I guess I'll have to ask Uncle Post for help. Although he's switched to playing poker now. I'm sure the swordsmanship he taught me before can still be of some use." Suddenly, something exploded beside Lac Ben, which startled him, and he shouted, "Ah!" From the white smoke, Alpha appeared with an arrogant look. Alpha crossed his arms and said, "You should give up. I can't sense any pure swordsmanship from them. They can't teach you anything." Hearing this, Lac Ben asked, "Pure swordsmanship?" Alpha explained, "After separating from magic, all their techniques are ineffective. Don't even think about it. If there's a premise of magic, you still want to learn swordsmanship purely for strengthening your body?" Lac Ben, after hearing Alpha, relaxed and touched his chin thoughtfully, saying, "Alpha, you're right. In this magical world, if you want to fight, you must use magic swordsmanship fusion techniques. Pure swordsmanship is just for body strengthening." Lac Ben moved towards the bookshelf and shouted, "I got it." Alpha, still standing, asked, "What did you find?" Lac Ben, searching through the books, said, "I remember I got this book when I exchanged a random gift from the system. I threw it on the bookshelf to collect dust." Lac Ben pulled out the book and said, "Here it is." Alpha turned sharply to Xiao Bai and asked, "What kind of place is this? That makes you stay here all day, not wanting to go out and dominate the world?" Alpha then put his hands behind his head and walked around, saying, "Let me see for myself." On the table, a microwave was placed. A new fan was nearby. A robot vacuum was working. Alpha looked around at the items in the house and frowned, clicking his tongue. "Everything here is so weird." Suddenly, there was a crunching sound beneath Alpha's feet. His body split in two, which startled him. Alpha thought of death, his face sweating as he crouched down, groaning in pain. "Ah!" Alpha, worried, looked at Lac Ben and thought, that wasn't his intent. The murderous intent isn't sharp enough for him. Lac Ben was still at the bookshelf, searching, muttering, "Where is it? Where is it?" Alpha turned to Xiao Bai suspiciously, thinking, she's also strange. Her murderous intent should be much more violent. Suddenly, Alpha looked up at the kitchen shelf and noticed the knives and utensils hanging on the wall, radiating dark killing intent. Alpha's eyes fixed on a cleaver, and he thought, how could this be? I'm the king of all weapons. The holy sword. He was terrified as if he were a character from a painting, his fear resembling that of Edvard Munch's *The Scream. Suddenly, Lac Ben, who was nearby, shouted with joy, "I found it!" Alpha was terrified, and ran out of the house screaming. "Ah, ah," Lac Ben said, "I don't want to stay here anymore." And with a flash, Alpha disappeared from the house. Seeing this, Lac Ben was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" But then Lac Ben smiled and said, "Forget about him. I finally found it." In his hand, Lac Ben now held a book titled Tai Chi Swordsmanship, a shining example of Chinese culture. It's easy to learn, easy to practice, with moderate physical exertion, helping prevent diseases, prolong life, and strengthen the body, while also preventing osteoporosis and arthritis. Lac Ben flipped through the pages of the book and smiled. Earlier, he had felt it unnecessary, so he threw it in the bookshelf. But now, he realized he needed it. He closed the book and thought, there are a total of 13 Tai Chi movements. They look simple, even the elderly can learn them. He continued thinking, there's no magic involved, but can it be used in battle? With that thought, Lac Ben raised the book high and shouted, "Hey, Elizabeth, I found the sword techniques. Can you teach me?" At that moment, Elizabeth stretched lazily and groaned, I ate too many fries. Now I feel sleepy." She then lay down on the sofa and waved her hand. "No, you go figure it out yourself. I want to take a nap for a while. Don't bother me." Lac Ben sighed and agreed. "All right, I'll go out and find Alpha. Try to figure something out." As he walked out, his mind wandered. Elizabeth, with her narrow mind, is lying on the sofa, watching me leave. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, watching Lac Ben's retreating figure, smiled, holding a piece of fries in her hand and thinking, something as grand as swordsmanship. Takes more than 8 to 15 years to master. You'll be struggling and fumbling through it first. And only when you hit a dead end will I step in to guide you. That way, I'll really be able to show off my superiority. Lac Bin was now searching everywhere, calling out, Alpha, Alpha. Suddenly, he noticed something and walked over to a log with a sword. He exclaimed, how did the sword end up here? He picked it up and said, hey, if you're not going to react, then I'll take it as your agreement. I'm starting now. Lac Bin placed the book on the tree trunk and said, first, we start with the first posture. He nervously and hesitantly swung the sword while loudly chanting, Qin Ding Dian Shui. About 300 miles away, a golden frog stood in a landslide zone. It was a demon monarch-class creature. Ba Sao, the golden frog, injured, sat there, raising its hands and shouting. When suddenly, it clapped its hands together to form a seal. Then, the frog moved its hands into a different shape, forming more seals, followed by a cloud of red mist surrounding its body. When it opened its mouth, it unleashed a blood mist stomach acid spell. Out of nowhere, something jumped down from the red mist, heading straight for the frog. It was the soul weapon, a huge axe in the hands of the gravekeeper. It charged toward the frog and said, as long as I kill you, the other beasts will willingly step aside. The frog, annoyed, roared, and charged at the soul weapon, unleashing a fake attack to mislead. There was a loud explosion, and the frog was sent flying. Severely wounded, the frog crashed to the ground, with a hole in its belly. Groaning in pain, the gravekeeper slowly walked toward the frog, raising the axe again and saying, you've had many beasts guard the gate for you. No wonder you could hide so deeply. He continued, but starting today, your peaceful life is over. He swung the axe down with a mighty strike. But everything fell silent again, with an eerie stillness surrounding the area. The Russian force launched a powerful attack with a long-range strike. The ability to absorb sound, leaving the frog unable to withstand it. It was defeated in 7 strikes. Suddenly, something emerged from the frog's head. Seeing this, the leader of the group, Not Tang, realized that a difficult opponent had arrived. Vong Thai crawled out from the frog's head, shaking its head innocently. It barked once as a greeting. The frog, trembling, said, if the great CA is joining the fight, then I, this humble frog, shall retreat. Vong Thai continued walking on the frog's head. After saying this, the frog disappeared with a puff, and Vong Thai leapt down to the ground. Not Tang, furious at what had just happened, shouted, if you don't want to die, step aside. Vong Thai, still scanning the system with sharp eyes, replied, the system is checking release. It can't distinguish the rank. This is too dangerous. A red mark appeared above Vong Thai's eyes, 10 marks flashing. Do not disturb. The life of the master follows the highest rules. Now, I will proceed to destroy and deal with you. The defense rank rose to BA as Vong Thai said this. Immediately, it launched a missile rain attack towards Not Tang. Loud explosions echoed, and bright flashes of smoke filled the air. Meanwhile, a figure raised its finger to the sky, and it turned out to be Lac Bin, who was wielding a sword and creating gusts of wind. Sweat dripped from Lac Bin's forehead as he wiped his brow in satisfaction. I've finally learned everything, he said joyfully. It wasn't that hard. Hee. Suddenly, the sword exploded with a loud bang, surprising Lac Bin, who quickly jumped away. Lac Bin, worried, asked, hey, where did the other guy go? On the ground, Alpha was calmly sitting in a meditative posture, hands on his knees. He opened his eyes and sighed in relief. Finally, I've recovered. Seeing this, Lac Bin happily raised his hand and smiled. Perfect timing. Could you give me some feedback on my sword technique? Alpha, surprised, blinked and asked, sword technique? What sword technique? Lac Bin, still smiling, patted Alpha on the head and reassured him. Don't worry, feel free to speak. I also know Tai Chi sword techniques, which are only for physical training and can't really be used for combat. But after practicing it, I feel much more energized. At this moment, Alpha realized something and said with a serious expression, I remember now, the thing that happened just now. Just then, Alpha had been struggling to escape from the kitchen tools, running while crying. Why are there so many terrifying weapons here? Each one could overpower me. Alpha, with his head in his hands and running on all fours, shouted, I don't want to live here anymore. It's too horrible. He ran to a tree and collapsed, crying, hoo, I can't hold on to any weapons. Once I surrender, my energy will be depleted, and I'll return to my original form. I am the legendary sword. Yet, before finishing, Alpha suddenly turned into a sword and stuck itself into the tree. Alpha hit the ground with both hands, his pride shaken severely. Trembling, he blamed himself. Damn it, that's why I was forced back to my original form earlier. I almost lost my soul and became a mere weapon. I'm the strongest sword in legend. Damn it, Alpha fumed, thinking, if it hadn't been for Lack Bin picking me up earlier and practicing sword techniques, helping me awaken from the lowest energy state, I'd have turned into just a dull axe for chopping wood. Lack Bin, standing nearby, continued happily to practice, saying, indeed, cultivating the mind and relaxing the muscles. Hee. Alpha, still upset, thought darkly, Lack Bin is leading the way. But you better be careful. The waters here are very deep. Now you know why. At first, I didn't bother to look for you and the Demon Lord. Compared to what I have, your holy sword is nothing but scrap metal. Alpha thought to himself and trembled in fear. Alpha was talking to himself. Sorry, I made a mistake. Lack Bin stood behind him. When Alpha saw his attitude like that, he couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, Alpha hugged his head and shook it vigorously. He shouted loudly, if that's the case, then what is the meaning of my existence? Why am I here? Why am I appearing here? What is going on? I'm so confused. Lack Bin, standing beside him, watched in fear as Alpha changed from calm to frantic. Then back again. Suddenly, Alpha transformed into a sword. The sword Alpha shot forward quickly. Then spoke with panic. I need to leave this terrifying place. Leaving Lack Bin, who stood there, confused. Lack Bin, wide-eyed, asked, what, if you're gone, how am I supposed to learn swordsmanship? Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Vong Thai and Not Tang were fighting fiercely. The explosions rang out, booming across the sky, filling the air with a white mist. Not Tang, standing in the smoke, asked, are you truly content with spending your life as a lackey? Join me, and together we can destroy this place. Then divide the world outside. Vong Thai, hearing this, sat still and barked. Not Tang stood up boldly, ignoring any warnings, and said, we only teamed up to save time. Then, raising his axe, he shouted, but that doesn't mean I'm waiting for you. With a swift strike, the sword of Not Tang sliced through the air, its slash cutting through space itself. The cut appeared from the distant mountains, stretching out over the vast green plains. The impact sent stones flying into the air. Vong Thai, standing beside, watched and began activating its machinery. Then announced, damage analysis in progress. From the assessment, it provided a detailed image of the event. Just one cut, and it had pierced through millennia-old ruins, reaching all the way to the molten core of the earth. Vong Thai, after analyzing it, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. It raised one of its legs to inspect it further and murmured, if we don't stop this, it will reach the mentor level, leading to magma eruptions, and causing significant shifts in the Earth's crust, resulting in earthquakes. In the end, it will affect the lives of our masters. At that moment, a small door opened on its back, and a long mechanical arm extended, quickly diving down to inspect below. As the mechanical hand descended, it suddenly grabbed something with a snap. It seemed like there was an obstruction, something for cremation appeared. With an amused laugh, it moved forward, saying, haha, now you can't avoid it anymore. She struck again with another, Fach Zay Tram, move. But the dog remained silent, doing nothing. A hatch opened on its side, and another mechanical arm appeared, shooting upwards with incredible speed. Then, with ease, the mechanical hand intercepted the attack, and electric blue sparks flickered around it. The attack from Not Tang was gradually absorbed. The absorption rate sped up, and the grip of the hand tightened. With a sharp noise from the shock, the battle continued. Vong Thai's mechanical hand easily nullified the opponent's ultimate move. The electric sparks surrounding the hand became more intense. Vong Thai calmly and steadily withdrew everything back into place. Not Tang, trembling, couldn't speak. gritting her teeth in frustration. Her eyes filled with doubt. Before speaking, "How is this possible? You've absorbed all my attacks. You little brat." The dog sat cross-legged, composed, even leisurely scratching its ear. Then sighed, praising sarcastically. "Well, your energy taste is NDT 0. Thank you. If you leave now, I might consider sparing you." Hearing this, Not Tang felt a surge of anger. She raised her axe, revealing a threatening look. On the blade, there was a single eye. Scanning the surroundings, she muttered, "This move was originally saved for dealing with that traitor. Now, there's no choice but to use it for destruction. You dog, standing in my way." In the vast blue sky, a girl floats in midair. Enveloped by a strange, purple energy, she shouts loudly, her hopes shattering endlessly. What awaits is relentless torment. The anguish and anger of being abandoned. All forms of resentment accumulated over 500 years converge, then explode all at once. But Prosperity, still calmly scratching his ear, moves his robotic arm with remarkable indifference and ease. That dark purple power surges, then spirals into the bulging eye atop the axe, radiating a fierce killing intent. It seems as if the wielder barely controls it, to the extent of laughing maniacally across the land. "You filthy dog, after you've endured this, you'll understand. Dying obediently under my hand is a pleasure beyond words." Ha ha ha. From the blue sky, the energy converges into a single point, then strikes the ground in a straight line. This is the line of deathful resentment. That tiny robot dog looks incredibly optimistic, calmly digging something out of its storage compartment, making a few lively sounds as it moves. Each piece, a mini cat ear mirror, carefully selected for the mission. The shiny little mirror, crafted by Lock Ben, is quickly raised by Prosperity, blocking the opponent's death strike, using science to counter it effortlessly. Na Tang freezes midair, watching her attack bounce back at her. As her master gasps in shock, the clouds in the sky split in two, making way for the counterattack, repelled by the force of the resentment blast. Not only that, it even shatters a large meteor in space. The woman stands still, gazing distantly, puzzled but also deeply surprised. Na Tang cries out, "My 500-year resentment dissipated just like that." At that moment, Prosperity suddenly pulls out a new weapon. She glances with half an eye, stunned, then turns her head, and immediately something else appears in the sky. A dog-faced drone flying toward them. Because it's actually a UAV. Prosperity. Na Tang raises her axe, ready to crush what's in front of her. Snarling, "What is this? Destroy it all for me." But her body suddenly freezes, as a swarm of drones surrounds her, creating an electric barrier, rendering her completely immobile. She realizes she's fallen into a large control field, while the kid, as if playing with a toy, lies comfortably on the grass, swinging his legs, and casually praises her. "After that fierce woman, you're probably the strongest invader I've encountered. Fortunately, I've leveled up continuously. It's over now." The control field strengthens, the eyes of the drones turning a blinding red. Na Tang's face turns pale, sweat pouring from her in anxiety and perhaps fear, her expression twisted with suffering. She screams internally, "I can endure this. My 500-year vengeance can't end like this." Her gaze blazes with intense desire. "No, that's the power of the 5,000 volts. No, 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 no." KW surges through her body, she screams, "I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse." Ah! The eye on the axe opens wide in shock, then shatters into pieces, and the soul residing within screams in agony. Ah! Na Tang. Now she is nothing but a weapon spirit. Screaming in resentment, she keeps shouting, "I refuse. I refuse." Prosperity, the little dog, after spending some time lounging on the grass, finally stands up, stretching and relaxing. He cheerfully says, "Ah woo. Recently, the rank of the invaders seems to have increased. Now it looks like I need 6 trash bins to gather the discarded documents to level up." Suddenly, from underground, an arm emerged like a zombie's. The little kid, who was a bit cocky, jumped up in fright, stunned. "Ah, you're not dead yet." Under layers of rock and earth, the figure of Chi appeared. lying unconscious on the ground, her body covered in wounds. The pendant around her neck began to crack. It was known as a lucky necklace, an ultra-rare accessory, the asterisk lucky meteor, which wandered through the universe and every 15 years would pass by the galaxy of the 6 great heroes, scattering fragments each time it passed. A few years ago, the Sword Saint managed to collect enough fragments from all over the world during his adventures, entrusting them to the king, who had a dwarf personally craft them into jewelry. Rumor had it that wearing it would multiply one's luck many times over. Elizabeth was munching on a bag of Snickers, savoring each bite in front of the TV. At that moment, a quarter of the screen showed ads for a long series titled, Saga of the Reborn in Another World. Frustrated, she muttered, "Another ad. I need to get Lack Bin to sign me up for a membership." Saying that, she reached into the bag of snacks, but her hand found only emptiness. The bag was empty. Elizabeth, lying on the couch, raised the snack bag in disappointment, wondering how it ran out so fast. Suddenly, she smiled, whispering, "The best part of the snack bag, the crumbs and seasoning, is still left." Using her fingers, she scraped up the crumbs and flavor, gently putting it into her mouth and savoring it with her eyes closed. Her expression turned satisfied as she murmured, "The mix of crumbs and seasoning truly satisfies this queen." After finishing, she crumpled the bag and tossed it into the trash. She put her feet down, slipped into her cute pink bunny slippers, and slowly opened the door to go outside. Elizabeth smirked, pleased with herself, thinking, "It's time. That guy Lack Bin must be struggling with his sword training by now. Serves him right." She recalled how, for accepting his challenge, she had endured hellish training to master swordsmanship completely. As soon as she stepped outside, Elizabeth asked, not slacking, "Are we? How's your training? I'm here to inspect." Lack Bin raised a finger, signaling her to be quiet. Elizabeth stood still, watching him as he sat on the ground, holding a branch, completely focused on his training. Around him, a magic circle enveloped the area. Elizabeth, curious, walked closer and asked, "Didn't I tell you to practice with a sword? Why are you sitting there?" Lack Bin placed the branch by his side, pretending not to hear her, inhaling and exhaling as he moved his hands rhythmically. Growing annoyed, Elizabeth reminded him, "Hey, this queen is asking you a question." Suddenly, she smirked arrogantly and said, "Ah, I get it. You must have failed and are too embarrassed to admit it. Right? No worries. I've had a change of heart. Just bow and acknowledge my skills, and I'll teach you a few moves. After that, you'll be able to face anything outside without fear, within the bounds of our agreement." But Lack Bin paid no attention to her words and continued his practice. After a while, he finished and turned to her with a cheerful response. "Huh? Elizabeth, were you talking to me just now?" "Sorry, I just snapped out of my Tai Chi meditation." The statement made Elizabeth tremble with rage, though she forced a faint smile. "Is that so?" After a moment, Elizabeth regained her composure. She placed her hands on her hips and reminded him, "It seems that you think you've mastered NDT0. But don't be mistaken, what you need to learn is swordsmanship. Sitting here in deep thought means nothing." Suddenly, a tree branch flashed in front of Elizabeth's face, startling her. It was Ben, holding a branch pointed right at her, grinning confidently. "Who said it was meaningless? What I practice are exercises to strengthen my body, focusing primarily on calming the mind. While you were munching on chips and watching TV, I've mastered 13 sword techniques flawlessly. Would you like me to demonstrate? Then, perhaps you could teach me more," he suggested. Elizabeth smirked, agreeing right away. Ben skillfully twirled the branch in his hand, then held it behind his back, extending his other hand in front. With his eyes closed, he said, "To practice the ultimate sword technique, the most important thing is a calm mind. First move, dropping dew at the still pool." Ben released the branch, lightly standing on the water, as if he were a dragonfly. Around him, small dragonflies fluttered, while Elizabeth watched in awe, murmuring to herself, "Wow, entering such a peaceful state so quickly. Well, you are a legendary hero after all," she thought, having been around him for so long. "I'm used to it now. But this serene state carries no threat. The killing force of his sword hasn't manifested at all." Ben proceeded to the second move. Willow caressed by the wind, he moved lightly on the water, positioning 2 fingers on his arm holding the branch. Then came the third move, Swallow's Flight, where he swung the branch with precision. The fourth move, Waving Fist and Falling Petals, followed as he raised 2 fingers high with the branch pointed toward the water. A gentle breeze stirring around him. Bin continued with the fifth technique, Welcoming Wind and Distant Thunder. The peaceful scene transformed as a massive vortex appeared in the sky. Strong winds swept in, scattering lotus leaves. Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock as she realized the shift in the atmosphere. Whispering, Bin transitioned to the sixth technique, touching the branch to the lake's surface. He caused the water to rise, wrapping around his arm as he performed, rumbling thunder with shocking echoes. Lightning struck repeatedly, creating booming sounds. Elizabeth raised her hand, casting a red glow, thinking, to reach this level in such a short time, I must apply some pressure. Elizabeth ascended into the sky, creating a powerful light between her hands. She called out, NDT0, let me give you some guidance. Raindrops began to fall onto Bin's branch as he floated in midair. Water from the lake surged upwards, transforming into a large blue dragon that soared towards the sky. Elizabeth shouted, Doomsday Magic Sword. A gigantic red dragon with razor-sharp teeth emerged from a swirling red aura. Surrounded by lightning, the 2 dragons clashed fiercely within the violent storm. The sky grew dark, thunder roared, and the red dragon, with blazing eyes and a ferocious face, dove downward from the water, while the blue dragon, dignified and majestic, rose to meet it, roaring as it exposed its sharp teeth. As the red vortex dissipated, the red dragon vanished as well. The blue dragon rose toward the moon, restoring peace to the surroundings. The gentle moonlight bathed everything in a soft glow, while stars adorned the night sky. The blue dragon hovered gracefully in the air, and on the water's surface, only Elizabeth and Bin remained, standing quietly, gazing at each other. Elizabeth let out a wild smile, her eyes widening, veins popping on her face, giving her a menacing look. How could my sword techniques not withstand a single blow? Bin raised his branch high, closing his eyes calmly. In stillness, the mind is untroubled. In movement, the heart is undisturbed. With each motion or stillness, one must not fear. Only then can one grasp the true essence of balance. Then, he pointed the branch of the tree down towards the water's surface. Standing on one leg, the branch gently touched the reflection of the moon beneath the water, causing the surface to ripple slightly. Suddenly, the moon rose from the water. This was the 8th move. Tui Chung Lao Wei *. The moon's reflection in the water, which suddenly turned into the real moon. It rose higher. To Elizabeth's astonishment, the large stones began to crack apart, with fragments flying into the air. Suddenly, they fell back down like a rainstorm. Elizabeth clenched her teeth in anger and cursed. Lack Bin, you're pulling tricks again, pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. But if this is about swordsmanship, you've chosen the wrong field this time. At this point, the moon was growing bigger. The rocks continued to fall more frequently. While dodging the falling stones, Elizabeth shouted, Next, I'll be serious. I won't show mercy anymore. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted off the ground. Elizabeth widened her eyes in panic. She couldn't figure out what was happening. Her face grew darker, her temper flaring. Little by little, she was rising higher into the air. Determined, she said, I'll use gravity to control you. I won't let you have your way. The space around her changed. The stones disappeared, and strange dark patches appeared. Elizabeth glanced around, her face turning fearful. At that moment, she realized something was wrong. The young man's level had changed. Lack Bin remained calm, gently using his magical power with skill. He thought to himself, moving through the rare Tai Chi exercise sequence, entering a state of relaxation and emptiness, beginning to sense the mysterious flow of natural law. Suddenly, Lack Bin decisively swung the staff forward. He was performing the 9th move, Lu Tin Kanwei *, Meteor Shower. The meteors floating in the sky were redirected by his power. Seeing the meteors move, Elizabeth became worried. Each meteor was as powerful as the apocalyptic magic of the 4 kings. And there were so many of them. Some meteors began falling with incredible speed, catching fire as they plummeted. Elizabeth stared at them, her eyes turned a dark, mysterious black. A red light glowed in her eyes. Black streaks appeared across her face, and she slowly transformed into a demon-like form. Her ears became sharp, her hair grew long and fluttered in the wind, and her clothes shifted into a more sinister outfit. A horn grew from her forehead, and a dark aura surrounded her. Elizabeth flew through the air. She swung her sword with all her might towards the falling meteor and shouted, "It's my fault for underestimating you. But if you think this makes you better than me in the art of the sword." With a single stroke, swift and precise, the massive meteor was cleaved in two. More meteors rained down, speeding toward Elizabeth. She quickly reacted, wielding her sword to destroy them all. Confident, she shouted, "You're mistaken." In a flash, Elizabeth easily split all the meteors in half. She screamed in fury, "I'll kill you." Lac Ben, holding his staff, Lac Ben stood from a distance, arms crossed, quietly observing Elizabeth's every move. She raised her sword high, preparing to strike him. As she moved, she declared, "My swordsmanship is the strongest in history." Though danger loomed ahead, Lac Ben remained still. There was no movement. Elizabeth shouted loudly, "Everything is balanced." Then, she swung her sword fiercely forward. But Lac Ben suddenly vanished. Her powerful slash caused the moon to tremble, and rocks and metal were flung in all directions. With dust filling the air, Elizabeth's slash created a dark streak, splitting the moon in half. After releasing her rage, Elizabeth began to feel uneasy. She wondered, "Uh-oh, did I really kill him?" She looked up at the sky, only to be surprised to see Lac Bin's smiling face. He smiled and called down from the void, "Try hu kuk tu tin dak." Elizabeth was still trying to process what had just happened. She thought to herself, "What the hell?" With a gentle, kind expression, Lac Bin explained, "In the emptiness of the void, transforming into Tai Chi, one's body will naturally be safe." He used the 10th technique, *hoi trung bao wei*. As he calmly closed his arm, the moon had shattered. Elizabeth, now even angrier, felt her blood vessels begin to surface on her face. She clenched her teeth, regretting her earlier distraction. "How foolish I was," she thought, worrying about his safety for even a moment. She silently scolded herself, but then, sensing an opportunity, she decided to act. Behind her, a red whirlwind appeared, dark energy swirling around her. She shouted, "Victory or defeat." Elizabeth began to channel all her dark magic, and the energy surged, causing part of the moon to shatter into fragments. Suddenly, Elizabeth vanished in the midst of the violent storm, growing into a giant and reappearing before Lac Ben. She sneered and mocked, "Is that all you've got? Don't think you're special. I could do the same." In response to Elizabeth's challenge, Lac Ben remained calm. He embraced the moon and gently tossed it into the air. He softly spoke, "The final stage is to focus the mind through meditation, to become enlightened." Without revealing any fear, he spun his staff gracefully. Calming himself, he began performing the 11th technique, *cam kiam go dao*, sword understanding, which consisted of 3 strikes. Dao is born from 1, 1 from 2, and 2 from 3. 2 illusions of Lac Ben appeared beside him. Elizabeth, puzzled, said, "What are you talking about? Are you using a technique like the *shifting shadow technique?" She smiled confidently and said, "I'll face you with my demonic king's 9-fold summoning." As she spoke, multiple illusions of herself began to emerge around her. With a proud tone, she explained, "Just so you know, my clones aren't illusions. They all have the same power as me." Lac Ben slowly raised his arm, then spoke quietly, "3 gives birth to all things, and all things combine into 1. With a slow, deliberate motion, he opened his arms wide. One hand held the staff, and he began to twirl it. Gradually, the illusions of Elizabeth were pulled in and surrounded him as shimmering lights filled the air. Elizabeth and her illusions rushed forward, and she smirked, saying, "Your move, show me your weakness." "Too late, my sword is faster than light. Let's see you dodge." Lac Ben, however, showed no fear. He manipulated the lights around him, and as Elizabeth and her illusions raised their swords toward him, he easily dodged every strike. Elizabeth, panicked, stammered, "Huh? How did you?" At that moment, a gigantic yin-yang circle appeared beneath Lac Bin's feet. Elizabeth, clenching her fist in frustration, realized something was wrong. He wasn't moving, But his presence had expanded, stretching the space around him faster than the speed of light, widening the distance between them. Lac Ben spun the branch around his fingers a few times, and suddenly, a circle of vibrant colors appeared, resembling a miniature universe. He quietly murmured, "Through deeper meditation, one merges with nature, and the mind becomes vast." An Bin calmly closed his eyes, feeling the surge of natural power rising within him. Elizabeth continued to threaten him. "You bastard, Lac Ben, do you think just because you make yourself faster than light, this king can't do anything to you?" She raised her sword high, with a firm belief that as long as the target existed within her domain, she could strike. She would surpass the speed of light. The dark sword flew into the air, and it suddenly grew massive. Red, demonic rays of light circled the blade. Elizabeth extended her hand with her sharp claws, focusing her power and casting a spell, then shouted, "I'll let you taste the most powerful strike of the Demon King's world-destroying sword that I created." She cried out the name of her technique, and the massive sword shot forward towards Lac Ben. Instantly, he cast his spell, the 12th principle, 3 forms of life. He raised both hands high, and the multicolored magical circle expanded. The light from the circle spread across the area, creating an indomitable source of power. The dark sword still sped towards him. The distance between the sword and the magical circle was closing fast, and the circle continued to expand. The once massive dark sword now seemed small in comparison. When the sword touched the circle, it was instantly destroyed. Elizabeth stood frozen, helpless, watching as her precious weapon was obliterated. She grieved silently, as her most proud sword technique, which she had always believed was unbeatable, was wiped out like dust before him. Her eyes welled with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. The vast universe unfolded within her vision, and the image of a dewdrop on a lotus leaf in a pond appeared. The dew, fresh and cool in the early morning, rested on the green leaf, gently swaying in the breeze, before falling softly to the water below, causing ripples on the surface. In this vast, serene space, Elizabeth and Lac Ben stood on the surface of the lake, staring at each other in silence, neither saying a word. Suddenly, Elizabeth jolted, looking at Lac Ben with a sorrowful expression. She lowered her gaze, staring at her own hand, and said with a sense of loss, "The swordsmanship that I painstakingly perfected, only to have it rejected and destroyed like this." Lac Ben smiled gently, trying to comfort her. His thoughts wandered as he reflected on time and space, and then returned to the present moment, calming his heart to listen to her words. Elizabeth, however, did not calm down. Instead, she became even more furious. Her face turned pale as she bared her sharp teeth. "How is this possible? You dare to reverse my technique and defeat me? Are you trying to humiliate me?" She then smiled faintly, accepting what had happened with a calm resolve. "Fine then." Elizabeth spread her wings and soared into the sky. She extended her hand forward and asked, "What if I let go of the past, abandon the concept of honor and shame, and throw away all the sword techniques I've learned? What if I accept your guidance?" She conjured a red mesh, then used 2 fingers to form a mysterious black vortex, causing the mesh to twist and move. Lac Ben gently urged her to release her magic, even her life, and stop calculating the gains and losses, to stop considering the consequences. Just focus everything on the final step. He slowly pulled a branch back behind him, sensing the space around them. Elizabeth touched her fingers to the space, causing it to ripple with movement. Perhaps she still didn't regret her actions, and she said with a firm tone, "To transcend space and time, this is the knowledge that belongs to me, the Demon King." She raised her hand, casting a spell to create a circle, and said, "Within time and space, no matter how powerful your technique is, it cannot defeat the rules of power that belong to me." She lifted her high-heeled shoes and charged forward, entering the circle of power. Inside the circle, at this moment, Lac Ben stood within the circle and said, "Thank you for your guidance. After sacrificing everything, this will be the price for using this move. Right after this, I will die, correct? But it's fine, because after killing you, I won't have any reason to live anymore. For us, this can also be seen as a good ending. But remember, in the end, I am the one who defeated you." Lac Ben said this, and then raised 4 fingers, contemplating, executing the 13th stance all in one breath. Lock Bin gently touched the Demon King's finger. In a circle, 2 people stood facing each other, and a long scream was heard. At that moment, the Demon King's eyes turned red. Blood tears flowed from her eyes. Lock Bin reached out and pulled the Demon King close. His face still calm as he faced the person before him. The 2 of them drew closer. The Demon King's soft chest pressed against Lock Bin's firm one, their noses almost touching. The Demon King spoke. "You Demon King?" She leaned forward, but Lock Bin turned, lifting the Demon King in his arms, and spoke. "I can't." A surge of air disperses, and something begins to shatter. The shadows of the 2 on the grass. Somehow, the Demon King leveled up to Demon God 7-star. Shyly, looking at Lock Bin, he asked, "How's Elizabeth? Do you feel it? Do you think I'm good?" The Demon King, with a face like she was drunk, replied, "What do you mean?" Lock Bin sighed, saying, "Of course, it's my swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is like a workout. But every time I practice, I feel stronger. What do you think?" The Demon King replied, "I think it's great." In her heart, she thought, Lock Bin is so handsome. Lock Bin continued, "Yeah? Do I need to improve anywhere?" Then he thought for a moment and said, "Elizabeth is so cute, isn't she?" The Demon King replied. At this moment, Lock Bin shyly said, "You're staring at me like this. Do you see something wrong with what I'm doing?" After saying this, he quickly thought, No, don't think about it. I can't offend the Demon Queen. I still need her protection." The Demon King shyly responded. 2 cute bunny slippers came over, and Lock Bin quickly set the Demon Queen down, thinking. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. What should he say to break this deadlock? Lock Bin spoke. "As expected. It's amazing. It must be the work of Elizabeth, right? Even though I closed my eyes earlier, I could vaguely sense that you were by my side, guiding me, although there were only 13 stances. This time, my realization of nature was deeper than before. It was like I transcended time and space. It must have been thanks to you, Elizabeth, guiding me. Am I right?" Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Demon King thought, Lock Bin knows. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in leveling up. So he intentionally borrowed my swordsmanship as a topic to exert pressure, helping me break through. First, he made me explode, then pushed me to a desperate situation again, forcing me to sacrifice everything to exchange for a sword intent that transcends time and space. Finally, he reversed time to before the beginning, so I didn't have to pay anything, and could break through 3 levels at once. This is Tai Chi, an unfathomable secret technique. At that moment, Lock Bin spoke. "Hello." The Demon King continued thinking. "I was too naive. I reached the Demon God level, but I thought I could keep up with you. I made it easy for him to trap me. But he didn't want to play with me. Nor did he want to experiment with destroying some world. He continuously helped me grow stronger, but why did he do this?" It was very clear. The reason was simple. Just like I thought earlier. The Demon King imagined a pink future of love with Lock Bin. The crystallization of their love would be the strongest child. The Demon King continued to fantasize. Lock Bin gestured, but the Demon King remained lost in her daydreams. "You want to create the strongest child. One that can surpass me. But you're afraid that right now, I am too weak and won't be able to bear your seed." The Demon King, in a burst of emotional excitement, opened her eyes wide. She embarrassedly scoffed. "Stop looking down on me." Lock Bin, confused, asked, "Huh? What do you mean, looking down on you?" The Demon King thought to herself, "Every time, you purposely set up a ladder for me to climb down, wanting to have me, but at the same time, afraid of hurting me. Is that it?" She then said with a smug, sarcastic grin, "You still need someone to take care of you and teach you properly." She thought, "Forget it. For the sake of having the strongest child, I'll let you have your way a little." Clenching her fist, the Demon King said, "I can agree to your request, but you must tell me." Lock Bin interrupted. "Tell you what?" The Demon King continued. "Are you being sincere? Say it plainly." She thought to herself, "I hate admitting it, but it's so hard to say aloud." Suddenly, something flew down from the sky toward them. Both Lock Bin and the Demon King turned their heads to see a creature approaching. a dog called Vong Thai and a girl covered in wounds. Lac Bin stood there, looking at the scene and said, Vong Thai, did you pick up another injured person? The girl was lying on the grass, covered in injuries. She trembled and groaned in pain. Lac Bin looked at the girl and said, these wounds are severe. She needs immediate medical attention. Vong Thai thought, the master praised me, I'm so happy. Lac Bin observed everything around him. Vong Thai, with its survival instincts, sensed something was off. Sure enough, a voice full of menace came from behind them. You filthy dog, you've brought back another random person. The Demon King, with a glint of lightning in her eyes, said, looks like you've forgotten what I told you. Huh? Vong Thai, contemplating the situation, whimpered and a sword suddenly shot through the air, landing with a thud on the ground. The girl on the ground gasped for breath, saying, did we travel 30 kilometers already? Just woke up not long ago. Everything is completely beyond my understanding now. At this moment, the Demon King fell silent, thinking, the hero has escaped the final setup. There's even an illicit relationship with the great Demon King. The images of the Demon King and Lac Bin appeared, resembling a heart shape. Forget this for now, but every item Lac Bin has crafted is so powerful. The Demon King thought to herself, I'm the ruler of all weapons. Then another image appeared of a sword and other objects within Lac Bin's house. She thought, my existence seems like mere scrap metal. Even scared back into my original form. What was the purpose of my existence in the first place? To help the hero defeat the great Demon King? But now everything has changed. So, what is the purpose of my existence now? Am I just a knife to chop firewood? Who created me? And why is it so unfair? Why wasn't I crafted by Lac Bin? I, the hero, continue to fight the great Demon King. But what can I do? Suddenly, Alpha, holding its head, cried tears of frustration. Outer crossed his arms and said, no, now that I've separated from them, I'll definitely find my purpose again. I'll regain my confidence. Just then, he heard a cry for help. Turning around, Outer entered a defensive stance. A girl lay on the ground, saying, please save me. Outer looked at the girl and said, a weapon spirit? He approached the girl and asked, where's your original form? If you don't return to it, you'll dissipate very quickly. The girl replied, my original form was destroyed by evil people. Can you help me find a new body to inhabit? I really need you. Outer thought to himself, the weapon spirit is so beautiful. And she needs me. After some contemplation, Outer said, of course I can help. The girl responded, but hurry up, I won't last much longer. Outer looked at her again and asked, so, what should we do now? I'm not sure I can find a suitable body in time. The girl answered, there's one way, you can temporarily let me enter your body. Outer hesitated but replied, no, you want to enter my body, right? Borrow my power, it might help you resist one more time. The girl's eyes sharpened as she thought, gotcha. Then, suddenly, she burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Alpha stood with his hands on his hips and said, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The girl paused and thought to herself, although I'm weak right now, I can still try to hold out against this little lackey. But you still have the advantage. After a moment, she spoke, so be it, there's no other choice. Outer's long nose twitched as he added, so, you look to me because I'm a rare weapon. Huh? Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I am the legendary holy sword. Outer thought to himself with a grin. After I leave these two, I'll immediately be needed by others. The outside world is vast, but I remain the king of all weapons. Turning around, Outer continued, so, it's not like there's no way you can borrow a bit of my power. But only you, no one else. I've refused others long ago. The girl, Kia, looked at her hand and thought, what a fool, I'll just use this thing as a temporary substitute and then get rid of it. She pressed her palm onto the ground and sat up, her hand over her chest. Outer, please come closer to me. Alpha looked at Kia, puzzled, what does she want? Kia's hands reached out to embrace Outer, and she said, look into my eyes. Outer, a bit confused, replied, all right, I'm looking, now what? Kia continued to wrap her arms around him. But Outer insisted. I said, look into my eyes. All right, sorry, Outer replied, and suddenly, the girl's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, full of resentment. Tell me, she said, what grudge do you have with your life? I can help you resolve it. In the eyes of the weapon spirit, a strange purple light began to shine. Outer's cheeks flushed bright red as he murmured, "My resentment, it's all because of them. They made me lose all sense of purpose." As Outer's thoughts began to fade into a dreamlike trance, the weapon spirit slyly whispered, "Then give me your body, and I will resolve your troubles for you." Under the influence of the trance, Outer spoke, "Okay, I'll." Just as he finished speaking, the weapon spirit leapt for joy, gradually merging with Outer's body. It flowed inside him, taking full control until Outer's body was entirely overtaken. With a sudden jerk, Outer's body twitched violently as the dark energy of the weapon spirit flooded into him. The surrounding air turned thick with malevolent energy, and the shadows around him seemed to gather in response. Outer, now fully possessed, lifted his face, and his eyes gleamed with a haunting violet glow. He was no longer himself but the weapon spirit now in control. It chuckled menacingly. Hey, I can finally get my revenge." The weapon spirit stood tall, surveying its new body and muttering, "But this body is too weak. Earlier, it called itself a holy sword, didn't it?" It continued, "Oh well, the resentment of this body is strange, but it will harmonize with me and enhance my abilities. This time, I won't act recklessly. First, I'll avoid that dog, and then find a chance to kill that traitor." Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, still groggy, slowly opened her eyes. She saw a blurry figure of Elizabeth standing nearby. Lying in bed, she asked, "Did you save me? Where am I?" Elizabeth replied coldly, "You don't get to ask questions right now." Then, Elizabeth placed a hand on the bed and added, "Listen closely. This is how things are now." She stepped closer, bringing her body close to Chi-Chi's. "I warn you." Chi-Chi, startled, instinctively recoiled, saying, What are you doing?" Suddenly, Elizabeth placed her hill on top of Chi-Chi's hill. She spoke sternly, "I came first." Chi-Chi, still in shock, said, "Sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean." Elizabeth then threatened, "In a moment, no matter what that person says they want to do with you, you must refuse. Do you understand? Everything here belongs to me, including you." Chi-Chi hesitated and said, "Understood." Suddenly, Lac Bin opened the door. In his hand, he was holding a bowl of noodles. Lac Bin cheerfully said, "The noodles are ready. Is she awake yet?" He continued, but before finishing his sentence, he sprayed some stiffening spray on the noodles, and they fell to the floor. The two beautiful women seemed to be having a silent confrontation in Lac Bin's eyes. He quickly jerked back, grabbed the door, and stepped back, but not before glancing at them again. After a moment, the door closed. Everyone was now in the living room. Lac Bin spoke, "So, this is basically what happened. Seeing she was badly injured, I brought her here to rest." Chi-Chi gratefully said, "Thank you both for your help." Lac Bin asked, "By the way, how did you get injured? Were you attacked by some beast around here?" Chi-Chi thought to herself, "For the honor of the guild, I should probably conceal my identity." After a moment, she spoke, "Actually, I was chasing a traitor from the Dark Guild, but I underestimated the enemy's strength and got hurt. Luckily, I met you too." Lac Bin wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Another Dark Guild?" He thought to himself. At that moment, Elizabeth also spoke up, "Are you sure it's the Dark Guild? Things should have quieted down over there by now." She thought, "Why are there still members of the Dark Guild causing trouble? I wonder if Gamilla is working properly? When I see her again, I'll have to test her out." Chi-Chi replied, "The Dark Guild has ceased operations. I've been chasing that traitor for 3 months now and lost contact with the guild. I don't know what's been going on lately. My name is Chi-Chi. May I ask how I should address you two?" Lac Bin awkwardly laughed. "Haha, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lac Bin. I've been trying to become a hero and wipe out the Dark Guild." He glanced at Elizabeth and added, "And this is my roommate, Tiu Bok." Chi-Chi raised her hand to cover her mouth in surprise. "Roommate?" Elizabeth frowned and said, "What, do you have a problem with that?" Lac Bin waved his hand, chuckling, "Haha, Tiu Bok is a bit blunt, but she's really a good person. When you were unconscious, she was the one who changed your clothes and used magic to heal you." Chi-Chi, stunned, raised her hand and said, "She used magic to heal me? But my injuries were so severe that even a 5-star demon lord like me couldn't heal them. Unless Unless this is healing magic on the level of a spirit race chieftain. Chi noticed Elizabeth's ears and thought, those are the ears of the spirit race. Not only does her aura seem capable of overwhelming me, but she also uses advanced healing magic. The background of this girl must be quite extraordinary. Lac Bin scratched his head happily. Magic really is amazing, isn't it? I envy you all. Chi glanced around the room and said, Mr. Lac Bin, your place is quite unique. I've been all around the Hero Association, but I've never seen a style like this before. There are so many interesting things here. Do you two always live here? Elizabeth scowled and replied, why are you asking so many questions? In contrast to Elizabeth's irritation, Lac Bin happily responded, Doi de la ban dik tiang an cho don ban yu kao. Chi thought to herself. It's true that we've been here for a while now and received 2 answers. She looked at Lac Bin and thought. One person feels extremely kind. Then turned to Elizabeth and thought. The other feels completely evil. She couldn't help but compare. The king of dwarves, the great scientist of Aristo, the chief and elders of the elves, even the leaders of the Dark Guild. They all have connections with the Sword Saint Association. But I don't feel any impression of these 2 people at all. Elizabeth frowned and said, hey, if there's nothing else, just leave already. Don't keep muttering about my house. Chi was startled and asked, muttering? Did Lac Bin say something? Xiao Bok *, you were injured because of the Dark Guild's destruction. It's no problem since you're a guest. I can clean up. Elizabeth sulked and turned away, saying, HMPH, it's all your fault. Chi, feeling embarrassed, stood up and apologized. You're right, I'm sorry for disturbing you. She then recalled that weapon. The Ling Tian, divine weapon. It was even stronger than Manfred's weapon. Could she be related to the Dark Guild? With this thought, she felt a surge of determination and said, moreover, I need to go after her quickly. Otherwise, the entire 6th grade hero will be in danger. Chi thought to herself. Well, for now, there's no one other than me who can stop her. She raised her hand and called out loudly for her sword. But nothing unusual happened. Lac Bin, looking confused, asked, did you just call for your sword? Chi tried again, and this time, faint magical energy appeared from her fingertips. But it quickly fizzled out. She was hit by the backlash of her own magic and yelped. Ah! Raising her hand, she wondered, why can't I remember any sword incantations at all? Elizabeth, casually, explained, that's because your swordsmanship has been taken away by the filthy energy inside you. That's the price you pay for taking shortcuts. Lac Bin, confused, asked, wait, *tu bok *, what do you mean by filthy energy? Chi clenched her fist, shaking with anger as she explained, a long time ago, when I defeated the Dark Guild, I signed a pact with the Dark Sea. Lac Bin, curious, asked, the Dark Sea? Elizabeth replied dismissively, it's nothing important, just a group of filthy insects that unintentionally connected to us. Chi said, she's right, it's because I wanted to take a shortcut that I was tempted by it. This is all my own fault. Lac Bin, trying to comfort her, said, even though I don't fully understand, if you've forgotten everything, then let's start over. I've also been learning swordsmanship recently. And *tu bok is a master of sword techniques. If you're willing to learn, you might even become stronger. Elizabeth suddenly turned around, furious, and said, hey, who gave you permission to try to improve with her? And when did I say I'd help her? Stop making decisions for me. Lac Bin jumped in surprise, apologizing. I'm sorry, I just thought everyone here wanted to eliminate the Dark Guild. Chi, standing up, said, no matter what, I shouldn't trouble you two anymore. Thank you both for saving me. Now, I have to leave. Lac Bin immediately said, wait, you're probably hungry, right? I made some noodles for you. You should eat before you go. The noodles are hot and delicious. The hot, fragrant noodles were placed on the table. Chi said, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not in the mood to eat right now. I need to calm down a bit, she said, wiping away a few tears. Chi then stood up and left. Lac Bin said, alright, but there are a lot of demonic beasts around here, so please be careful. Elizabeth picked up a bowl of noodles with chopsticks and muttered, at least she knows what's good for her. These noodles belong to me. Only I get to eat them. Lac Bin said. Elizabeth, the reason she's in this situation is because of her fight with the Dark Guild. Should we help her? Elizabeth slurped her noodles and replied. If you don't want to help, then you go help her yourself. Chi-Chi was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She sat on a grassy hill. Dandelion flowers fluttering in the breeze. She sank into deep thought, trying hard to remember, which drained her strength. A few beads of sweat appeared on her face. Her expression was terrifying, her violet eyes glaring, and a sinister smile slowly spread across her face. She raised her hands, covering her eyes, and the scene around her shifted. The sky was clear, but something was shattering. Above her, a figure stood watching her. The person, covered in wounds, fell to the ground, then suddenly disappeared. Chi-Chi sank deeper into the sand, the darkness creeping over her. Her body was soaked in blood, and around her neck was a necklace with a golden gemstone, which fell into the sand. She felt a sharp pull, but managed to push one arm up, only to find herself in a different world. The gemstone cracked, showing signs of breaking before her eyes. Everything around her grew blurry, and all she could see was a robotic dog approaching her. Then, she lost consciousness. She snapped her eyes open, panic filling her gaze as painful memories flooded back. Sweat poured from her body, but she laughed bitterly. If it weren't for that lucky gemstone, I wouldn't have made it here. I would have died, for sure, buried in the sands from 1,000 miles away. Her eyes gleamed with hatred. She lowered her head and thought, that was just one strike. A complete defeat. How foolish I was to think. I stood at the top. The strength of the 6 Earth Warriors is never weak enough for the Dark Sea to strike back. I was too arrogant. Behind her, Lac Bin appeared, holding a staff, and said, so, you haven't gone far. He sat next to Chi-Chi and looked up at the starry sky. In truth, I understand how you feel, because I also had the chance to learn swordsmanship. But I was obsessed with the simple life of farming, so I didn't go study until recently. But when I tried, I found out that I'm an idiot with no talent. I wanted to pick up a sword and destroy the Dark Guild, but I don't have the ability. Chi-Chi curled up, hugging her knees and whispering, you don't understand. What I learned isn't just any sword technique. It's the devastating sword art, the demon lord's swordsmanship, that I happened to learn while exploring the ruins of the demon tribe. Lac Bin glanced at her and smiled. Even if you don't have swordsmanship, isn't your magic still powerful? He paused, then added, maybe you'd be even stronger in someone else's hands. I know someone like that. Chi-Chi sighed in defeat. Changing professions? That's impossible for me. Losing swordsmanship is like losing my life. Lac Bin gently urged her. Look at the universe in front of us. Everything is small and insignificant. Nothing is impossible to lose or start over from zero. We can work together and move forward. Elizabeth's soul hovered far above them, watching. She used high-level concealment magic to spy on them. She wondered, work together? In her hand, she held the bowl of noodles and chopsticks. She was angry at Lac Bin's words, muttering to herself, that bastard Lac Bin. Lac Bin raised his staff and said to Chi-Chi, this is the Tai Chi sword routine I've been learning recently. He then turned to face Chi-Chi, who looked at him, puzzled. Tai Chi sword? She asked. Lac Bin stood up, swinging the staff up and down. It's a routine I've been practicing. Watch closely. That's right. I guess this could be considered a type of swordsmanship, right? No need for magic. No need to kill the enemy. But it can still cultivate one's heart and mind. Lac Bin actively suggested. Would you like to exchange some pointers? Elizabeth scowled. We've already exchanged enough pointers. Then, a scene appeared in her mind. Lac Bin holding Chi-Chi by the waist. Their hands intertwined as they practiced together. Next, it was an image of the two facing each other, looking at each other with deep affection. Thinking about this, Lin Hu Dili, the kitchen demon, grew furious, snapping a pair of chopsticks in half, causing them to fall. Lac Bin heard the sound and said, that was Little Bai's voice. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the sound. A loud cracking noise echoed. Suddenly, Elizabeth, also known as Little Bai Gong, appeared. Her sudden appearance startled both Chi-Chi and Lac Bin. Lac Bin smiled excitedly. Heh, you showing up here? Means you're finally willing to lend a hand, right? Little Bai stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, I'll do whatever I want. Don't get in my way. Little Bai grumbled. Did you forget the agreement with me? Without my permission, you're not allowed to give anything in the house to anyone else. Lok Bin denied it. I didn't give anything. You've already eaten it. Little Bai repeated. Everything, including you. If you know how to use it, then you can serve me better. Understood? Hearing these words, the two of them seemed to be hiding their intentions, only knowing how to draw swords. One hand, Little Bai seized the space around her, and she called out for the spatial curtain. Suddenly, a barrier appeared, which she used to swing at Chi-Chi, saying, Come here, give it to me. Chi-Chi, sitting, was surprised, asking, What happened? Both of you disappeared? The wind blew, a soft swish, and then Lok Bin knocked a few times on his own head. Muttering, I told you, Elizabeth is a snake-tongued Buddha. Chi-Chi, dazzled by the mysterious glow of the space, felt her eyes hurt, and she couldn't adapt quickly. So she covered her eyes with her hand. In Elizabeth's space, she stood with one hand on her hip, looking at Chi-Chi, who was sitting on the ground. When Chi-Chi finally adapted, she opened her eyes, looking around and marveling. This is the domain of space. Only the strong who've reached the Demon King level can create something like this. Little Bai spoke coldly. I'll help you. Chi-Chi's eyes became cautious, and she asked, Help me how? Little Bai still had the posture of looking down on all living beings, and answered, By completely destroying you. Chi-Chi was stunned, unable to believe that Little Bai would say such a thing. A strike was made, forcing Chi-Chi to dodge. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and said, I have no grudge against you. Why are you pushing me to the brink of death? Then she thought about the fact that Little Bai was at the Demon King level. Even if she wasn't stripped of her swordsmanship, she still might not be able to fight on equal footing with her. First, she wanted to save herself. But now Little Bai wanted to kill her. What did she want? Surrounding Little Bai was the energy of the Demon King. Little Bai's face twisted with an order. Stand still, quietly. It will spare you from suffering. Then a magical palm flew toward Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi screamed, Don't, and dodged the palm. Chi-Chi kept tumbling to avoid it, but the palm relentlessly pursued her. Suddenly, her expression changed. She slammed her palm on the ground, using it as leverage to stop herself. She thought, no matter what, my strength is at the 5-star Demon Lord level. You want me to obediently accept death? It won't be that simple. A magical beast spell was cast from Little Bai's location. She said, I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Then the magical beast spell flew toward Chi-Chi, enclosing her with incredible speed. And Chi-Chi couldn't avoid it in time. The large, powerful magical palm grabbed Chi-Chi's small hand. 4 palms grabbed her, and she yelled in anger. What do you want? Let me go. Let me go. Tiu Bok said, as expected, your consciousness is starting to break down, and you're losing control over the swordsmanship again. You cannot suppress the power of that object. Right now, I am simply helping you reveal the disaster. Chi-Chi screamed wildly. Let me go. Let me go. The magic hand reached toward Chi-Chi's face, and suddenly, everything rushed into her mouth. She cried out in pain, her head tilting back, her eyes wide open with tears streaming down. She could only make choking sounds. Cuck, cuck. Something was wriggling inside her body, crawling all over her. She felt it. A bug had grabbed onto her skin. Her legs weakened, causing her slippers to fall off. The magic withdrew from her mouth, and in the magic hand, there was a bug. The magic continued to pull it out, followed by a sticky liquid. Chi-Chi collapsed onto the ground, and the magic gradually released its hold on her limbs. Chi-Chi began to regain her consciousness, but her eyes were still blank, and drool uncontrollably dripped from her mouth. Tiu Bok controlled the bug, pulling it closer to her and asked, Why did you come to my domain? The bug kept squirming, trying to escape, but Tiu Bok wouldn't give it a chance, continuously applying pressure. How are you connected to the Dark Guild? Tiu Bok demanded. The bug, still struggling, shook its head. Tiu Bok then thought, a stream of thoughts runs through this bug's mind. A dark life force. With a snap, Tiu Bok crushed the bug and said, Forget it, this is not important. Chi-Chi. At that moment, Chi suddenly contorted, letting out strange sounds. I'm parasitizing your body, she said. I can provide you with mana and help you level up to become a demon king. Chi-Chi's hands were twisted behind her back, and her face lowered as she continued. But every time you're weak, I'll take something from you. In her eyes, a magic formation appeared, and veins appeared on her face. She spoke again. But if my original form is destroyed, you will have to offer your body to me. She screamed. You've already known about the pact all along, haven't you, Elizabeth, you shameless traitor? Tu Bok stood with arms crossed, expressionless, saying, it seems like something like this did happen. The timeline began to turn back. We moved 500 years into the past, to a boiling lava lake, where the magma roiled like a giant frying pan, capable of swallowing anything that fell into it. At the center, a person was cultivating, reading an ancient book. Black smoke billowed from the book and rose into the air. At the Demon King's training ground, a figure resembling Tu Bok sat within a magic formation, diligently cultivating her mana. The dark purple mist continued to flow out, surrounding the area. She was highly focused, pushing herself to break through her limits. But there was still a sense of unease in her heart. She thought, to accept the hero's challenge, according to legend, I need to take the next step and break through to the Demon King level. Just then, a deep voice echoed. The gathered dark energy formed into swirling orbs, with eyes appearing and disappearing, their gaze inviting. You want to become stronger, don't you? The voice seduced. I can help you shatter the silence unexpectedly. Tu Bok opened her eyes slowly, her irises glowing pink. The surrounding formation now consisted of an ancient book with mysterious inscriptions floating in the air. Surrounded by groups of dark, purple mist swirling around, she seemed displeased with the situation and asked in an irritated tone. Who are you? How did you manage to enter my training domain? Around the mist, several eyes opened, and a formal voice responded. I am Ayatot, the Lord of the Dark Sea. How I entered here is irrelevant. The important thing is that I can make you stronger. Hearing these words, the queen was momentarily stunned. She examined the situation, trying to understand. Make me stronger? It suddenly became clear to her, and she smiled devilishly, revealing sharp teeth. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke excitedly. It's simple. All you need to do is accept my power and let me live within your body. The chaotic power I possess can help you break through to the Demon Lord level. That way, you won't have to fear that legendary hero anymore. Every word was filled with temptation, as if she were trying to manipulate the other person's mind. Xiao Bai reached out and touched the object in front of her. A puzzled look on her face. Accept your power? Suddenly, a demonic star appeared in her eyes, marking an important turning point. Azhat was overjoyed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, exactly. Accept my power. But fate was unkind to the demon. Before Azhat could celebrate, a slender hand closed around the gathering energy, squeezing it mercilessly. Ah! The voice of Azhat cried out loudly as her energy was crushed. With an expression of anger, the hand squeezed harder, distorting Azhat's form, and Xiao Bai's face darkened ominously. Who says I fear the legendary hero? The kind of filthy creature from another universe like you? Azhat screamed in fury. You're intentionally using me to spy on my world. The grip on her hand tightened, the pressure increasing. The two eyes of Azhat were almost about to pop out in panic. She quickly tried to compromise. All right, let's be direct. Just let me live within your body. My chaotic power can help you reach the level of Demon Lord. Your strength will be enough to completely dominate me. I won't be able to threaten you. All right? At that moment, Xiao Bai's eyes glowed with a dangerous, dark light as she fixed her gaze on Azhat, as if to threaten her, speaking in a voice full of power. So, you want to wait until the legendary hero fights me, then take everything from me at that moment? That's your real goal, isn't it? Azhat's pupils dilated with shock, and her eyes swirled in multiple colors as the threat of her situation became clear. Even though you've only briefly come into contact with my chaotic power, a pact has already formed, Azhat said, her smile turning malicious. If you refuse me now, you will regret it. Xiao Bai gently turned her body, waving her hand. So, when you were spying on my world, you also absorbed some of my chaotic power? Azhat's form twisted in anger. You're so cunning. But Xiao Bai didn't seem to care. She sneered. That chaotic power is as dry as your universe. It's only fit to deceive the weak. Without saying another word, she released her grip, letting the strange black-purple energy fall into the lava below. Azhat screamed as she was engulfed by the searing heat, her voice growing faint. What are you doing to me? No matter how much she struggled, the heat of the lava crept in, consuming the black-purple energy. Azhat, powerless, could only shout, "The pact has been made. If you continue like this, you'll be sealed by the cursed king's power in this place. Afterward, using your own strength, you can break through to the demon lord level, absorb the chaotic energy, and fully digest it to turn it into your own power. That way, the pact will lose its effectiveness. Won't it?" Xiao Bai didn't even spare her a glance, not even bothered to respond. She cast a dismissive look at Azhat. At that moment, Azhat had no other choice but to continue struggling with all her might. Her voice growing weaker. You shameless creature." Her voice trailed off into a murmur as she cursed, unwilling to accept defeat, but to be trapped like this. Not long after, there were no more screams. Instead, there was a profound silence, with only black smoke slowly rising. After a moment, reality returned. Azhat was currently inhabiting the body of Chi, who was screaming like a madwoman. Her eyes had changed drastically, filled with rage. She screamed at Elizabeth. "You, whose true form has still not been revealed, can only rely on the consciousness of the split body to act in this world." In contrast to the hostile attitude of her opponent, the fake Tiu Bok remained completely calm. She nonchalantly replied, "Oh, such a small matter. I almost forgot about it." Chi smiled, as if noticing something amusing. Her teeth were clenched tightly, and saliva dripped from her mouth, giving her a wild look. "Without a host, I couldn't exert my true strength. That's why you were able to trap me with your tricks," she snarled, her voice turning fierce. Without further warning, she lunged forward, looking like a zombie that had found fresh brains. Excitedly, she declared, "Now, I'll show you the terrifying power of chaos." Tiu Bok narrowed her eyes, gazing at the crazed woman in front of her with disdain. She didn't say anything, merely observing quietly. Chi covered her face with her hands, her body trembling. From her back, large spikes began to protrude, as if they were going to pierce through her shirt. She let out a loud scream, and from behind her, 8 long, thorny arms appeared, casting a sinister atmosphere around her. She had fully entered her chaotic form. The demonic hands came together, seemingly plotting something. A demonic mark appeared clearly into Chi-Chi's eyes, veins bulging across her face. Her mouth curled into a wide, eerie smile, reaching up to her ears. Her entire appearance was terrifying. With glee, she spoke, "I've stolen the powerful sword technique that the original host possessed. Now, combined with my chaotic strength, it's unimaginable. Elizabeth, die!" With a powerful shout, the 8 arms launched a devastating strike towards the fake Tiu Bok. The attack was immense, a move known as the *Chaos Apocalypse Arrow. Just as the *Chaos Apocalypse Arrow neared, a red barrier suddenly appeared in front of Tiu Bok. The attack was blocked with a loud crash, and everything returned to its original state. Tiu Bok calmly stood, watching the scene unfold before her. Chi gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept what had just happened. "How could my strongest sword technique?" Tiu Bok's expression remained unchanged as she slowly explained, her tone icy and calm. "The strongest sword technique you speak of was created by me. In front of me, of course. It would be nothing." Suddenly, a memory of Lac Bin training flashed through Tiu Bok's mind. She half closed her eyes, feeling a tinge of regret. But now, the title of strongest sword technique is a thing of the past. How could this be? Chi thought, furious and panicked. The strength of this host, combined with my chaotic power, should have been enough to reach a level of a 2-star demon king. Seeing the fear and the white pallor onto Chi-Chi's face, Tiu Bok's demeanor became more regal and commanding, as if sitting atop her throne, looking down upon her opponent. "If you want to keep sitting at the bottom of the well, so be it, but if you have any more abilities, show them now." Provoked by the taunt, Chi gathered her strength and prepared for another attack. In the blink of an eye, she rushed forward, her figure flashing in and out of sight, as if not wanting anyone to predict her movements. Chi grinned eagerly, launching herself at Tiu Bok. Just wait, I'll stop toying with you for now. I'm leaving this place to break my own seal. And then I'll come back for you. As she sped off, she silently threatened her opponent in her mind. You'll regret this, just wait. Suddenly, a massive hand with sharp black claws, surrounded by red energy, shot toward the corner of Chi's sleeve. Before she could react, the hand grabbed her in surprise. Because of this, there was no way to escape. Unable to withstand the pull, Chi immediately controlled her arms behind her back and grabbed the corner of her shirt that was being held. In frustration, she shouted. It stuck. 2 seconds later, her t-shirt was torn to shreds by her 8 arms, revealing her bare body. The black hand that still wouldn't give up opened wide and lunged at her again. Before long, it tightly grabbed Chi. Ignoring her struggles, her frustration was palpable in her voice as she spoke. Damn, in this realm, everything follows her control, even though I'm completely bound. My stubbornness refuses to yield. The black hand sneered, but what can you do about it? Unless you destroy both me and the subject. Otherwise, no magic can force me out. As soon as the words were spoken, the noodles and broth were served. Her beautiful appearance quickly became a mess. But Chi could only helplessly endure each drop of soup. Tiu Bok stood with one hand on her hip and the other holding the bowl of noodles with an artistic posture. She spoke coldly. Killing you is simple. I just don't want to lose to someone like you. So I'll offer you this noodle broth instead. Chi felt deeply insulted and clenched her fist in fury. Her face showed 7 parts darkness and 3 parts frustration. Even her voice betrayed her anger. I am the ruler of the Dark Sea, and yet you dare to humiliate me. You filthy woman. But suddenly, she fell silent. Her senses immediately detected something was wrong. The energy inside the broth. It seeped into every cell of her body, stripping her of the chaotic power she had. The broth began glowing, and the energy rapidly absorbed into her skin. Chi winced in pain and screamed, her cry echoing through the air. Moments later, a dark mist was expelled from her body, swirling around before finally dissipating. Looking at Lac Bin's bowl of noodles, which had absorbed the dark soul energy, she muttered, so in the end, he used his own thing to solve it. I can't leave anything behind. He's really thorough. Tiu Bok stared at the bowl for a long time. She thought about how to subdue the demon with something belonging to someone else, and puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It's just not quite right. Everything is going according to his plan. Though, damn it, I'm too weak. Lac Bin walked back and forth on the grassy meadow, his silhouette lonely as he anxiously awaited her return. At that moment, a spatial gate gradually appeared, drawing his attention. From it stepped someone wearing pink bunny slippers, walking leisurely. The moment Lac Bin saw her, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, "You're back? Did you finish?" Without bothering to look at him, she answered while carrying a limp Chi, who was unconscious and without any clothes. Lac Bin quickly turned away, trying to shield his eyes from the sight. But despite his best efforts, blood still dripped from his nose, and he awkwardly shouted, "Wait, how did this happen?" Suddenly, he saw a golden sword whizzing through the air, as if searching for something. Then, her violet eyes shone brightly. Without warning, she quickly locked onto a signal and moved forward with a new sense of purpose. The golden sword sliced through the air with incredible speed. At that moment, Vong Thai also appeared, observing from a distance. Upon seeing the obstruction in front of him, the sword curved with a sharp hiss, coming to a sudden stop, creating a loud kid sound. It was the person he feared. Nod Tang, seeing the opponent before him, was filled with intense anxiety, his eyes even betraying a hint of fear. Vong Tai's eyes gleamed brightly as he moved forward with a confidence that made him look like he was ready to take the life of the one before him. Using his sharp senses, the child noticed something had moved from here but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Unable to observe it in time, he was only able to sense it without confirming its details. Vong Tai shook his head in confusion, falling into doubt. What just flew by? His sharp senses couldn't detect anything suspicious. But suddenly, a snail-like creature flew off his body, and the exo-type shell on his back broke open. The situation didn't end there. The moment after, a series of parts on the body started flying off in all directions. finally settling on the grass. Vong Thai was filled with both sorrow and despair as he muttered in frustration. It's all because of that vicious woman. After she beat me last time, my body has been malfunctioning continuously. Why has she gotten so much stronger? Vong Thai recalled the scene where he was struck by Elizabeth, sending his body flying to one side. He lay on the grass, trying to repair the damage from the previous encounter. He sighed, thinking about how the vicious woman had learned the Tai Chi technique from her master, which greatly enhanced her strength. Luckily, he thought, I activated my backup body hidden in the drawer and started the house sitting mode. I need to speed up the cloud data building process. If not, one day, she'll destroy my content. Suddenly, in the distance, something resembling a sword was hurtling toward him at high speed. The sword's tip was charging forward but abruptly stopped midair. Due to the sudden force, the sword bent, and Na Tang appeared, standing on the sword, exuding a murderous aura. Clearly, I had already flown over there, Na Tang thought. She glared at Vong Thai and muttered angrily, "How is he here?" In an instant, the sword sped off again like a gust of wind. Na Tang smiled faintly, thinking, the target is right in front of me. If I just go around it, I don't need to risk getting entangled with him. But just as she finished speaking, she widened her eyes in shock when she saw the scene before her. Despite her attempt to redirect the sword, Vong Thai was right in front of her once again. How is this possible? She thought. Panic rising, she redirected the sword again. But each time, Vong Thai was there, blocking her path. Finally, after multiple attempts to change directions, the sword abruptly halted, and Na Tang stood there in disbelief. Her face twisted in anger. Why is he everywhere? Has he been toying with me all this time? Suddenly, the ground trembled as an outer jumped down from a grassy hill and looked at Vong Thai. Muttering to himself, I can't let this damn dog live. I won't leave this house until I deal with this traitor. The outer charged forward at Vong Thai. Intent on attacking, Vong Thai steeled himself, thinking, a true man would rather die than endure shame. Even if I have only one breath left, I will crawl into this yard and take that bastard down. He faced the pond, where the display on his screen was scanning. He stood perfectly still as the outer grew closer. The outer focused his strength in his arm, his face set with determination as he prepared his strike. At that exact moment, Vong Thai's screen showed the face of the outer, identifying it as tool number 9.999 from the master's database. The danger level was listed as 0 and not in the permitted list. Vong Thai scanned his surroundings, then opened a compartment. Inside, two hands emerged, gripping the flagpole. The flag was unfurled, revealing the words, "Welcome home." The outer, in the midst of preparing to strike, paused upon seeing the flag. His face registered confusion as he read the message. "Welcome home?" he muttered. Utterly bewildered, Vong Thai happily barked, "Woof, woof." He wagged his tail on his back, greeting the outer warmly. "Welcome, Dao Fa," Vong Thai said, as if inviting him into the house. The outer reached out and touched the stone wall, staring at the small house in front of him. Still stunned, the house was modest with a red-tiled roof. The door was made of old, weathered wood, and beside it stood a tall banyan tree. The lush leaves were gathered around a tree stump, which served as a chopping block. Nearby, logs were stacked on top of each other. Ao Fu turned and quietly said, "Finally, you've returned." In the blink of an eye, the many stones had transformed into a completely different person. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sighed and said, "The place where I was born. Right here." Lok Bin had once been in this house, sharpening a blade, crafting an axe, smoothing the wood to make the handle. And then Lok Bin joined the two pieces together to form a complete axe. He raised it proudly, admiring it. At that same moment, he lifted the small soul of Nok Tang and happily said, "From now on, I'll call you Dai Trang." The sunlight blazed brightly, illuminating the garden. In front of the house, Bin was chopping wood in the yard. Nok Tang was the spirit of the kite at that time. As time passed, Nok Tang sat, watching Lok Bin chop wood every day, never growing tired of it. She always stayed with him, observing as he worked diligently from dawn till dusk. One night, during a rainstorm with thunder crashing across the sky, Lok Bin, holding wood, stood under a tree to shelter from the rain. He stacked the wood on a cart, then braved the rain to pull it home, but forgot to bring the axe with him. Nok Tang appeared from the axe, looking sorrowfully toward Lok Ben, who was walking farther and farther away. He had forgotten the axe. Forgotten her, leaving her behind in the dense forest. Nok Tang called after Lok Bin in vain, her voice blending with the sound of the rain. The owner of the axe was slowly being worn down by the rain. And over the years, 15, 55, and then the years turned to centuries. 200 years passed, 500 years, and then Nok Tang was driven mad. Her gaze turned cruel. Her nails grew sharp and black. The accumulated resentment of those years had transformed her into what she was. One starry evening, deep in the dark forest, the axe had broken, its handle lost, leaving only the rusted blade, lying motionless under the overgrown grass and weeds. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. I've delivered the intel about the Holy Sword Guild to you all. There's something that can help me increase my power. A green, demonic hand appeared, its sharp claws gripping a dark potion. The man, who wore a red robe and a mask, spoke. Drink this. It's a new potion from the Dark Guild. The man then revealed himself, bare-chested, showing off his muscular form, with a thick beard and a voice full of suspicion. If drinking this makes me stronger, then I wouldn't believe it unless you, the one who uses curses, guarantees it. He opened the potion and tilted the bottle back, pouring it into his mouth. The man suddenly swung the golden axe aside, groaning softly, as smoke began to billow from around him. A hole appeared in his chest, continuing to emit dark energy. He smiled sinisterly, feeling power coursing through him. The old axe, still lying on the ground, shook slightly, its surroundings glowing with dark energy. The masked man turned to look behind him. The man was startled. He turned around and saw a dark force rising. Seeing this, the man broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in fear. He realized, in that moment, that the power was coming from a force he hadn't detected. A lethal force that had killed the Grand Apostle and 2 other apostles. Could it be that the guild master? He spun around, and then saw something in the distance. The axe suddenly made a creepy sound. The man, terrified, immediately dropped to his knees. He looked up and hesitantly asked, "May I ask, Senior, who are you?" The figure of Not Tang appeared, enveloped in dark power. She looked down at the man, her voice cold. I am Not Tang. You need power, right? I can give it to you. Alpha walked toward the brick house, its lights still on. He walked angrily, his face filled with fury. Heading straight inside, suddenly, the wooden door opened with a creak. Alpha froze in surprise, eyes wide. The person who walked out was Lak Ben. He spoke casually. I'm going to chop some firewood to prepare for cooking. You two can continue talking. At this point, Alpha had transformed into a sword. As Lak Ben was walking down the stairs, he suddenly spoke. Oh, you're back. Not Tang inside the sword, was surprised by his words. She realized, he recognizes me. She moved closer to the sword and brushed her hand, saying, Alpha, where did you disappear to today? I was just wondering how I was supposed to chop the firewood. Not Tang grew angry. HMPH. She thought. Why does this man's resentment fit with me so well? It turns out he's the one who replaced me. You traitor. You'd rather use this broken sword than come back to find me. Lak Bin tightly gripped the sword's hilt. He spoke to the sword. If you're not going to pay attention to me, then I'll get to work. Not Tang quickly turned her face away, trembling, thinking, damn, this familiar feeling. Why does it feel like this? Lak Bin placed a piece of wood on the ground, preparing to chop it. He stroked the sword and, puzzled, asked, Aoter? Why do I suddenly feel this sense of familiarity? Like something I've lost long ago? Not Tang was furious when she heard this and said, stop pretending. Let me see what you're planning to do. Lak Bin raised the sword high, preparing to strike. With all his strength, he brought it down hard. The piece of wood split in two. Not Tang shuddered, blushing slightly, and gritted her teeth, muttering, you traitor, I won't lose to you. Another piece of wood was placed in front of Lak Bin, who proceeded to chop it again. Not Tang asterisk could no longer bear it. Her face flushed red as she moaned softly. For 500 years, I still can't forget the joy of chopping firewood with you. Lack Bin. She scratched her head, gazing at the sword, and asked doubtfully, Alpha, did you just make a strange noise? Lack Bin paused for a moment, but quickly shook off his suspicion and said, Forget it, let's keep chopping. Today, I feel like we're really in sync. The firewood continued to split in two. Not Tang asterisk jumped up in joy. Master, once again, the firewood has been chopped in half. She cried happily. She collapsed in a graceful manner, saying, I love chopping firewood with you. Master. With another swing, the sword struck down again. Not Tang asterisk rolled in delight, crying out, Yes, that's it, please, feel free to use me to chop wood. Lack Bin carefully stacked the chopped firewood on the ground, then placed the sword into the earth. He sat down, exhausted, and said, I used to try chopping firewood but could never find the right feeling. But today, when I used you to chop wood, it felt like when I chopped firewood with Not Tang asterisk before. It felt so comfortable. Hearing this, Not Tang asterisk felt overjoyed and tears welled up in her eyes. So, Master hasn't forgotten me, she sobbed, lying on the grass, her face filled with contentment. Hearing this answer, I feel at ease. Lack Bin raised the sword in one hand, placed the other on his forehead, and sighed in relief. If it weren't for the barrier disappearing, if things outside hadn't changed so much, I would have gone to find Not Tang asterisk again. Not Tang asterisk sat up, her body fading as Lack Bin spoke. This will be the last time I chop firewood with you. Not Tang asterisk thought for a moment. Yes, this is the last time. My original form is no longer here. I can no longer serve you. My master. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fell into deep thought. The only thing that has supported my soul until now is the resentment I've carried for 500 years. But after meeting you again, I never expected that I could no longer hate you. Now that the resentment is gone, it is time for me to disappear. She smiled faintly, her voice filled with quiet acceptance. I am grateful that you created me. That was the greatest happiness of my life. I hope the next acts can serve you better. Farewell. With that, the mysterious figure vanished in an instant. Lack Bin picked up the sword. From the blade, a dark smoke rose, swirling up into the air. He gently stroked his chin and spoke with a reassuring tone. Don't be upset. I'll create a better axe for you next time. From now on, you can fulfill your role as the sacred sword and accompany me on our adventures. After speaking, Lack Bin drove the sword into a wooden stump and turned to walk away. His voice echoed back to her. I'm going to cook now. The sword remained silent for a moment, as if wanting to speak. But then, asterisk boom asterisk, from the smoke, a figure leapt out. It was Azhat, with her head bowed in frustration. Azhat muttered in discontent. Well, you two have made up. What about me? Just left at home? Scene transition. Asterisk. Elizabeth was conversing with Chi. Elizabeth asked first, how do you know my swordsmanship? Chi lowered her head in contemplation before answering. This story goes back over 100 years. She began to recall the events. At that time, there was a cloaked figure, his presence exuding immense power, which caused everyone to tremble in fear. She continued, that was when the Dark Guild started rising, kidnapping people of various races across the continent. The heroes were taken as live experiments. At that time, the powerful ones all chose to defend themselves. No one dared to step forward and lead the resistance against the Dark Guild. A tall figure appeared in Chi's mind, a silhouette cloaked in green, the robes billowing in the wind. The figure walked through the cold mist, a mysterious aura surrounding them. I had just founded the Holy Sword Guild, and I went alone into the demon realm. More and more information about those people surfaced, but no one showed their face. Their weapons were sharp, and they had green skin. Chi recalled the time when she fell into a deep abyss. Chi spoke again, but my movements were quickly discovered. The Dark Guild sent many apostles to deal with me. At that time, I had just advanced to the rank of Demon Master. Facing the siege and attack of over 100 apostles, I could only fight while running away. In the chaos, I was struck and fell into a deep abyss. In a different scene, she found herself surrounded by a sea of fire. lying on an island in the middle. This is where I trained to become a demon lord. Chi-Chi woke up, her face pained. I didn't expect to be trapped in magma deep in the abyss. Inside an ancient demon ruin, severely injured and barely conscious, I saw the lingering traces of the demon lord's swordsmanship. Those were left behind by you, Lady Elizabeth, when you trained here in the past. Chi-Chi reached out towards the lingering shadows. Sitting up, she carefully examined the candles around her. Even though it was just a faint shadow, I was able to mimic it with my fingers. My understanding of swordsmanship was immediately enlightened. I began absorbing the energy from the environment. She paused, exhausted. I stayed there for 3 months, researching in that underground training ground, until the last traces of the swordsmanship vanished. I could no longer find them. With a sigh, Chi-Chi continued, "Unfortunately, my talent is limited, and I could only grasp a few sword techniques, not in their entirety. I can't fully comprehend your demon lord's swordsmanship, Lady Elizabeth, but for me, this was already a huge breakthrough. In 3 months, I advanced to the Demon Master rank, level 3, but even in my joy, I couldn't help but feel bitter. After seeing your swordsmanship, I realized how vast it truly is. But the opportunity was only given once. From now on, I will never encounter the Demon King's shadow again. This also means that the highest limit of my strength in this lifetime has already been set." As I continued thinking, suddenly, I heard a voice. The voice didn't clearly indicate whether it was male or female, but it struck a chord with Chi-Chi's psyche. Asterisk. "You want to become stronger? I can help you." Chi-Chi frowned and turned around. Returning to reality, the food seemed to be ready. Lag Ben stepped out with a pot of food in his hands, asking casually, "So what happens next?" Chi-Chi hesitated before answering. "In order to keep increasing my strength to deal with the Dark Guild, I chose to accept its power and let it parasitize me." Her expression darkened as she continued. "However, it said that its true form is still sealed and can't provide much chaotic power. So, it gave me a tentacle to use as a weapons material." Chi-Chi thought to herself in silence. "I didn't expect, he's the legendary warrior, still living a secluded life with the Demon King. Now, he's testing me?" Lag Ben set the pot of hot food on a book titled Taiji Quan and said, "Elizabeth is right. That thing's true form was sealed by me. What's been in contact with you might just be the consciousness fragment of that entity." Lag Ben sat down, took off his gloves, and asked Chi-Chi, "You mentioned a tentacle. Was it something like an octopus tentacle?" He then thoughtfully rested his hand on his chin. "By the way, I've never had seafood from this world." Elizabeth, curious, asked, "Is it well behaved?" Lag Ben responded lazily, "Yeah, probably. I'm just not sure what kind of terrifying creatures live under the sea in your area." Chi-Chi, confused, thought, "Are they not going to discuss the threat of the Dark Sea? Why are they suddenly changing the topic?" Lag Ben happily lifted the pot, saying, "Let's eat first, the dish I made." As he spoke, he opened the pot, and a powerful beam of light radiated from it, filling the room. Chi-Chi squinted, her vision blurred by the intense light. She wondered, this massive magical energy, did the lid just come off? Inside the pot was a steaming bowl of hellish curry, exuding a delicious aroma. Elizabeth, holding a spoon, smiled joyfully. "Ah, curry, my favorite dish." She eagerly scooped a spoonful of curry to taste. As she tried it, a wave of happiness filled her. But suddenly, her face changed, her cheeks turned bright red, and she waved her hand rapidly to fan away the spiciness. "So spicy." Elizabeth quickly grabbed a glass of water and drank it hastily. She coughed and muttered, Even I as a 7-star demon god, can't handle this spice." Lag Ben walked over, asking with concern, "The chili peppers harvested this time are pretty hot. Elizabeth, are you okay? I think you should add a bit of snow onion to balance it out." Despite the curry being too spicy for her, Elizabeth still managed to respond, "Of course, I'm fine." Lag Ben held up a snow onion, which had a vibrant purple color, and skillfully chopped it into hundreds of tiny pieces with just a few swift cuts. Chi-Chi, watching in awe, thought, using such a fine technique with his Super V-blade, he's so precise. And yet, he claims not to know anything about swordsmanship? Moreover, the knife in his hand wasn't just for cutting, it was like an extension of his skill. The finely chopped snow onion was sprinkled into the curry, enhancing its flavor. Lac Bin then scooped some curry onto a plate with white rice. The golden yellow curry blending perfectly with the vegetables. The dish looked incredibly appetizing. Lac Bin smiled, saying, "With this, the spiciness should be toned down a bit." Elizabeth tasted the food again. She held a glass of orange juice in one hand, while her other hand lifted the chopsticks. With a disdainful tone, she said, "I want it spicy." Lac Bin, holding a fragrant plate of curry in his hands, cheerfully turned to offer it to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, would you like to try this?" Chi-Chi, slightly surprised, hesitated. "Can I really eat this?" She extended both hands to accept the plate of curry. Elizabeth glanced at this and gestured with a nod. She raised a finger and reminded Chi-Chi, "Think carefully before you eat, because you can only choose 1 out of 3. Lac Bin turned to her, confused. "What do you mean by 1 out of 3? Chi-Chi asked. "Please, Dark Lord, could you explain?" Elizabeth lightly waved her hand, sending the pot of curry, a knife, and the sword scroll flying into the air. Lac Bin was puzzled by her actions. So he asked, "What are you trying to do, Elizabeth?" While casually sipping her orange juice, she replied, "Since you've been working hard against the Dark Guild and seem to have some kind of connection with me, I'll give you a chance to choose one of these 3. Lac Bin quickly responded, "Elizabeth, the curry? Sure, no problem. The sword scroll is also fine. I've finished learning it, but as for giving it to others..." He paused. "I never said I would hand it over." Elizabeth shot him a sharp glance and snapped, "Quiet, this is my test for her. This game isn't for you." Lac Bin stammered, "Game? Okay, you're the Dark Lord. You're deciding Chi-Chi's fate." Chi-Chi understood at this point. She realized that the 2 legendary figures were testing her. The answer was hidden in their conversation. She sat in silence, worried. The pot of curry was radiating immense magical energy. She already knew that eating it would instantly elevate her to the level of a Dark Lord. Maybe even to Dark Lord level 2. But she had also noticed how Elizabeth had deliberately enjoyed the dish right in front of her. This was a hint that even someone at her level couldn't handle it. Despite the fact that legendary warriors had purified and processed it, Chi-Chi, a mere mortal, wasn't sure if she could withstand its power. Chi-Chi's eyes drifted to the knife. As she stared at the cleaver, she realized it would instantly overshadow any weapon she had ever owned. Her title as the Sword Saint meant little in comparison to such a blade. She thought back to when the legendary warrior had personally demonstrated the power of the blade. It was a reminder that even if Lac Bin didn't want to give it to her, it was because he knew she couldn't control it. It was a warning not to overestimate her abilities. Chi-Chi was deeply conflicted. She knew she couldn't choose the curry or the cleaver. Her gaze then shifted to the sword scroll, the only option left. After careful consideration, she replied, "Dark Lord, I choose the sword scroll." Suddenly, someone kicked the door open from the outside, causing dust to rise and filling the air. The 3 of them were startled and looked towards the door. Lac Bin muttered, "Alpha?" Elizabeth, reminding him, snapped, "What are you standing there for? We have a situation." A figure with glowing eyes stepped in, surrounded by mysterious black lights. He yelled, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." His eyes burned with fury. "I'm furious. I want to kill all of you." Immediately, Chi-Chi's eyes sharpened. She thought, "This feeling, it's unmistakable. It's that guy, Nod Tang. He must have known I wasn't dead and followed me here." She couldn't let this disturb Lac Bin or the Dark Lord, so she grabbed the cleaver from the table. "I'll deal with this myself," she said. "Sorry for the trouble. Dung Jia Dai Nyan, may I borrow your cleaver for a moment?" A moment later, Chi-Chi firmly gripped the cleaver in her hand. Suddenly, from the blade, a gigantic god-like figure appeared, soaring into the sky, silently crossing his arms. Around the god, thousands of swords materialized. Looking at the cleaver glowing brightly in her hand, Chi-Chi was taken aback. She could feel an overwhelming and powerful pressure emanating from it. Inside the cleaver was a level of mastery she hadn't expected. Suddenly, an electric charge surrounded Chi-Chi's hand, making it freeze. In just a short time, the electricity completely enveloped her, draining her energy. She collapsed to the ground, motionless. smoke rising from her mouth. Without anyone holding it, the cleaver flew out of her hand, spinning toward the pond at high speed, beyond her control. At that moment, Alpha suddenly regained consciousness, asking himself, "What am I doing?" He looked dazed at the cleaver speeding toward him, unable to dodge in time. The cleaver sliced through the outer effortlessly, splitting it in half. Once the outer was split, its form turned into two sword pieces and fell to the ground. The cleaver continued spinning in the air, and Lak Bin easily caught it without using any force. He stared at the cleaver in his hand and then looked down at the ground, where Chi lay motionless, like a withered corpse, smoke rising from her mouth. The broken cleaver was now reduced to a simple sword. The black smoke dissipated slowly. Lak Bin, confused, called out, "Chi?" But there was no response. He called out again, "Outer?" In fear, Lak Bin yelled, "What happened here?" The scene shifted to a desolate, eerie swamp with strange-shaped rocks and a dark sky that cast an ominous shadow over everything. It was a barren wasteland, devoid of any life. A strong wind blew through the swamp, causing everything to shake. The air filled with dust. A figure lay motionless on the ground, resembling a giant white bear, covered in red blood. This was the leader of the Dark Guild's 6 pillars, Fa Ra Snack. He had a Demon King rank of 1 star. His old identity was the former leader of the Kuhung Guild. A robot silently approached, looking at the unconscious Fa Ra Snack. This robot was a test subject from the Dark Guild's 6 pillars, labeled as Subject Number 24. The Demon King rank of 1 star clenched his teeth, muttering angrily, "Damn!" Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt shot down from the sky, striking Fa Ra Snack's body, jolting him awake. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, veins appearing clearly. He was surrounded by a field of electrical energy. Fazark stood up, extending his sharp claws and growling fiercely. His eyes glowed with a blue light as he clapped his hands together in challenge. "I'll still keep fighting you, Golden Dragon King." Suddenly, Fazark's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if falling in love. This was the effect of the gentle wind kiss technique, which made Fa Ra Snack fall under a seductive spell. Drool dripped from his mouth as he stared forward with a lustful gaze. The mysterious woman with a seductive appearance was a member of the Dark Guild's 6 pillars, Marjuther. She was now at the 2-star Demon Monarch level. Marjuther lightly said, "Calm down. The battle is over." Subject Number 24 glanced at her and replied, "I've had enough of this." The Vice Guild leader was taken, and William was also defeated. "We don't know where he went. And now this is over." Du Thua Beidou responded casually, "What can we do?" Facing the Golden Dragon King, a 3-star Demon King, and as being mere 2-star Demon Monarchs, we're not even qualified to intervene in their fight. She lowered her head and continued, "And with the guild leader here, the outcome was already decided long ago." Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a strange yellow fruit began to emerge. It had a massive size, with many small tentacles around it. The fruit seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, and before long, it sprouted from the ground. Wire, smiling broadly, said, "I didn't expect that Lord Amelia would possess this kind of life-preserving skill. Now, no attack or magic can harm you." Slipping on a round-shaped machine, a strange black liquid began to appear. The liquid slowly extended, its parts intertwining before gradually rising higher. Soon, the liquid had transformed into a long, writhing tentacle, curving through the air. A voice echoed, "But before this, I never imagined that doing something like this to Lord Amelia would cause harm." The tentacle surged forward rapidly, racing toward the giant yellow fruit. Strangely, from a distance, it tightly coiled around the fruit. Lifting it up, the tentacle slowly morphed into liquid, enveloping the giant fruit. It struggled to consume the fruit whole. 1 month later, the tentacle had completely consumed the massive fruit. It moved the fruit back toward the glowing machine. As the fruit was placed into the machine, bright streaks of light shot out. The machine, receiving this power, began to glow intensely. Its light illuminated everything around it. Wire closed his eyes, feeling the abundant strength swirling around his body. 1 month later, he had vanished, leaving behind a few leaking tubes. Purple liquid dripped onto the ground. A skeleton was being surrounded by the purple liquid, gradually regenerating. Whiteker, now in human form, murmured, "The Ma Vong rank is truly on a whole different level." He reminded himself, if there's just a little more, the master will be fully revived. Now, Wire stood proudly at the top of a giant machine. A dark purple bee flew in from nowhere, mocking him. After the dark horde, you've turned into this miserable state? Moments later, a man flew in, gathering in front of the giant machine. The dark swarm gradually transformed into a solid body. Wearing a white shirt, black pants, and a brown coat, he asked, "We've lost contact with the response, haven't we?" White turned to answer, "Sorry, Kapos sacrificed himself to protect the guild." A little while later, the bees had transformed into Tagasef, now in their complete form. He calmly asked, "You've returned to your youth and finally had a breakthrough?" White adjusted his glasses, then wondered, "Did I? I just happened to collect some suitable materials. Why did you come looking for me?" Avatar, holding a cigarette, replied, "The identity of this body has been exposed, and it can no longer be used. Originally, I planned to ask you for a new body, but I didn't expect it to become a wreck here." Yother Bader walked toward the machine, curiously asking, "Number 24, who is that AI Fazashage?" He pointed to the man floating in midair, then explained, "He is also from the Dark Sea, just like the Vice Guild Master Dakos, and is the external representative of the guild leader. After becoming the Ma Magic Guild's pillar, he took control." The product, number 24, had a serious expression, and continued, "The Vice Guild Master Dakos is dead, so it's fine for me to tell you all this now. This man is identical to the Guild Master Dakos. His name is Azith, and he has many cloned consciousnesses. As for the so-called Dark Sea, it isn't a place in our world, but rather a chaotic universe. Thus, they don't have a fixed form, and must parasitize the bodies of others to survive here." Good Batter questioned, "A universe from another world? I always thought the Dark Sea was somewhere on the Great Hero's plane. Though I still don't quite understand. Why would the guild leader cooperate with him? What is his purpose?" Product number 24, feeling downcast, replied, "The dark gears on your bodies were created by the guild leader, Chris, after studying his chaotic power. As for what he wants, even I don't know." Tagasef Peiduso took a cigarette, took a drag, and then announced, "Right now, there are many unknown factors appearing outside. The Card Guild has made a sudden appearance. The Dawn Beast of the village is also making moves. There's also the occupation plan for the Dwarf Empire and the Kingdom of Eris." Sorrow Tao replied briefly. Live Sorrow, sighing in exhaustion, made a decision. "There's no choice. The apostles of nurtured are all gone. We will have to remain still for a while. Back in the past, asterisk. In the laboratory, White Sorrow was feverishly typing at the machine, his fingers moving quickly over the keys. His face was tense, sweat dripping down his face as he worked frantically. Once the machine was set up, White Sorrow pressed a button with an eye-shaped symbol on it. Inside the machine, cells began to form and slowly took the shape of a female face with large eyes and red hair. Resembling Elizabeth, Batty stared intently at the screen, stuttering, Master. Product number 24 cheered. "Finally, Master will be reborn." White Sorrow placed his hands on the desk, trembling with excitement, not taking his eyes off the machine. The form inside was becoming more complete, with the body slowly taking shape, muscles forming, and the figure started to swell. But suddenly, the body began to sag, deflating. Why? White Sorrow's eyes went wide in disbelief. He couldn't accept that his years of work had failed in an instant. He screamed in pain. No. Why? The body inside the machine had turned into a grotesque mass of flesh, eyes, mouths, and ears scattered throughout. Why? White Sorrow was stunned. He couldn't comprehend why his years of effort had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. He slammed his hands down on the desk and screamed in despair. Why? What's missing to stabilize the magic supply? Suddenly, White Sorrow froze, his eyes wide with horror. He had been so overwhelmed with emotion that he coughed up a large amount of blood. His blood splattered onto the keyboard, staining it. He pressed his mouth shut to prevent more blood from spilling in. Shaking, said, "Damn it, my time is running out. If I can't break through to the level of the Demon Lord, I'll die soon. All my life has been spent on trying to resurrect Elizabeth. Why am I a human? Cursed with such a short lifespan? I can't accept this." Product number 24 turned to look at him with a sorrowful expression, muttering, "It's all my fault. I'm useless. My unlimited magical electricity can't power master properly." Suddenly, in front of White Sorrow, a dark vortex appeared, and a voice called out, "You want to become stronger? I can help you." White Sorrow cautiously looked around, then asked, "Who are you?" Small black legs, resembling spider legs, appeared, surrounded by a purple glow. A tiny, grotesque creature with a smiling face stepped out from the light. It introduced itself. "I am Azhat, from the Sea of Darkness. Let's cooperate. I can show you my power." White Sorrow, feeling unsure, looked at the creature. Then, Azhat showed White Sorrow its power. Suddenly, the deformed cells inside the machine transformed into a mouse that initially appeared harmless. But a moment later, the mouse grew enormous, its face turning vicious. Its eyes glowed fiercely, and it roared inside the machine. It bared its sharp, terrifying fangs, and from its back, something began to grow. The skin bulged outward, and the mouse turned into a gigantic, monstrous creature. The creature now had jagged, saw-like teeth growing from its spine, and its front legs had morphed into sharp claws, ready to strike. 2 jagged purple marks appeared on its shoulders. It roared loudly, a ferocious sound echoing in the air. Azhat stood, observing the monstrous creature within. His gaze focused intently. He smiled with satisfaction. "We've done it. Success," he exclaimed. "All we need to do is fuse the chaotic energy into this creature's body and nurture it. This will create a powerful energy conduit suitable for our world. By producing a large number of these dark gears, the issue of mana supply will be easily resolved." Azhat, pleased with the progress, crawled out from his encasing form, laughing. "I told you, we are a perfect match. The chaotic power I wield is endless. It can continuously fuel you and provide me with a vast amount of energy." The machine continued to churn out more monstrous creations. A large dog with white fur and sharp teeth, its body outfitted with 2 dark gears. Then, a giant wild boar appeared, with massive tusks and a dark gear affixed to its head. Another creature, an ogre with a downcast expression, emerged with a dark gear at its neck. The machines were activated, running experiments tirelessly under White's direction. White, exhausted, lowered his head in silent contemplation, his eyes closing as he sighed deeply. Azhat, looking at the older man, asked, "You've conducted over 10,000 experiments already. Why won't you accept my chaotic energy?" White firmly replied, "There's no need. I only seek to resurrect my master. Power is not my pursuit. Nor do I have any interest in ruling the world. The deal has already been struck. You provide the chaotic energy, and I'll nurture the conduit for that energy in this world. As for what you intend to do with it, I'll not ask. My research will continue without any need for your involvement." Azhat glared at him in frustration. "You old man," he spat. After a moment of thought, he grudgingly agreed. "Fine, I suppose I will be leaving for a while." He thought to himself, "This old White has always been cautious of me. I can't trust him with everything. I need to keep my plans to myself and choose someone else who can control him. Someone with more power." With that, Azhat conjured a red magic circle in the air, summoning a creature covered in tentacles. Before leaving, he warned, "White, this is another fragment of my consciousness. It will manage the Dark Guild in my stead from now on." White, tired, whispered, "Fine, do as you wish. I'll continue to arrange everything for you." Azhat turned with a malicious grin. "Thanks, then. I appreciate it." He then turned to leave, his smile wide and filled with a dark satisfaction. Scene transition. Back in the real world, Tagos hovered in the air, staring intently as White and Azhat arrived. He landed beside them and immediately made a demand. "I need you to create another body for me. One with the strength of a demon lord. How long will that take?" White, raising his hand and adjusting his glasses, answered quietly, "This is somewhat difficult. As you can see, this place has become a wasteland. All experiments and materials have been destroyed. Plus, You've already attracted the attention of several powerful beings outside, including the Sword Saint from the Sword Saint Guild. Tagasef, furious. Tagospeduce snarled, his teeth gritting. Stop playing dumb with me. You know very well that even a demon lord level body is easy for you to create in a moment's time. Don't act like it's impossible. Suddenly, he broke into a wild laugh, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. He then made an unreasonable demand. How about we finish this now? Then, give me Elizabeth's replicated body in storage, and I'll use it for training. That's all I need. Asterisk. These words made White furious. His face darkened with rage as he glared menacingly. You dare insult my master again? One more word, and I'll kill you instantly. The large, imposing figure of the purple bear, muscular, with gears strapped to its shoulders and arms, exuded an immense pressure that weighed down on the surroundings. The force was so strong that it pushed Chi-Chi down to one knee. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold herself up. Her entire body tensed as her nerves screamed in protest. Struggling to keep her from falling, she thought to herself, This pressure is terrifying. Even a one-star demon lord like me is being suppressed to the point where I can't even stand properly. A figure in a cloak, its face obscured, knelt on the ground in a similar manner, their knee hitting the stone floor with a thud. The scene made Chi-Chi feel overwhelmed. So this is the true power of the guild leader, asterisk, she thought. The man named Christman Point, wearing a red hat and a green scarf around his neck, looked down at the Ayatot insect, which was smirking ominously on his shoulder. With a dismissive chuckle, he said, Ha ha, just a joke, why so serious? Though he tried to downplay it. In his panic, Para was carefully calculating. Christman Point was like a ticking time bomb, bound to break free of his control sooner or later. For now, she couldn't afford to reveal any information about Elizabeth to him. She had to keep her cards close, using the situation as leverage for future negotiations. As for restoring her true form, that process had to be accelerated. Meanwhile, Manfred continued his conversation with the Ayatot. Still working together, huh? Manfred mused. If there's any news, I'll come find you. Nearby, a strange circle of squirming, meat-like chunks lay on the ground. Tentacles writhed beneath, resembling masses of worms. A faint pinkish light emitted from the center of the circle, and it seemed as though the light would burst out of the circle, tearing it apart from within. Suddenly, a pale white hand emerged from the mass of wriggling flesh, pushing through the pile. It belonged to the guild leader of the 6 pillars. The man, aged with long silver hair but balding at the crown, looked grotesque as his thin, bony body was pressed against a glass panel. He licked it with a hungry, lecherous expression, groaning softly. My master, he murmured. Soon, you'll be able to. His face twisted with malevolent joy, his mouth dripping with saliva as he grinned wickedly. Turning back to White, his demeanor became almost perfect, like a man reveling in his triumph. A spinning circle in the air revealed the image of a beautiful woman, her long curly hair adorned with 2 black horns, reminiscent of a goat. Looking up at the scene, White observed her with a sneer. Back in the town, people were working together to rebuild the ruined houses. Some carried wood, some fetched water, while others pulled carts. Lack Ben, carrying a heavy yellow bag over his shoulder, chatted cheerfully with someone beside him. This time, Elizabeth opened the teleportation gate and came here alone. I'm sure I'll need to investigate thoroughly. He glanced around at the disarray, noting how everything still seemed a bit chaotic. It's been just a month, and this whole place has been repaired already? He continued walking, finally reaching the church with its distinctive cross on the roof. 2 blue birds perched there. His mood lifted, and he thought, time to check on the psychological counseling for Anime. I wonder how she's doing now. With that thought, Lack Bin quickly entered the ancient building. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, * knock knock. However, something puzzled him. The door seemed to be unlocked. For this reason, he was able to open it quite easily. The sound of the door creaking echoed through the house. Inside, it was pitch black, and there was an AI on the floor, crouched and busy doing something that caused the floor to get wet. On either side, there were loud cheers and chants. Hey, go on, go harder. You pig, go harder. The pig was panting heavily, sweat dripping down its body as it laughed and said, Hey, You're still able to eat. What's the big deal? Lag Bin was startled by the scene and immediately shouted, "What are you all doing?" He thought they were engaging in something inappropriate. Feeling a sense of justice rise within him, he kicked open the wooden door with a loud crash and ordered, "Stop." The person inside paused, then turned to see what was happening. When they saw Lag Bin, they immediately recognized him. Lag Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it's me. What anime is this?" The pig leaned on its knee to push itself up and replied, "We're here." She's resting comfortably. You know. In its hand was a wet rag. And it walked toward Lag Bin. Seeing the pig's movements, Lag Bin instinctively took a step back. The pig, now much larger and more menacing, growled with each word as it grabbed Lag Bin's shoulder. "But just now, you said this guy was causing trouble." Lag Bin flinched, realizing that he had come alone this time and Elizabeth was not with him. The pig smirked and said, "So, you've come to join us? Huh? It's been a while. This place has been so boring." Its mouth drooled, and the scene felt more sinister. Although Lag Bin was afraid, he still steeled himself. "If I've already decided to be a hero, I can't back down now." He met the pig's gaze and spoke firmly. "Don't worry, I'll save her right away." Just then, a girl appeared. She was tying up her hair on top of her head, and it turned out to be Anime. When she saw him, her face lit up, and she greeted him cheerfully. "Oh, Lag Bin, what are you doing here?" The two people from earlier glared at each other. But when Anime entered, they both turned to face the source of the noise. The pig stood up, addressing Lag Bin. "I told her to rest a little longer. But here you are, you should have left it to us." He grabbed her hand. His hands were much larger than Anime's tiny ones. The pig pointed to the clean floor and said, "Here, sister. The work's done. The tough stains on the floor are all gone now." Anime adjusted her glasses and gave the pig a nod of approval. "Good job. The church looks much brighter now." Apart from the pink pig, there were 4 others helping with the cleaning, another pig. But this one was black. A leopard, a duck, and a human. All of them were dressed neatly and comfortably. Lag Bin now realized he had misunderstood the situation and awkwardly said, "Oh, you're all doing a thorough cleaning. I thought it was something else." Anime, with a slightly embarrassed smile, said, "Yes." As Elizabeth said, "After my magic was restored, not only did my magical power increase, but I also grew taller." Lag Bin scratched his face. Looking slightly embarrassed by the previous misunderstanding, he continued, "I thought it was a troublemaking gang of beast people causing problems for you." "Sao tu dung lai bien ton dan m kuako?" Andy, with a distressed expression, explained, "Let me tell you, it's a long story. What happened last week was completely unexpected. The Beast Guild appeared in town and caused serious damage. The whole town, Bop So too, was destroyed." He quickly realized what had caused it and asked, "Is this the Dark Guild's doing?" Anime confirmed, "Yes, you're right." She recalled the dark events that occurred at Bop So too. At the time, a giant, 2-headed, 4-armed boar monster appeared, its body covered in flames, and with 3 purple gears on its body. It was roaring wildly, stomping its massive feet, causing the ground to shake and rocks to fly. The townspeople fled in panic, the scene descending into chaos. People were screaming as they ran for their lives. "Run! The Beast Guild has turned into servants now. It's true, they've become our subordinates." The giant boar monster's younger brother, a pink boar, shouted in desperation as he rushed to help his elder sibling. "Big brother, wake up, I'm your cute little brother." In the midst of this chaos, a figure was silently observing from afar. He was holding a pipe, leisurely puffing out smoke while floating in the air. He spoke, evaluating the situation. "Indeed, compared to humans and elves, the beastmen are much more likely to achieve the rank of demon pillar." His notebook floated beside him, a pen moving on its own under magical control. As he continued writing, this man was none other than Manhwa, a character who seemed detached but observant. He made a comment, "It's hard to retain rationality in this form. Becoming a killing machine like this, not ideal for a host body." The boar monster had seemingly lost all rational thought. Its deafening roar could shake the heavens, and its giant feet were about to crush the beasts below. Suddenly, something slammed into the beast with a loud thud. The boar recoiled in fear. shielding itself with its hands, its body trembling as it thought it was about to die. But nothing happened. It was completely taken aback. At that moment, a panda appeared. It was a magical stuffed animal, in a traditional Chinese martial arts stance. The beast, now enraged, howled in agony, creating a terrifying scene. It seemed to be the guard at the gates of hell. Anime appeared behind the panda and waved her hand, signaling that the town was under her protection. "Don't worry, I'll keep Bop Soda safe," she said confidently. Her eyes turned red as she called, "Come out, now." Instantly, a special team of stuffed animals appeared. Team 5, consisting of a swift rabbit, an eagle, a constricting serpent, and the giant panda, rushed to the scene. Despite their size, these stuffed animals were no less formidable than the giant beast. They immediately engaged, facing it head-on in a 4v1 battle. Bop Soda had turned into a war zone, with destroyed buildings, smoke, and fire everywhere. The once proud monster that had roared so fiercely was now struggling beneath the stuffed animal's weight. It let out a pained squeal, unable to fight back as they seized the gears on its body and pulled with all their strength. Blood sprayed into the air. The pain was too much for the beast, and it let out a horrifying scream. Its body started to fall apart, rocks and debris scattering across the ground. A while later, the beast was no more, its remains disintegrating into dust. The pink boar, witnessing its sibling's death, couldn't contain its sorrow. It wept silently, heartbroken, only able to utter 2 words, "Big brother." Anime, observing the scene, spoke softly, "I'm sorry, I can't purify the strange magic in his body alone." Man Foy, who had been watching from above, grew curious about her. He sent a probe to scan her, mumbling to himself, "Who is this girl? Is she AI?" When Genbo Satori realized the presence of such a powerhouse, he thought to himself, she just used the demon chain technique, which belongs to those with the Gimzi bloodline. But didn't they all die off? The spy, Ayathat, played the role of an observer. In his mind, an ominous intention began to form. This could be a perfect host for parasitism. The insect, flying close to the scene, followed the instructions of Manfred. Andy discovered an intruder and turned back, glaring. The insect was instantly obliterated. She asked, "Was there an AI there just now?" She only managed to glimpse the disintegrating pieces of Isaac's flesh in the air. After hearing her recount, Six commented, "Just based on those dark gears, we can confirm the Dark Guild is up to something sinister." Suddenly, Andy became dark and dangerous. She agreed, "That's right, but before that mysterious figure disappeared, I felt a magic similar to my own eyes. If we catch that person, there might be clues to my lost memories." He encouraged her to stay calm. "Your memories will definitely return." Ani, grateful, thanked him. "Thank you, Lak Ben, for your encouragement." She then asked, "Why did you come to see me this time?" Lak Ben scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "To be honest, I mainly came to visit and see how you're recovering. If you're still having trouble with psychological issues, feel free to talk to me anytime." She took the cup of tea in her lap, replying, "After your advice, I've completely moved past my past. My eyes have sharpened, and I'm certain, just like Elizabeth said, I must use this power of Jimmy to contribute to the peace of this world." He relaxed and said, "I'm glad to hear that. I know that leaving it to everyone else is the best choice." She suddenly asked, "Leaving it to us?" He admitted, slightly embarrassed, "Yes, it's true, but now, Elizabeth doesn't seem to care about anything outside. Unless, I need to bring the world back on the right path." He continued, "But I feel like a person who doesn't know magic like me won't be of much help in battle. If I, the so-called hero of legend, were to take action, I'd probably ruin everything." His words shocked Anime. She shuddered, spilling tea from her cup in panic. Frightened, she asked, "Do you mean?" Lak Ben stood up suddenly. In the palm of his hand, a glowing blue earth appeared. He said, "This world is too fragile in front of me." His eyes glowed with a sinister gleam. He smiled wickedly and proposed a hypothesis. "If even a small dark guild is too much for you mortals to handle, then I'll have to step in." He pulled out a fragment of the earth and concluded, "In that case, I'll just have to recreate this entire world." The globe was thrown up into the sky. It didn't explode immediately, but pieces of it fell to the ground. crashing violently. Anime, terrified, lowered her head. She realized that lack bin meant that if things went wrong, everyone would perish. He gently sat back down, smiling at her. Elizabeth once praised your magical talent. Anime, with such power and a kind heart. The peace of the great six heroes should be entrusted to you. Sweating, she reluctantly agreed. I will do my best. In her heart, she pondered. Does lack bin mean that my power could reach that level? Suddenly, the afterimage of lack bin grew towering. In his palm, a small angel was floating. And he declared, I grant you this power. With it, you'll have enough strength to annihilate the Dark Guild. Anime's apology and lack bin's generosity. Anime, feeling weak and vulnerable, admitted, I still haven't been able to control it. She lowered her head, murmuring a soft apology. Lack bin suddenly turned around and exclaimed, ah, right. He placed a large bag on the table and grinned. I promised you last time, didn't I? I said I'd bring you some fruit when the harvest was over. And here it is. The bag was full of various kinds of fruit, fresh and colorful. Anime, surprised, reached out and touched the fruits. Lack bin continued, since I know I'm not strong enough yet to use raffles, I brought these fruits to help you with your magic. They should be useful. The bag of fruits gleamed as if it were a priceless gift. Lack bin added, and I'll make sure to bring them regularly. I want to make sure you're not wasting the powers I gave you. Anime thought about this. Lack bin's gesture felt more like a form of supervision to ensure she used her powers carefully. But she appreciated the help nonetheless. She imagined the peaceful town of Bopsat in her mind. With newfound resolve, Anime thanked him. Thank you, Lack bin. I will not disappoint the trust you've placed in me. I will protect Bopsat with everything I have. Lack bin smiled and said, then I can leave with peace of mind. The deal with Elizabeth. Lack bin sighed and began talking about the agreement he had made with Elizabeth. He revealed to Anime that, although it was Elizabeth who had forced him into the deal, he had agreed to work toward world domination, a promise he made to her. Anime, intrigued, asked, world domination? But what does that mean? Before Lack bin could explain, Anime suddenly had an idea. Her excitement growing. Does that mean the legendary hero will step in personally? Lack bin quickly denied, shaking his head. No, that's not what I meant. He clarified. The goal is still world peace. But in Elizabeth's eyes, achieving that means world domination. However, I'm different from her. I want to achieve it my way. Anime listened closely, intrigued but confused. So, how do you plan to do it? She asked. Lack bin smiled. Well, that's why I'm here today. I wanted to ask you for advice. Anime, still unsure, stammered. Me? You want me to advise you? Yes. Lack bin scratched his head. You've read a lot of books, right? You must know a lot about the six realms and the legendary heroes. Right? Could you tell me about the major factions and their influence in the six realms? Information about the six realms and the major factions. Anime agreed to help, saying, of course, I'll tell you everything I know. She explained, the Dark Guild is located in the Abyss, and I don't know much about them. But if we use the Poison Swamp as a boundary, there are three major forces in this area, the Sacred Sword Guild, the Elf Tribe, and the Kingdom of Aji's Store. The Dwarf Kingdom mainly provides support, but due to their need for weapons, they have a close relationship with the Sacred Sword Guild, which protects them. The Sacred Sword Guild is also recognized as the leader among the various guilds. Anime continued. Before the Dark Guild appeared, there was always conflict between the races. But after the Dark Guild emerged, the various factions were forced to focus on defense, which temporarily united them against a common enemy. She added, among these factions, the leader of the Sacred Sword Guild, Vin Sonish, is the most powerful. She built her guild near the Poison Swamp to keep a close watch on the Dark Guild. As for the Kingdom of Aristo, it's a super kingdom known for combining science and magic, but it has been in isolation for the last 10 years. No AI knows the current situation of their world. Although the Spirit Kingdom has closed its borders, they still allow their people to interact with the outside world to a certain extent. However, it's not easy for outsiders to enter their realm. She added, although the Sword Saint Guild is a relatively new force, it has become the most powerful faction. Many towns and villages have sought protection from the guild. This has made the Aristote Kingdom and the Spirit Tribe unhappy. Although on the surface, they fear the strength of the Sword Saint Guild and maintain cordial relations. In reality, both factions would love to see the Dark Guild stir up trouble and weaken the Sword Saint Guild. She continued, as for the town where I live, it's far from these three factions. So we've remained neutral. Even during this recent incident with the apostles, they didn't send anyone to help Lac Bin. Lac Bin listened quietly, absorbing her words. He wasn't surprised. This was much like what he had already learned. Apart from the Sword Saint Guild, most other factions were only concerned with their own interests. That's what gave the Dark Guild the chance to cause trouble. He thought to himself, I've heard of the Sword Saint Guild before. The name of the Sword Saint sounds familiar. She asked him, a little uneasy. So, what do you plan to do to bring peace to the Six Realms? Lac Bin thought carefully before answering. True peace can't be achieved by simply destroying the Dark Guild. If the conflict is not resolved, even without the Dark Guild, they will still fight amongst themselves. It could lead to another catastrophe. Elizabeth could use her absolute power to suppress everyone. But I am different from her. I hope to unite the factions through diplomacy, so they can form a true alliance. We must fight against the Dark Guild together. He paused before continuing. I think I've given up on the path of magic. After a month of trying to learn swordsmanship, the Sword Saint Guild will never accept me. As for practicing swordsmanship with Elizabeth, I don't understand why she always says I'm just looking for trouble and that I should stop trying. In truth, I don't have any talent for swordsmanship. He sighed. So, it looks like I won't walk the path of brute force. But after thinking it through, I realized I can take a different route, by uniting the factions. If there is a threat, the Dark Guild might actually provide an opportunity to stabilize and maintain peace in the Six Realms. As long as there's no common enemy. He continued, but to convince these large factions, how exactly should I approach them? I'll have to go out and experience it firsthand. This is the only way I know to approach it. Different from Elizabeth's. Andy seemed to understand his words. She thought about how he and Elizabeth both approached things differently. To her, it seemed like a gamble between Lac Bin and Elizabeth. Perhaps it was a bet between a hero and a demon king. In her mind, two contrasting figures, Lac Bin and Elizabeth, stood side by side, each pursuing a different method. Lac Bin spoke in a low voice. My way is the best. Elizabeth shot back. No, my way is the best. She reminisced. 500 years ago, Elizabeth's method of ruling the world did indeed bring peace, simple, direct, and effective. But it had a flaw. Without her presence, conflicts would break out again, and the world would fall into chaos once more. She then spoke about Lac Bin's approach, which seemed to follow the principle of give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Lac Bin wants to help ordinary people like us take the initiative to achieve peace. This is very idealistic, but at the same time, it has never happened before. That's why he decided to visit 6 legendary heroes, to see if there are any who deserve his support. Much like how he helped us in the treasure dungeon with the golden dragon before. She thought to herself, as for me, Lac Bin is nurturing me with the goal of making me a pawn in his grand plan, to become a force that can restrain the boss town forces. Although my strength is increasing, it might make people forget my original intentions. If, later on, I no longer fit the path he wants to take, I will be discarded immediately. But she quickly rejected that thought. Anna, what are you thinking? Why think about your life or death like that? Such narrow-mindedness. To become a pawn for Lac Bin, to participate in his great plan, and contribute to this world. I should feel incredibly honored. Not worried. She focused on Lac Bin's plan to unite the forces, eliminating the long-standing conflicts between races that have lasted for hundreds of years. This is much harder than just going to eliminate the Dark Guild alone. If it were another AI saying this, I would probably just laugh it off as a joke. But since it's Lac Bin saying it, it's completely different. He definitely can do it. No, not just capable, but he will definitely make it happen. That's why I must quickly become stronger so I can use the angel Joffle that he granted me. Lac Bin noticed she was deeply thinking and wanted to ask her. Hey, what are you thinking, Anna? What's on your mind? Can you tell me? I'm really curious. He eagerly wanted her to share more details about the arid Santo Kingdom. The arid Santo Kingdom, famous for its science and magic. What is it really like? She didn't know much about it since she had never been there. She sadly shared with him. I've never been there, so I don't know much either. But the books say that they only need a small amount of magic to control a giant made of iron. About the size of a fortress. He was eager to see how that place worked. I really want to go see that. He made a plan with Anna to choose their first destination for the trip. Let's pick the Aji's Store Kingdom as the first stop, since I've already had some dealings with the Dark Guild there. But she had a different idea. I think we should go to the elf tribe first. First of all, because the Aris Store Kingdom is still closed. Second, there's recent news that a well-known guild, which has been recognized by the Sword Saint Guild, will be heading to the elf tribe soon. Meanwhile, at some unknown location, two mysterious people were writing something called 3 Tiers 1 Unit. When they retrieved it, it revealed a card and flew into it. On the card was an old man named Rat Tho, traveling with his daughter, LXNY. He said to his daughter, "We've arrived, LX. Let's go, we're here." In front of them appeared two gigantic man-eating plants, which were about to attack them, but they remained calm. The old man told his daughter, "To enter the elf tribe, you must first pass through the trial zone called the Plant Hell." Without hesitation, his daughter, LX, confidently replied, "Of course, I can pass it." She swiftly drew a card, and with a swift movement, the monsters were sliced into pieces by the cards she released. They calmly continued their way forward. This is just the beginning. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more dangerous the plants became. Due to the appearance of a muscle, it slowly revealed that a dangerous figure emerged from the forest, accompanied by aggressive plants. As they proceeded, they saw a dense forest scene with a giant tree. In front of them was a gate to enter this place. Almost there, Aini said. Clearly, the Sword Saint Guild had already greeted us before we set off. The father replied. She questioned him, "Why are they still using so many aggressive plants to block us? What's their purpose?" He explained, "For outsiders, only the strong are allowed to enter the Elven tribe. They're testing the strength of our Boker Guild." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. In front of them, another giant plant appeared, very different from the monsters they encountered earlier. It was called the 5-bean vine, and it rose before them. After its appearance, the two of them immediately jumped onto the plant's leaves, flying through the air. "That's the 5-bean vine. This is the final gate," her father said. She asked, "What does that mean?" Before she could get an answer, the creature shot enormous beans from its mouth at extreme speed. As the two of them flew forward toward the creature, her father continued, "Years ago, I was with the Sword Saint when I passed through this place to enter the Elven tribe. But when the beans hit the ground, they shattered the earth with an incredible force." Aini quickly used her special technique, cutting strike, easily slicing through the giant beans, breaking them into pieces. She swiftly circled behind the creature while her father stood in front. Setting up a counterattack, her father commanded, "Use the combined skill." She responded, "Understood." They worked together to perform the cutting strike as a duo. The blades they threw sliced the creature into multiple pieces. After defeating the creature, Aini proudly said, "The guardian of the final gate doesn't seem so tough." However, her father's expression changed. He solemnly warned, "Don't be careless. It's the 5-bean vine." Just as he spoke, the creature began to stir from where they had cut it. Its body started regenerating, and new heads began to grow from its wounds. 4 heads emerged, each looking in their direction. Her father immediately shouted a warning and cast a shield using the cards he held. As the creature's heads grew more numerous, it shot even more giant beans at a faster rate than before. Aini used her shield to block the incoming barrage of beans. However, the beans exploded on impact, releasing sharp thorns that flew out in every direction, creating chaos. The thorns were flying at incredible speeds toward them, but Aini's shield reflected them back at the creature. The thorns impaled the creature's body, but they couldn't pierce through it. The creature absorbed the thorns, then shot them back at them in a cycle, the attacks becoming more intense each time. The protective shields they had created began to deteriorate, their power fading. Aini was struck in the shoulder by one of the thorns. As she tensed up from the pain, She began to worry about her father's warning. Her father, noticing her condition, quickly sent a healing card to her. Don't touch the wound. It might be poisoned. I'll handle it. The healing card hovered around her injured arm and began to restore it. She had to admire BA's talent. When she spoke, BA had already developed healing skills. BA's technique with cards had also improved again. She didn't stop her, worried for her. Find a safe place and rest. He advised. Leave the rest to BA. But she still wanted to continue fighting. She responded, no need, I can still fight. At that moment, something began to emerge from the body of the monster. The monster was growing stronger. Its mouth, slimy and terrifying, caused him to hesitate. Be careful, it's starting to get serious. From the monster's body, something started to emerge. It gradually pushed out. These were blocks that appeared, each with a different attribute. From the body of the monster. He didn't explain to her about the spheres shot out from it. The monster had poison, fire, ice, wood, and mercury. This was the beginning form of the 5-element being. She was quite amazed by the monster BA described. BA said it had strength comparable to a demon lord level. It grew 5 new heads on the monster's body. Each head had a different attribute. Poison, fire, ice, wood, and mercury. The monster was becoming stronger. He had to explain the new mechanism of it to her. With the ability to coordinate 5 different attributes, it could release a type of magic that contained all attributes. That's why even AI would find it difficult to deal with. And this was the real danger of it. He also recounted their previous encounter with it. Although last time, he had seen the Holy Sword Saint solve it in the blink of an eye. He admitted that this current monster was much stronger than it was 35 years ago. Now, after 35 years, it seemed to have grown significantly stronger. But the monster's head was also preparing. It had its sights set on their position. He also added how to deal with it. The longer the struggle, the more it will be able to aim precisely at us. It's time to use the trump card. She asked him, are you going to use your strongest technique? Are you going to use the best 10 cards of the 4 of a kind? He denied it and began to move with the 4 cards. For an opponent with magical attributes, using 4 of a kind to summon a little divine mage would be much more suitable. As he activated his technique, a green light flashed from the sky, which made Aini react cautiously. A bow, a strange green arrow descended from the sky, hitting the ground. It was a strange seed, shaped like an arrow. Looking closer, the seed started to sprout, blooming into a small flower, gradually unfurling like a miracle. It made the monster begin to pay attention. The monster suddenly shook lightly, then dropped straight to the ground. She felt something familiar. "BA, I feel a very familiar magical energy." He replied, "Of course, you have the bloodline of the elf race." Then, a woman appeared, flying towards the direction of the seed. She waved her hand, as if leading them to follow. "Go ahead," she said, gradually disappearing. The small seed also began to wither. He turned to his daughter and said, "Indeed, they have always been watching our battle. It seems we've been acknowledged." She wanted to ask him something. "BA, I want to ask something. If my mother is in the tribe, why hasn't she come to welcome us?" He answered gently. "The elf tribe has a very strict hierarchy, involving many complex matters. 16 years ago, to protect us, your mother chose to return to the Holy Land herself. But I believe her love for you will never change." They entered the vast elf tribe. As they walked, he added, "Now, let's find out the truth together." They paused and swallowed as they looked at the strange houses of the spirits, built atop towering trees. It seemed they were searching for something. The daughter stared intently at the surroundings, while a spirit looked at them with disdain. One of them remarked, "A human and a half-breed." "Huh?" Another spirit beside him added, "I've heard they're representatives of the Holy Sword Guild. They must have come here to beg us for something." It seemed the spirits here didn't think much of humans, and they murmured among themselves, "Such a lowly race. Their scent, it's so repulsive." Aini, concerned, asked her father, "Why do I feel like they really hate us?" He replied, "Because most of the people here have never left the spirit tribe. They're cautious of outsiders like us. You don't need to worry too much about it." She pressed further, "But even in the high-level guilds, there are many spirits. If the spirit tribe is so good, why do they leave?" He thought for a moment and explained. You have to understand that there is a hierarchy within the spirit tribe. The closer you are to the divine tree, the higher your bloodline, and the more resources you are granted. He continued. Those who leave the tribe usually have lower bloodlines, but possess some skills like magic, plant manipulation, or archery. They become talents that guilds seek out, rather than staying behind in the tribe, where they would remain as lower-tier spirits. Feeney was curious and asked, "What about the exceptions?" Just as she asked, something flew past them like a storm. A spirit riding a reindeer appeared, shining in the sky. The spirit spoke. "I am the Grand General of the Spirit Tribe. Plowed. I'm here to guide you to the sacred grounds of our tribe. Follow me." And suddenly, he dashed off, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Feeney, surprised, commented, "He's so cold and aloof." Her father, observing this, advised, "You must be cautious with your words as we go deeper. The further we go, the more careful you must be." They followed Plowed, and as they proceeded, a path opened before them, created by the trees themselves. Feeney looked back in amazement. "The trees are making way for us." Her father, sensing something, replied, "This is the protective barrier of the tribe. Without a high-ranking spirit to guide us, we would be trapped in the maze of the forest." They continued until they arrived at the towering, ancient divine tree. The massive tree's branches formed a canopy that covered the area, creating a realm bathed in eternal twilight and aurora-like lights. Feeney gazed at the sight, her mouth agape in awe. "This is where it all began," she murmured, remembering events from 35 years ago. Back then, Satori Nago, a member of the Holy Sword Guild, was walking while munching on a bag of snacks, when he suddenly froze, staring ahead. "Nikita, move, everyone, get out of the way. I'm losing control." The people around panicked and scattered. Nikita, riding her reindeer, couldn't control it and was speeding uncontrollably. Satori, quickly reacting, tossed his snack bag aside, and threw his sword forward, right in front of the reindeer. The sword struck the ground with such force that the reindeer stopped in its tracks. Whinnying in fear, Satori jumped onto the reindeer's back and grabbed the reins, while Nikita, still panicked, clung tightly to the reins. Zeus, behind them, calmly raised his hand and reassured Nikita. "Don't worry, I've got this." The adventure with Nikita and the white stag. "Calm down, that's enough," Lak Ben said as the white stag stopped. Mickey blushed and turned to him, saying softly, "Thank you, boss." Lak Ben smiled and replied, "No problem." Then, with a playful glint in his eye, he leaned toward Nikita, his excitement evident. "Ha ha, but this is a sacred beast mount that only high-level elves can have. Right? If you insist on repaying me, then let me borrow it for a ride." Nikita's face turned bright red, her breath catching. She grabbed the reins, pulling lightly, and the white stag began to step gracefully through the air. Nikita sat in the middle, stunned. Together, they soared across the sky, the stag carrying them through the clouds. Nikita, still nervous, spoke up, wait, I still haven't learned how to control it on the ground." Lak Ben ignored her concerns, the excitement evident on his face as they flew through the forest toward a massive ancient tree. Nikita, sitting behind him, nervously covered her eyes with her hand. "Please, let's go back down to the ground," she pleaded. "I can't handle flying like this." Lak Ben, glancing at her, looked puzzled. "You're a high-level elf, right? Why are you so scared?" Nikita hesitated, her voice small as she spoke. "Sorry, my father and my sisters always say the same thing to me. But I've never learned how to fly properly. So, I'm just afraid." Suddenly, Lak Ben pointed down, his voice playful. "Hey, look, your father's coming to find you." Nikita froze and looked where he pointed, her face draining of color. "Oh no, quick, hide," she urged, panicking. "You can't be seen riding a sacred beast. If my father sees you, even if you're from the Sacred Sword Guild, you'll be punished." Lak Ben chuckled from behind. "Don't worry, I was just messing with you." Nikita shot him an exasperated look. "Why do you always prank me like that?" Despite her irritation, Lak Ben continued riding the white stag toward the ancient tree, its enormous canopy glowing with mystical light. Nikita, still sitting behind him, hesitantly opened her eyes. "This place, it's beautiful," she said softly. "I've never been up here before." Well, now you have, Lak Bin said with a grin, urging the stag to fly higher. Let's go a little further and enjoy the view. As they flew deeper into the canopy, Nikita felt both awed and terrified. Wait, slow down, she cried, clinging to him as they weaved through the ancient branches. Lak Bin laughed, his excitement growing as they entered the heart of the tree's foliage, where the air felt like an enchanted sky filled with stars. It was as if they had entered another world entirely. Nikita, now holding the reins, stood up on the stag's back, her arms outstretched as she tried to take in the beauty. It's amazing, she whispered. I've never experienced anything like this before. Lak Bin stood beside her, feeling a sense of contentment. They both gazed at the stars overhead, and in the quiet, their faces accidentally brushed together. Both flushed, their eyes met, and they shared their first kiss, a sweet, innocent moment under the ancient tree. As the white stag settled down on a branch to rest, Nikita and Lak Bin sat together on another branch, looking out at the vast, starry sky. Nikita rested her head on his shoulder, a sense of peace washing over her. Lak Bin, glancing at her, spoke softly. The high-level elves are closed off right now, so they won't be around for a while. You can relax and enjoy yourself. Nikita smiled, her voice full of warmth. I really admire you, she said. You live such a carefree, happy life, without a worry in the world. I want to live like that too. To be free and explore the world. Lak Bin looked at her, his expression turning serious. It's not that difficult. You know, I can take you out and show you the world. I've joined the Sacred Sword Guild, and they've recognized me as a skilled member. I've been on many adventures already. Nikita's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You can take me with you? Lak Bin chuckled, but then his tone grew more cautious. Of course, I can. But, Nikita, you're a high-level elf. Do you really want to leave everything behind? The life in your tribe must be much better than the outside world I live in. Why would you want to escape from here? Nikita's expression turned somber, a hint of sadness creeping in. The so-called good life here was actually just a set of chains. The election for the new tribe leader was approaching. Some of the elders were conspiring to overthrow her father. And her father, in turn, was trying to secure everyone's support. To do so, he had decided to offer her to one of the conspirators. If you're asking about it, she said, then there's no need to speak further. Her father placed his hand on her head, comforting her. Even though I don't know much about your tribe's affairs, I understand that a person who loses their freedom is deeply unhappy. He gently patted her head and added, tomorrow, I will get the teleportation scroll from the guild and take you away. But that means we will have to oppose both the Elven tribe and the Sword Saint Guild. From then on, we'll have to live as common folk. Nikita blushed. She slightly closed her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and softly said, a normal life. That's the kind of life I want to live. I agree. They moved closer to each other and shared a kiss. As happiness filled the air, leaves drifted down, covering their figures, as they exchanged the most beautiful and joyful moments. Back in the present, Clan Trace rode swiftly on the back of a white deer, with Aini and her father, Rotho, following closely behind. Clan Trace and the white deer rushed toward a protective barrier, and suddenly disappeared. Aini and Rotho looked at each other in shock as they saw the barrier that Clan Trace had passed through. Father, she vanished, Aini exclaimed. Rotho responded, it seems like the barrier is concealing them. We just need to follow. They moved forward without hesitation and entered the barrier together. From a distance, a shadow awaited them as they entered a giant tree. Inside the barrier, it was a completely different world. A vast field with a lake. Mythical creatures like unicorns, phoenixes, and deer. In the center stood another massive ancient tree. Branch, leading the way, rode the white deer and landed in front of a group of elven leaders gathered before the giant tree. She gently stroked the animal's face and said, thank you for your hard work. Wait for me over there. After the creature moved off, Branch knelt on one knee before the elven leaders and respectfully addressed them. The mission is complete. Aini and her father also landed nearby. Aini couldn't help but ask, Father, who are these people? Rotho answered seriously. They are the leaders of the elven tribe. Let's approach them carefully. Aini paused, feeling uneasy. Why do I suddenly feel so nauseous? Vanston, the leader of one of the elven tribes, spoke up. Branch, you may leave now. Eon, another leader, closed his eyes and remained silent. Tave, the third leader, smiled. It's been a long time. Rotho replied with a respectful bow. Indeed, it's been a while. Aini and her father approached the elven leaders, and Rotho bowed low, addressing them with utmost respect. Greetings, honored leaders. Post raised his head, unsure of what to say when he saw Eon remain silent. On the other hand, Avazi was happy to see him. She took the initiative to start a conversation. Last time I saw you, you were still a young man, weren't you? Vanzada, with a serious face, asked. This time, you represent the Sword Saint Guild, right? You're here to recruit us into your alliance, aren't you? The atmosphere became more serious as Vanzada corrected the other person. To be more precise, it's the Card Guild. We have reached a common agreement with the Sword Saint Guild to form a hero alliance, to fight against the Dark Guild. This time, I'm here especially to invite the elf tribes to join our alliance. Avazi, surprised, covered her mouth and laughed. Although your fame has suddenly risen after founding the guild, we still know very well about the decline of the Sword Saint Guild. We haven't heard anything about the Sword Saint. At least not in the last 3 months. Without such an important strategy, what's the point of your alliance? Post raised his hand, illustrating something. That's why I've come. The elf tribe also has another request. Please use plant magic to help us find the whereabouts of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint is just one step away from breaking through to the Demon King level, so he definitely cannot die. The chief of the LGO tribe. You've known the Sword Saint for a long time, so you must be very familiar with his strength. Eon stood there, eyes closed, without saying a word. Then Avazi, slightly worried, continued. However, mobilizing all the plants outside the tribe would be a huge magical effort, and we'll have to pay a great price to activate it. So, what can you offer us in return? The other 2 tribe leaders remained silent. Aini suddenly became angry. This is not the time to think about personal gains. If we don't find the Sword Saint soon, the Dark Guild's forces will soon spread to your land. Don't you understand what blood is thicker than water means? Vanzatin continued to coldly stare at Aini. Kid, what you said should be based on equality for both sides. If you want to form a blood alliance with us, then you need to prove you're worthy of it first. A seed beneath the ground began to sprout and emerge from the earth. A giant flower appeared before them. This was the test of the 3 elf tribe leaders. Vanzatin continued. Level 5 power is just the threshold for Demon Lord strength. If you can withstand this move, then we can continue discussing joining the alliance. The flower bloomed, releasing a bright golden light. In front of the golden light, Aini felt a bit worried. Standing before the golden light, he remained serious. Don't worry, I've got this. The flower released a burst of bright golden light. A powerful beam shot towards Aini and Rat though. The 3 elf tribe leaders remained solemn, observing the actions of the father and daughter. The dazzling light covered a vast area. From within the light, a green mist appeared, causing some commotion. I hope you subscribe so I have the motivation to make longer and better quality videos.